Chapter 457. Faced with Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu could only roll his eyes and rack his brain to make up a story. This birthday cake is round and symbolizes the sun and the moon. It means that it is as permanent as the moon, as rising as the sun, and as long as the South Mountain. Therefore, it must be eaten on the day of the birthday. The sweat on Li Wangyu's forehead was about to drip down. Only then did he come up with such an unreliable explanation. Fortunately, neither Yu Shinan nor Pai Lupi bothered with this question. After realizing that he and his beautiful boss had almost made a mistake due to the customs of the future, Li Wangyu did not dare to light or blow out the candles. Those were Western traditions, which were different from Wuxia traditions. Since ancient times, people in Wuxia had used the saying, dying of old age, or dying is like a lamp going out, to describe people dying of old age. When using candles, they would use scissors to cut them out instead of blowing them out. Blowing out the candles was not a good sign in Wuxia. If Li Wangyu followed the example of the future and asked Yu Shinan to light the candles on the cake and then blow them out with a wish, he would be asking for trouble. Wouldn't that be the same as cursing Yu Shinan? Li Wangyu would not do such a stupid thing. Soon, a servant of the Yu mansion brought a long knife. Li Wangyu presented it to Yu Shinan with both hands. Master Yu, please cut this birthday cake yourself. Yu Shinan held the knife and looked at the unbelievably beautiful cake, especially the birthday greeting on it. The old man was reluctant to cut it. Zio, are you going to cut it just like that? I can't bear to do it. Why don't we just forget about it? Let me enjoy it for a few more days. Master Yu, this birthday cake cannot be stored for long. It must be eaten in time, or the cream will melt. It has been covered with ice to prevent the cream from melting. After being persuaded, Yu Shinan had no choice but to raise the knife. With Yu Chang's help, he began to cut the cake. Then, he asked the servants of the Yu mansion to distribute the cake to the guests. The cake was delicious. Even in the future, people who were used to eating all kinds of delicacies still liked it very much, let alone the Tangs who were tasting cake for the first time. Historians of later generations once joked that the reason why the Tang dynasty was the Tang dynasty was because they liked to eat candy. Of course, this was a joke, but the Tangs really liked all kinds of desserts. Especially in the early Tang dynasty, the technology of making cane sugar had just been introduced. Sugar was still a luxury in the Tang dynasty, and was even more sought after by the nobles. When the guests received the plates of cakes delivered by the maidservants of Yu Mansion, they hesitated for a moment before picking up their spoons, scooping out a piece of cake and putting it into their mouths. The rich milky fragrance was soft and tempting in the mouth. It had a unique flavor that was unforgettable. There was no need to chew at all. It melted in the mouth, leaving a faint fragrance between the lips and teeth. Savoring the aftertaste, the thick aroma of the cream swirled in his mouth, sweet and fragrant. The birthday cake carefully made by the beautiful boss instantly conquered everyone present. For a moment, the hall of Yu Mansion quieted down. No one spoke. There was only the sound of wolfing down food and the clatter of spoons against plates. Even Wang Renyu and his son Wang Ziyu, who had been looking down on Li Wangyu, did not bother to find trouble with Li Wangyu at this time. Each of them held a plate of cream cake and ate happily. Zio, your birthday cake is really delicious. This old man hasn't had such a good meal in a long time. Thank you, Zio, for making this birthday cake for this old man. This old man likes it very much. Yu Shinan was old. Although he was in good health, he still had some of the problems that old people usually had. For example, teeth falling out, blurred vision, and leg trouble. Although the Tang dynasty also had the technology of embedding false teeth, it was not very useful. Usually, Yu Shinan's diet consisted mainly of soft foods. This sweet and creamy cream cake was naturally to his taste. He, who usually had a bad appetite, made an exception today and ate 2 plates of cake. Yu Chang was grinning from ear to ear and repeatedly cupped his hands to thank Li Wangyu. Faced with Yu Shernan's gratitude, Li Wangyu quickly pushed his beautiful boss to the front of the table. You flatter me, Mr. Yu. This birthday cake is actually not my gift, but my cousin's gift to Mr. Yu. In order to make this cake, she put in a lot of effort. Oh. So it was Lady Su who made the cake. This old man thanked the wrong person. Thank you, Lady Su, for your kindness. This old man appreciates it. Yu Shernan twirled his beard and laughed. Seeing that Li Wangyu actually told the truth, the beautiful boss could only look at him helplessly. She bent down and curtsied to Yu Shernan. I really don't deserve Mr. Yu's praise. Mr. Yu is too polite. Everyone was full of praise for the birthday cake. Many of the women in the side hall were prepared to inquire their beautiful boss about how the cake was made and wanted to learn. At this time, Wang Ziyu's discordant voice sounded again, causing Yu Shernan to frown. So this birthday cake wasn't a gift from the Count of Huxin. I was wondering why County Count who would be so stingy as to give food as a gift. I wonder what kind of gift County Count who prepared for Mr. Yu. Why don't you let me open my eyes? Li Wangyu glanced at Wang Ziyu, whose mouth was still covered in cream. He was thoroughly fed up with this Taiyuan Wang clan. Sure enough, Fang Yai was right. That Wang Ziqiao was a scoundrel, but his younger brother Wang Ziyu was still a scoundrel. At Yu Shernan's birthday banquet, this Wang Ziyu was like an annoying fly, constantly buzzing around his ears. He was really annoying. Because today was a festive day, neither Yu Shernan nor Pai Lupi could do anything about it. This made Wang Ziyu even more disregard for etiquette and provoked them again and again. Wang Rinyu didn't stop his son. Instead, he acted as if he didn't know anything and only watched from the sidelines. Li Wangyu had never been stingy with teaching this kind of overage brat, who lacked discipline. Li Wangyu cupped his hands towards Yu Shernan and said, Mr. Yu, since the Taiyuan Wang clan is so concerned about my gift, I hope Mr. Yu and everyone else will forgive me and allow me to give Mr. Yu my birthday congratulations first. Zio is so considerate. Then this old man will be disrespectful. Yu Shernan naturally nodded in agreement. After eating that delicious cream cake, the guests were very curious about what Li Wangyu's gift would be. In response, Wang Ziyu coldly snorted, his face full of disdain. Ever since the aristocratic gambling house lost a large sum of money, Chang and City had been full of ridicule for the aristocratic gambling house. In particular, the Taiyuan Wang clan, who was the first to accept Li Wangyu's bet, was sneered at. Even the aristocratic families had many complaints. That was why the Taiyuan Wang clan threw in so much money today, sparing no expense to give away the Langxian tree that the family had treasured for many years. Although Wang Rinyu felt the pinch, he wanted to use this opportunity to show the power of the Taiyuan Wang clan in front of the aristocratic families in Chang and City. So what if the Taiyuan Wang clan lost the bet? How could the foundation of a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family be shaken by 50,000 taels of gold? Throwing in so much money to give away a gift, this kind of confidence was unparalleled in Chang and City. That was why Wang Rinyu's second son, Wang Ziyu, did this today under Wang Rinyu's instructions. His goal was naturally to humiliate Li Wangyu and regain the face he had lost from losing the bet. After Yu Shernan had spoken, the master of ceremonies for the birthday banquet naturally took out Li Wangyu's gift list and began to read it out loud. The founding uncle of Hu County congratulates Mr. Yu on his birthday. He presents a painting scroll and a painting. Chapter 458. Li Wangyu's gift list left everyone in the hall dumbfounded. Everyone knew what a picture scroll was. But what the hell was Bai-en? Everyone knew what Bai-en meant. It referred to thick clouds that covered the sun. Pan and I of the Western Jin dynasty had a poem that said, "The morning clouds are Bai-en, the morning dew is not yet dawn." This was something everyone knew. But how could buy and be a congratulatory gift? Clouds and mist as a congratulatory gift. Was Li Wangyu going to perform an immortal spell in front of everyone? Hearing the gift list announced by the MC, everyone was confused. They looked at Li Wangyu in confusion, waiting for his explanation. Yu Shinan, the birthday boy, didn't know whether he should say, accept, or thank at this time. Just now, no one knew what the birthday cake was. Now, this county man was creative and gave out something no one had ever heard of. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just smiled and said, Master Yu, you won't thank me for my gift, right? Haha, since it's from Li Wangyu, this old man will naturally accept it. Although Yu Shinan didn't know what Li Wangyu had given him, he still accepted it with a smile. Li Wangyu's two gifts were placed in a long wooden box and a small copper box. Seeing their master nod, two maidservants of Yu Mansion immediately carried them into the hall, ready to show them to the guests. The beautiful superior hadn't returned to the side hall yet. She asked curiously in his ear, Wangyu, what's that baian? Why haven't I heard of it? He, you must know, but I won't tell you. See for yourself. Li Wangyu pretended to be mysterious and didn't answer the question directly. At this time, the maidservants of Yu Mansion had already taken the picture scroll out of the wooden box. They carefully unfolded it, revealing the true appearance of the picture scroll. When the picture scroll was displayed in front of Yu Shinan and everyone else, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Yu Chang looked as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at the picture scroll, dumbfounded. This is my master. The other guests had similar expressions, as if they had seen something unbelievable. On the scroll was Yu Shinan himself. It was a full-body portrait of Yu Shinan drawn by Li Wangyu. There was a poem beside it. It was the same poem that was written on the birthday cake. Many of the guests present had seen this sketch before at the birthday banquet of Zhang Liang, the Duke of Chongping. Everyone believed Li Wangyu's nonsense, thinking that it was an ancient painting passed down from ancient times, a peerless painting technique that had long been lost. Only Pai Lupi later found out that the goddess Luo's portrait he hung in the Hall of Governance was actually drawn by Li Wangyu, which made him very depressed. At this moment, everyone was once again witnessing the miraculous drawing skills of Yu Shinan, who was standing right in front of them. Everyone was stunned. Looking left at Yu Shinan, then right at the portrait, it really looked exactly the same. It was as if Yu Shinan had walked out of the painting. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Could this portrait have been drawn by County Count Hu? Hasn't this painting technique been lost for a long time? Where did County Count Hu learn it? Miraculous. It's truly miraculous. This is the painting technique of the goddess Luo's portrait. Who would have thought that County Count Hu would know such an ancient technique? There were also those who were quick-witted and immediately connected the dots. The so-called goddess Luo's portrait painting from that day had also been presented by County Count Hu. In that case, the goddess Luo's portrait that had been collected by the sage must have also been drawn by County Count Hu. This sketch of Yu Shinan caused Wang Rinyu and Wang Ziyu's expressions to become somewhat unsightly. Although the value of this painting wasn't high, and even if it had been drawn by Li Wangyu, it would only be worth 100 strings of coins at most. However, this extraordinary technique was exceedingly precious. When Pai Lupi saw this portrait, he even had the thought of having Li Wangyu draw a portrait of him and Empress Xiangsun. This kind of vivid and lifelike portrait was much more meaningful than the goddess Luo's portrait. He couldn't help but glare at Li Wangyu, feeling extremely vexed. Since he knew that the goddess Luo's portrait had been drawn by Li Wangyu, why hadn't he thought of using this technique to draw a portrait of him and Empress Xiangsun? There were many other bigwigs who had the same thoughts as Pai Lupi. Just like how people in the future love to take selfies, how could a general like Qin Yaoji not want to have such a realistic portrait? For a moment, everyone looked at Yu Shinan with gazes filled with jealousy. They hated that they couldn't hold their own birthday banquets tomorrow. That way, they could ask County Count Hu to draw a portrait for them. Qing Yaojin bluntly asked, Li family's brat, did you draw this portrait of Duke Yu? What did he mean? Li Wangyu was just about to nod and admit it when he suddenly noticed that the surrounding guests all had an eager attitude. He was immediately shocked. What the hell was the meaning of this? Could it be that after seeing Yu Shernan's portrait, they also wanted it? It seemed that giving Yu Shernan this congratulatory gift was a bit of a mistake. Had he underestimated the attractiveness of a portrait sketch to these bigwigs? If these bigwigs all came to ask him to draw a portrait, should he refuse? Or should he refuse? If he agreed, he really wouldn't have to do anything. Moreover, with Li Wangyu's lazy personality, how could he be willing to sit in front of a drawing board and draw portraits every day? He might as well be killed. How could Li Wangyu still dare to admit it? He hurriedly shook his head. No, this was done by my little nephew's disciple, Yen Liben. Although he studied under me, he has already surpassed me. Even your little nephew is ashamed of his painting skills. Today, Ma Zhou and Yen Liben were naturally also among the guests. When Yen Liben heard his teacher's words, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Could it really be like this? Was there no trust between people? This portrait of Yu Shernan was clearly drawn by Li Wangyu himself. But now he had directly pushed the blame to his own disciple. How could Yen Liben endure this? Faced with the heated gazes of the surrounding guests, Yen Liben's heart was filled with tears as he nodded his head in grievance. Li Wangyu gave him a "thank you for your hard work" look, but he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. When a teacher has something to do, the disciple naturally has to do it for him. Otherwise, why would he accept a disciple? Of course it was to use him as a scapegoat. Wahahaha. Yu Shernan was naturally very satisfied with this congratulatory gift. He leaned forward and carefully examined it for a long time before he asked Yu Chang to carefully put it away. Xiao, you really put a lot of effort into this congratulatory gift. This old man doesn't deserve it. I respectfully accept it, Many thanks, Xiao. To the side, Yu Chang also repeatedly bowed to Li Wangyu. This portrait of Yu Shernan would undoubtedly become the family heirloom of the Yu Yao Yu clan. After Yu Shernan's death, this portrait would definitely be hung in the Yu Yao Yu clan's ancestral hall to receive incense and worship from the Yu clan. After Yu Shernan's portrait was put away, everyone's gaze turned to the other servant girl holding a copper box. The congratulatory gift from the county count's estate was truly an eye-opener. Naturally, everyone was even more curious about the last congratulatory gift named Bai En. Chapter 459. In the main hall, everyone's anticipation vanished as soon as the copper box was opened. The item that Yu Residence's servant girl took out from the copper box was nothing special. In fact, it even looked a little shabby. Two transparent objects were embedded in a thin wooden frame. Some of the guests with good eyesight could tell at a glance that they were two thin transparent crystal pieces. Natural crystals weren't rare in the Tang dynasty. Although it was rare for a craftsman to grind them into thin crystal pieces, it didn't seem that surprising. At the very least, no one could tell the value of this little thing. Was this the so-called Baithan? Everyone looked disappointed when they saw the gift in Yu Residence's servant girl's hand. The second gift from County Count Huxian seemed very ordinary and mediocre. Only the beautiful superior covered her mouth in shock when she saw Li Wangyu's gift. Wangyu, you can actually make glasses. How did you do it? She asked in a low voice. Li Wangyu's second gift was a pair of glasses commonly seen in the future. Li Wangyu smiled proudly and whispered into her ear, of course. What do you think? This gift isn't bad, right? It can't compare to your birthday cake, right? The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at him. She really didn't expect Li Wangyu to be able to make glasses in the Tang dynasty. She had always assumed that glasses couldn't be made before the invention of glass. But in fact, glasses made of polished crystal had appeared a long time ago in ancient China. At the very least, there were records of glasses in the Song dynasty. And in the Ming dynasty, optometry technology was invented. It was possible to make glasses for myopia, hyperopia, and presbyopia. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Li Wangyu to make glasses with the technology of the Tang dynasty. That day, Li Wangyu was thinking hard about what gift to give Yu Shinan. In a flash of inspiration, he thought of presbyopia glasses. Li Wangyu had noticed before that Yu Shinan's eyes were a little presbyopia due to his old age. When he read an article, he would look very far away. When his grandfather was still alive, he was also like this, so Li Wangyu knew very well that Yu Shinan's eyesight was bad. Presbyopia was not a disease, but a normal physiological phenomenon. The only way to treat presbyopia was to wear reading glasses. Under these circumstances, giving Yu Shinan a pair of reading glasses was obviously the most appropriate choice. Because he had to help Sun Simiao make a microscope, Li Wangyu had to go to a lot of supervisors to grind the lenses for the microscope. The craftsmen who were going to be supervisors now had some experience on how to grind natural crystals and make them into lenses. The microscope hadn't been made yet because the focal length of the convex lens in the microscope had to be constantly adjusted. This was a delicate task. Without any reference, he could only try slowly. However, it was much easier to make reading glasses for presbyopia. Of course, reading glasses also had a certain degree, which Li Wangyu couldn't grasp. He could only have the craftsman grind out several different kinds of convex lenses for him. When the time came, he would let Yu Shinan experiment to see which lens suited him best. The Tangs had naturally never seen glasses before, so they were somewhat disappointed by the glasses that Li Wangyu had given them. Naturally, no one in the crowd thought that these glasses, which were commonplace in the future, were used to adjust one's eyesight. They all thought that it was just a decorative ornament. How could County Count who have the nerve to give away such a small crystal ornament? This was the first reaction of all the guests present. Today was Yu Shinan's 70th birthday, and all the guests who had come were the nobles and aristocratic families of Chang'an. Wasn't County Count who afraid of being ridiculed for giving away such a small toy? Putting aside the priceless Langxian tree that Wang clan of Taiyuan had given away, the other guests had also given gifts of pearls, agate, jade, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Putting aside how rare these things were, at least their value was there for all to see. Almost none of the gifts were worth less than 100 strings of copper coins. Compared to the birthday cake and the portrait of Yu Shinan that had been given to him by the county magistrate's estate, this little thing was far too shabby. Wang Ziyu had been sullen and silent for a long time. Now that he realized that he had caught Li Wangyu's sore spot, he immediately raised his voice and laughed. "Ha, County Count who, your crystal ornament is quite exquisite. How many strings of copper coins would you have to spend to buy it?" Li Wangyu glanced at him and indifferently replied, "That's right. I spent a total of 10 strings of copper coins to make this by 10. Speaking of which, 10 strings of copper coins was quite a lot. If he used it to buy cattle, he could buy 2 or 3 of them. But in the eyes of the aristocratic families and the nobles of Chang'an, 10 strings of copper coins was a joke." Wang Ziyu laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth, tears even coming out of his eyes. "I'm dying of laughter. County Count who is truly thrifty. Today is Duke Yu's 70th birthday, and the birthday cake you sent over was made by your own residence, and the portrait was drawn by your disciple. Yet you spent 10 strings of copper coins on this bifin. TSK, you really are extravagant." Wang Ziyu's words made many of the guests frown inwardly. How could one's sincerity be measured only by money when it came to gifting? But when they looked at the crystal ornament in the hands of the Yu residence's maidservant, they didn't know what to say. This gift was indeed a little shabby. Qing Yaojin and the other big shots who were familiar with Li Wangyu were also secretly blaming Li Wangyu. Yu Shernan's portrait should have been enough. Why did he have to go the extra mile and give this crystal ornament? Originally, everyone had been shocked by the portrait and were looking forward to Li Wangyu's next gift. But in the end, it was a bucket of cold water that had been poured over them. Even the congratulatory gift that he had sent out earlier had dimmed a little. When Yu Shernan saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Ha, CEO is too considerate. This old man really likes this Bai-en. I respectfully accept it. When he finished speaking, he motioned for the maidservant to put the glasses back into the copper box and prepared to put it away. Li Wangyu was about to speak and explain the use of the glasses to Yu Shernan, but Wang Xiu spoke up again. Duke Yu, this nephew still hasn't seen the gift from County Count Hu clearly. Could you have your maidservant bring it over so that we can take a good look at it? Yu Shernan couldn't refuse his request and could only nod helplessly. He motioned for the maidservant to take out Li Wangyu's gift and hold it in her hands to show it to everyone. The maidservant had just walked over to Wang Ziyu's side when she saw Wang Ziyu's body suddenly sway and bump into the maidservant. The maidservant was very petite, so how could she withstand such a bump? Her body slanted, and she cried out in surprise before falling to the floor. Her fall wasn't a big deal, but the crystal glasses in her hands also slipped and fell to the floor. Paw! A light sound was heard, and the two crystal lenses were smashed into pieces. Chapter 460. This sudden turn of events shocked Yu Shernan and the others. Li Wangyu's gift had been smashed to pieces just like that. Wang Ziyu shrugged and cupped his hands towards Yu Shernan. Duke Yu, I'm truly sorry. I lost my footing just now and bumped into this servant girl of yours. He then pretended to look at the crystal shards on the floor and feigned regret. Count Huxian's gift was smashed to pieces. What a pity. This is all my fault. Please forgive me, Duke Yu. I'm willing to compensate. Count Huxian said he spent 10 strings of copper coins, so I'll compensate Duke Yu with 10 times that amount. I'm not as thrifty as Count Huxian. It was obvious that Wang Ziyu had deliberately bumped into the maidservant of Yu Mansion. His purpose was to humiliate Li Wangyu. His actions angered Yu Shernan so much that his expression turned ugly. Although Li Wangyu's crystal ornament wasn't very precious, it was still a birthday gift from Li Wangyu. Its value didn't matter. How could he not be angry that Wang Ziyu had purposely smashed it to pieces? Not to mention, Wang Ziyu's pretense of asking for 10 times the compensation was an insult to Li Wangyu and to Yu Shernan himself. Wang Ziyu's actions caused Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others to glare angrily at him. However, today was Yu Shernan's birthday and they couldn't afford to lose their temper with a junior from the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Yu Shernan was the master of Yu Manor and also the birthday boy. He couldn't say anything to Wang Ziyu who'd come to offer his birthday congratulations. Wang Ziyu's claim of 10 times the compensation was a joke in everyone's eyes. Li Wangyu had said just now that he'd spent 10 strings of copper coins to make this jade ornament. 10 times the compensation would only amount to 100 strings of copper coins. Did Yu Shernan lack these 100 strings of copper coins? Yu Shernan sighed and glanced apologetically at Li Wangyu. He was just about to wave his hand at Wang Ziyu, indicating that he did not intend to pursue this matter. Li Wangyu suddenly cupped his hands towards Wang Renyu and said, Lord Wang, is what your second son said true? Is Duke Wang really willing to pay 10 times the price to compensate Duke Yu? His words stunned everyone. What did Li Wangyu mean? Was it because his gift was broken by Wang Ziyu, and he felt indignant? But even if the Taiyuan Wang clan really paid 100 strings of copper coins, the one who would be embarrassed would be him, Li Wangyu. Wang Renyu was also slightly taken aback. Then, he pretended to be generous and nodded. That's right. Since my son did something wrong, he naturally has to compensate. 10 times the compensation is very reasonable. I will have someone send 100 strings of copper coins to the Yu residents as an apology from the Wang clan. Wait, since it's 10 times the compensation, why is it only 100 copper coins? Li Wangyu pretended to be puzzled and asked. Wang Rinyu smiled and said, "Didn't County Count who say that you spent 10 strings of copper coins to make this crystal object?" "What, did County Count who forget so quickly?" Li Wangyu shook his head. "That's not it. How can the value of this object be calculated by the cost of my production?" "Oh. Then what does County Count who think?" Wang Rinyu asked calmly. "This is naturally determined by the market price. For example, if Wang Yu's army wrote a copybook, the cost might be a few copper coins. Could it be that Duke Wang can use a few copper coins to buy a copy of Wang Yu's army's copybook?" Li Wangyu's words were not nonsense. When Wang Shiji wrote a copybook, other than paper and ink, he didn't have any other capital. However, its value was not determined by the cost alone. Before Wang Rinyu could say anything, Wang Xiyu interrupted and said, "How can this be compared? Wang Yu's army's copybook is an antique. Speaking of which, could it be that County Count who thinks he's better than Wang Yu's army? Although that crystal ornament of yours has an unknown name, it's still a piece of junk. How can County Count who not be satisfied with 100 strings of copper coins? That's a joke." Li Wangyu looked at him like he was an idiot. "Oh. Is that so? Then I'd like to see whether or not the buy and I gave Duke Yu is a piece of junk." After he finished speaking, he waved at Niu Wu, who was waiting outside the hall. The presbyopic glasses had a certain degree. The congratulatory gift he gave to Yu Manor's housekeeper could only be considered a sample. Li Wangyu had originally planned to wait until the banquet was over before taking the real gift for Yu Shinan to try on. He would then choose a suitable pair of presbyopic glasses for Yu Shinan's eyes and give it to him. At this time, Niu Wu was wearing 5 or 6 pairs of presbyopic glasses of different degrees. The reason why Li Wangyu named these presbyopic glasses by and wasn't because he came up with it himself. It was because presbyopic glasses had been called this way ever since presbyopic glasses were invented in China. The Southern Song dynasty's records of heavenly caves recorded by and old people can't distinguish between fine books. They use this to cover their eyes and see clearly. The Ming dynasty's Lu Qing Rizhi also recorded, "Every time I read an article, my eyesight becomes dizzy and I can't distinguish the details. I use this to cover my eyes so that my spirit doesn't scatter and my strokes are clear. I use a piece of silk to tie it behind my head. I don't recognize it and raise it to ask you. You said this by and also." Therefore, Bai En was the ancient name for presbyopic glasses. Li Wangyu looked at the guests in the hall again. "Dare I ask, is there anyone who has poor eyesight and can't see clearly at close range?" The idiom "old eyes are dizzy" was used to describe the symptoms of presbyopia. There were quite a few elderly officials in the hall, and Yu Shinan wasn't the only one with presbyopia. Although the crowd didn't know why County Count who would ask such a question, many of the elderly officials, including Kong Yingda and Dai Zhou, expressed that they had such a disease. Li Wangyu nodded and turned around to take out a pair of presbyopic glasses from the wooden box in Niu Wu's hands. Another pair of Baivan. When the crowd saw that Li Wangyu had taken out another pair, the crystal ornament that he had given to Yu Shinan as a congratulatory gift, they became even more curious. Could it be that this thing had other uses? Li Wangyu took the presbyopic glasses and walked directly in front of Kong Yingda. He bowed and said, "Duke Kong, I have a pair of Baivan here. It can cure Duke Kong's eye disease. Would Duke Kong be willing to give it a try? This crystal can cure eye disease." Not only was Kong Yingda stunned, but the other guests were also dumbfounded when they heard Li Wangyu's words. "How do I use this thing?" Kong Yingda was troubled by eye disease. When he heard Li Wangyu say this, he couldn't help but become excited and hurriedly ask. Li Wangyu put the glasses on the bridge of his nose and showed Kong Yingda how to put them on. Then, he handed the presbyopic glasses to him and said, "Duke Kong, you'll know once you try it." Kong Yingda took the presbyopic glasses and clumsily put them on in front of his own glasses. He looked around in confusion. In the next moment, the old man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of immortal technique is this? This old man can actually see clearly. Tao ancestor above. This old man's eyes can actually see clearly again. Quick, give this old man a book. Kong Yingda was so excited that his beard trembled and his body trembled. If one wasn't a myopic person or someone with presbyopia, it would be very difficult to understand the feeling of being able to see clearly. To use an inappropriate analogy, it was like watching a movie. What was originally a blurry image that wasn't in focus suddenly turned into a high-definition Blu-ray version. How could one not be excited? Kong Yingda's excited expression after putting on the glasses gave everyone a fright. Was this old man crazy? Chapter 461. Kong Yingda was shouting and yelling like a madman, scaring the servants and maids of Yu Mansion. None of them dared to neglect him, as they immediately obeyed his order and ran to fetch a book. The book was the Analects of Confucius. Kong Yingda was not picky. He took the book and flipped it open. He shook his head and read aloud. Confucius said, "If a gentleman is not serious, he will not be powerful. If he learns, he will not be strong." This old man can see it clearly. It's really a divine tool. What is this thing, Brother Zio? It's so magical, it's really incredible. Li Wangyu was speechless. Kong Yingda must be crazy with joy, right? Why is even Brother Zio here? There's a difference in seniority, old man. This is Bai En. Duke Kong, have you forgotten? Oh, right, Bai En. This name is exquisite. It's really Bai En. Kong Yingda put on the reading glasses and was unwilling to take them off. His behavior made the other old officials, who were also suffering from presbyopia, even more curious. Duke Kong, can you let this old man try it? Brother Chong Yuan, can you let this old man wear this Bai En? Kong Yingda shook his head like a rattle drum. No, this Bai En was given to me by Brother Zio. How can I let you wait for it? Li Wangyu's face darkened even more. Damn you, stinking bastard. When did I say I was going to give it to you? I clearly said I was going to try it on. Don't you understand the meaning of trying it on? Kong Yingda's attitude made the old officials even more curious. They surrounded Kong Yingda and forced him to take off his glasses. Seeing this situation, Li Wangyu did not dare to take out the other glasses. Otherwise, they would definitely be gone forever. Brother Chong Yuan, this is a congratulatory gift from Zio. How can you wear it? Quickly take it off. When Yu Shinan heard Kong Yingda say that the Bai En could let his eyes see clearly, how could he not understand? He immediately shouted. This was a divine tool. Yu Shinan was also suffering from my problems. How could he not be anxious when he heard Kong Yingda's words? Kong Yingda waved his hands. No, Brother Bashi, your gift has already been smashed by the Wang family's kid. This painting is not a congratulatory gift from Zio, my younger brother. Yu Shinan was taken aback by Wang Ziyu's words. He immediately turned to glare at Wang Ziyu. The commotion caused by Li Wangyu and Kong Yingda was naturally noticed by Wang Renyu and Wang Ziyu. The two of them were a little stunned, not understanding why Kong Yingda and the others were so excited. Wang Renyu had a bad feeling in his heart. Being glared at by Yu Shinan made Wang Renyu even more flustered. Things seemed to have gone beyond his expectations. On the other side, the group of old officials that surrounded Kong Yingda finally took the reading glasses away from his face. Kong Yingda was so angry that he stomped his feet. Unworthy of being a son. You guys are really despicable. Bandits. Bandits. Lu Quan, Dai Zhou, Yu Shinan, and the others paid no attention to his curses. Each of them impatiently put on the reading glasses and made a big fuss again. None of the scholars who put on the glasses could bear to take them off again. The others were forced to argue and quarrel again before someone else tried on the glasses again. When this scene fell into the eyes of the other guests who came to offer birthday wishes, they almost thought that they were hallucinating. Whether it was Kang Yingda, Lu Quan, or Dai Zhou, these people were all great scholars of the present age or big shots of the imperial court. Why would the normally cultured, refined, and gentlemanly scholars make such a fuss over such an unremarkable crystal accessory? Could it be that Bai Fen was really so miraculous? After the ruckus, Li Wangyu cleared his throat and asked in a clear voice, "Gentlemen, how much is the Bai Fen I gave to Duke Yu? How many copper coins are you willing to pay for it?" Kang Yingda replied without hesitation, "This old man is willing to pay 500 strings of cash. My brother Zio, please sell this Bai Fen to me." "Move aside, this old man is willing to pay 1,000 strings of cash." "Humph, this old man will pay 1,000 taels of gold." "County Count Hu, please part with this Bai Fen to old me." 1,000 taels of gold it is." "Zio, you must keep this Bai Fen for this old man." "Don't be rude, today is this old man's birthday banquet." "Zio, this old man will also pay 1,000 taels of gold." "Give this old man another Bai Fen." Yu Shinan was not to be outdone. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This group of old officials actually knew how to make an auction on the spot without a teacher. However, he also got the answer he wanted. He turned his head to look at the stunned Wang Renyu. "Duke Wang, you also saw it. This old man is willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold to buy the junk that your noble young master spoke of. I wonder if Duke Wang's words of being willing to pay 10 times the compensation still stands." "You." Wang Renyu was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. Li Wangyu clearly said that he spent 10 strings of cash to make this item. Why were these old officials willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold for it? Did they have so much money that they didn't know where to spend it? Wang Renyu didn't dare to say that Li Wangyu had colluded with Kang Yingda and the others. If he said that, it would only make him a laughingstock. No one would believe him. Even Pai Lupi might not be able to make Kang Yingda, Lu Quan, and Dai Zhou lie at the same time. Wang Xiu was also anxious. His face was flushed red as he shouted at Li Wangyu, "County Count Hu, this thing of yours is clearly made from 10 strings of cash. Why do you want our Taiyuan Wang clan to pay 10,000 taels of gold? I think you're crazy, aren't you?" Li Wangyu smiled contemptuously. "Then why don't I give young Master Wang 10 strings of cash and you go make me a Bai Fen?" Wang Xiu was speechless. How would he know how to make Bai Fen? He also didn't understand why Kang Yingda and the others would fight over it so fiercely, even willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold for it. Wang Renyu was also in a bit of a predicament. He had just spoken big, but now it was difficult to clean up the mess. If they really wanted their Taiyuan Wang clan to pay 10,000 taels of gold to Yu Shinan, they naturally wouldn't be willing. The 50,000 taels of gold that they had lost to Li Wangyu was already a huge loss. If it weren't for that fool Li Wangyu being willing to accept private money, that 50,000 taels of gold really would have emptied the Taiyuan Wang clan's treasury. Don't look at how the Taiyuan Wang clan was very generous today and gave Yu Shinan the Langxian tree. It was called a treasure and was worth 10,000 taels of gold. But in reality, this kind of treasure was priceless. It was very difficult to sell it and exchange it for gold. If they wanted their Taiyuan Wang clan to pay 10,000 taels of gold, then it would be too much. But just now, Wang Renyu and Wang Xiu had spoken so confidently, but now it was hard to take back what was spilled. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Wang Rinyo's old face flushed red. He didn't know how to respond to Li Wangyu's question. It was Yu Shinan who laughed and helped him out of the predicament. Zio, don't joke with Lord Wang. What compensation or not, it's all a joke and can't be taken seriously. Since that Lang Xian tree is a congratulatory gift from Zio, naturally it's up to me to deal with it. This compensation can't be taken seriously, Lord Wang, don't mention it again. Today is my birthday banquet, and I can't thank all of you enough for coming to congratulate me. Come, everyone, let's drink. Since Yu Shinan, the host, had said so, Li Wangyu naturally didn't have any objections. Originally, he just couldn't stand the Taiyuan Wang clan's arrogance and Wang Ziyu's domineering attitude. Now that he had taught them a lesson, he naturally wouldn't continue to pester them. He raised the wine cup in his hand and drained it in one gulp. As for the Taiyuan Wang clan, although Yu Shinan helped Wang Rinyu out of the predicament, Wang Rinyu was sitting on the edge of the seat. However, Wang Rinyu felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles at this moment. He kept feeling that the guests around him were talking about him. The hatred he had for Li Wangyu in his heart grew even stronger. When he thought about how he had been slapped in the face by Li Wangyu, he felt his face burn and his heart become even more stifled. Father, that Li guy. Wang Ziyu was indignant. He lowered his voice and wanted to say something. In the main hall of Yu Manor, the guests were toasting each other when they heard a loud slap. Everyone turned their heads to look. It was Wang Rinyu who had slapped his second son, Wang Ziyu, on the face, causing him to fall to the floor. Chapter 462. Wang Rinyu's sudden outburst shocked the guests. The family heads who were familiar with him all tried to comfort him. Why is Lord Wang so angry? Your family's second son is still young. If there's anything wrong, just teach him well. Isn't it just an accident that he broke that by? Why is Lord Wang so angry at second son? Since Lord Yu doesn't care about this matter, Lord Wang shouldn't blame second son. The words of these family heads didn't ease Wang Rinyu's expression. Instead, it turned even more ashen. Obviously, he could clearly feel that these patriarchs were comforting him on the surface, but in fact, they were laughing at the Wang family of Taiyuan. When Wang Rinyu thought of the Langxian tree he gave to Yu Shinan as a gift today, he suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Although the Langxian tree he gave couldn't be exchanged for 10,000 taels of gold, it was undoubtedly a treasure. For the Taiyuan Wang clan to generously give it to Yu Shinan as a gift, they naturally wanted to be in the limelight and regain the face they lost because of the bet a few days ago. But they didn't expect that bastard surnamed Li to turn the Langxian tree given by the Taiyuan Wang clan into a joke with just a portrait and a buy that cost 10 strings of coins. Now, all the guests in the hall were talking about the congratulatory gift from County Count Hu, but no one mentioned the Taiyuan Wang clan's Langxian tree that was worth 10,000 taels of gold. Wang Rinyu could even foresee that tomorrow in Chang'an City, the Taiyuan Wang clan would be rumored to be a fool. Wang Rinyu only felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was too late for regrets. He stood up and cupped his hands towards Yu Shinan. Lord Yu, I'm not feeling well today, so I'll take my leave first. My son was rash and disturbed Lord Yu's mood. Please forgive him. Why would Lord Wang say that? It's this old man's fault. Wang Rinyu didn't say much. He nodded and walked out of the hall. He didn't have the face to continue staying in Yu Mansion today. Wang Ziyu was stunned by his father's slap and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Seeing his father leave in a huff, he could only glare at Li Wangyu with hatred. He covered his face and lowered his head, not daring to say a word as he chased after his father. After the Wang family father and son left, the atmosphere in the hall became livelier. In particular, Kong Yingda and a few other old ministers had been surrounding Li Wangyu and pestering him about the Baiten. Li Wangyu had no choice but to take out his other reading glasses and give them to Yu Shinan so that they could discuss how to distribute them. At Yu Manor's birthday banquet, all the guests were enjoying themselves. Everyone was drinking and chatting merrily at the banquet. It was very lively. Fortunately, today Qin Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others could still be considered to have restrained themselves. They did not drink too much and put on a show of fighting. Yu Manor's main hall finally did not suffer these old ignorant people's evil schemes. The birthday banquet lasted from noon until the evening drums sounded in Chang'an. Then, the guests left one after another. Pai Lupi was in a good mood today and drank a lot of wine. He originally wanted to catch Li Wangyu and bring him into the palace to ask about the private money, but he was not in the mood to do so. Zio, come to the legislative hall after the court tomorrow. I have something to ask you. Pai Lupi was carefully helped onto the horse by Mitua, but he did not intend to let Li Wangyu go. He shouted at Li Wangyu, who was about to slip away. Li Wangyu stopped helplessly and bowed to Pai Lupi. Yes. I understand. He was not a diligent person, especially after coming to the Tang dynasty. Now, he had a house, money, and a beautiful woman to accompany him. Li Wangyu felt that he had no goals in life now. He was very lazy and only wanted to eat and wait for death every day. At that time, he was impulsive and accepted so much money from the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Now, he regretted it. How troublesome. He thought of his previous idea. Making money was making money, but it would give him a lot of things to do. He was not short of money now. Why would he make trouble for himself? Li Wangyu wondered if his brain had been kicked by a donkey at that time. That was why he thought of accepting private money. But now, it was too late to say anything. He had to continue his bad idea even if he wanted to cry. The next day, Li Wangyu went to Chang and again helplessly to meet Pai Lupi. Before Li Wangyu finished the ceremony, Pai Lupi could not wait to ask, Zio, tell me clearly today. Why did you accept so much private money from the Wang clan of Taiyuan? He had been holding this matter in his heart for a few days. He had discussed it with Mitua and Empress Zhongsun, but no one knew what Li Wangyu meant by doing this. This made Pai Lupi feel like a cat was scratching his heart. He had been holding it in for a few days, but Li Wangyu did not come to the palace to explain. Yesterday was Yu Shernan's birthday. He had finally caught Li Wangyu. How could he let him go? Hey, uncle, don't worry. Let me tell you slowly. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He took a sip of tea and said under Pai Lupi's angry gaze, Uncle, how much is the Kaiyuan Tongbao cast every year in the Tang dynasty? About 300,000 strings of cash. So, our dynasty is short of copper coins. Uncle, you acquiesce to these aristocratic families casting private money for circulation, right? Li Wangyu continued to ask. Yes, that's right. Speaking of this, Pai Lupi was a little helpless. He was well aware that the Tang dynasty was short of copper coins. However, no matter how hard the Ministry of Revenue and the Directorate of General Works tried, they could not increase the number of copper coins cast. Casting copper coins was actually very expensive. Casting 300,000 strings of cash every year was actually a huge expense for the imperial court. This was also a headache for Pai Lupi. This was also the reason why the imperial court of the Tang dynasty acquiesced to the circulation of private money. The lack of money was not only limited to the Tang dynasty. It was the same for all the dynasties. In addition to the lack of copper, the main reason was the limitation of casting technology. Since the aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan could cast private money, it meant that the lack of copper was not the only reason. In the Song dynasty, the number of copper coins cast had increased by 10 times compared to the Tang dynasty. This was the increase in the production of copper coins brought by casting technology. The process of casting copper coins in Wuxia was very complicated. First, the coin had to be made. Then, the coin had to be put into a mold. After the mold was formed, the coin had to be taken out and poured with copper water. After the copper water had solidified and cooled, the sandbox was opened and the cast copper coins were taken out. The copper coins that were poured out were not scattered copper coins, but a whole string of copper coin trees. These copper coins had to be broken off one by one and then polished by hand. After going through more than 10 procedures, the final product was the Kaiyuan Tongbao that could be circulated. Therefore, casting copper coins was very complicated and required a large number of skilled craftsmen. Even so, it was difficult to increase the production of copper coins. The annual production of copper coins was 300 strings of cash. The average daily production of copper coins was only 800 strings of cash. However, the number of craftsmen needed was in the tens of thousands. Li Wangyu naturally knew all of this. He grinned, revealing 8 white teeth. He smiled at Pai Lupi and said, "Uncle, if I only need a few dozen craftsmen to turn this private money into official money, and the daily production is no less than 1,000 strings of cash, would you be interested?" "What? Zio, what did you say?" When Pai Lupi heard this, he suddenly stood up. In a moment of excitement, he even knocked over the tea on the table in front of him. Chapter 463. Pai Lupi was so excited because Li Wangyu's words were too incredible. Dozens of craftsmen could make thousands of copper coins in a day. This efficiency was too amazing. The Ministry of Revenue and the Directorate of Generals had nearly 10,000 craftsmen who cast the copper coins. If more craftsmen were arranged to cast the coins according to this ratio, wouldn't the Tang dynasty be able to solve the problem of money shortage? How much is the expense? Pai Lupi's voice was trembling. It was very important for the Tang dynasty to have enough copper coins. The consumption is very low. It's mainly the consumption of melting the copper and the craftsman's salary. Li Wangyu said with certainty. Really? Tell me clearly, how did you do it? Li Wangyu smiled and asked Pai Lupi first, "Uncle, do you still remember the water wheel I built in Dingzhou village?" "Of course I remember. That water wheel is even more magical. It can raise water to a high place by itself and use it for irrigation." "Ah, uncle, don't you think that water wheel has other uses?" Pai Lupi was puzzled. He didn't understand the meaning of his words at all. Li Wangyu took out a drawing that he had drawn in advance and presented it to Pai Lupi. "Uncle, please take a look. If the bamboo tube that fetches the water from the water wheel is removed and replaced with a baffle, the water wheel will still rotate under the push of the water flow." "Yes, that's right. So, you can use the power of the water flow to do many things." "Uncle, please take a look here." Li Wangyu pointed to a device drawn on the drawing and introduced, "This nephew has designed a hydraulic forging hammer press. It uses the water flow to drive the water wheel to rotate. When the central axis of the water wheel rotates, it can constantly lift and drop the forging hammer. This nephew calls it the hydraulic forging hammer." Pai Lupi was still a little confused. He looked at Li Wangyu with a blank face. Li Wangyu could only curse in his heart. Damn, this technological illiterate. He doesn't have any scientific awareness. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Uncle, the copper coins of the Tang dynasty are all cast, which takes a lot of time and effort. The hydraulic forging hammer that little nephew designed can directly punch copper into coins. Strike copper into coins. How? How is this possible?" Pai Lupi was still in disbelief. Li Wangyu was speechless and face-bombed. Explaining technology to an illiterate was simply too painful. Since ancient times, Wuxia had always minted coins. Even in the Qing dynasty, it was still the same. The West, on the other hand, began to use stamping to make money during the Greek and Roman periods. Not only was the design of the stamped coins clear and distinct, but because of the technical advantage, it was very difficult for people to imitate it. It also had a very good anti-counterfeiting function. Of course, the most important thing was that the cost of stamping coins was much lower than the cost of casting coins. Moreover, it was faster. The coins were formed in one go, so there was no need to waste time and effort on subsequent processing. Li Wangyu spent a lot of effort to make Pai Lupi understand the meaning of the drawing in front of him. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. If we use this hydraulic forging hammer to make coins, the money shortage of the Tang dynasty can be solved. Pai Lupi was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits. It was as if he could already see the scene of the national treasury being piled up with shiny yellow copper coins. However, he quickly reacted and looked at Li Wangyu in confusion. Zio, what does this have to do with you receiving so much private money? Li Wangyu resisted the urge to roll his eyes and could only patiently explain. Uncle, coins require copper. When he said this, Pai Lupi immediately understood. The copper coins of the Tang dynasty not only required copper, but also contained other metal components. The materials used in the early Tang dynasty were bronze, white copper, and some other metals. As for the private money, although the casting process was not as good as the official money, the materials used were very particular and were almost the same as the official money. If there was a new method of coinage, the private money could be smelted again and cast into official money. Li Wangyu exchanged 3 million caddies of private money from the Wang clan in Taiyuan. According to this method, it could be cast into 3 million caddies of official money. That was equivalent to 600,000 strings of cash. Even if there were losses and expenses in the process of coinage, at the very least, coins worth 500,000 strings of cash could be cast. Back then, the copper coins that the Wang clan in Taiyuan lost to Li Wangyu only amounted to 300,000 strings of cash. In this way, the profit was close to double. After understanding the key point, Pai Lupi's breathing quickened. Zio, this is not a joke. Are you really sure? Li Wangyu nodded. As long as Uncle can let the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Works cooperate with me, I can quickly set up this mint. At that time, Uncle will know when you try it. If I am lying, I am willing to compensate Uncle for the 3 million caddies of private money in the palace. Naturally, he dared to say such words because he was very confident. Before Li Wangyu's rebirth, he had a friend who made fake money. In fact, it was not considered fake money. Instead, it was made with a punching machine to forge antique copper coins and sell them as handicrafts. Therefore, he was very familiar with how to cast coins. At least in this era, he was definitely at the level of a master craftsman. Li Wangyu's confident answer made Pai Lupi ponder. He kept pacing back and forth in the hole. After a long while, Pai Lupi stretched out his hand and beckoned Mito into the hole. Mito, I have a task for you. Mito was so scared that he quickly knelt down. If your majesty has any orders, I will do it with my life. All right, it's not a matter of life and death. I am going to let you transfer all the copper and gold coins in the palace and exchange them all for private money. What? Mito thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Was he hallucinating? Pai Lupi wanted him to exchange gold and copper coins for private money. Was he crazy? What was private money? It was all copper coins made by aristocratic families. The craftsmanship was rough. When used outside, there were only 2 or 3 coins, which could be used as an official coin. Even aristocratic families were not willing to use this private money. But now, His Majesty wanted him to exchange the gold and private money in the palace for private money. Remember, don't make this matter public. Let the cavalry department do it. Convert all the gold and copper coins in the palace into private money and transport them into the palace. Do you understand? Pai Lupi ordered again. This time, Mito finally understood and confirmed that he was not hallucinating. He turned his head to look at Li Wangyu, hoping to get an explanation from him. Pai Lupi's request was really against common sense. Li Wangyu was also shocked by Pai Lupi's generosity. This guy was even more black-hearted than him. He remembered that last time when Pai Lupi wanted to go to the aristocratic family's gambling house to bet, he asked Mito and found out that there were more than 80,000 taels of gold in the palace. If he were to exchange all of this for private money and then melt them into copper coins, the profit would be an astronomical figure. However, Li Wangyu would not stop Pai Lupi. After all, most of the private money was made by aristocratic families. Pai Lupi was sucking the marrow out of the aristocratic families. He was naturally happy to see this happen. Li Wangyu did not forget to give Pai Lupi an idea. Uncle, you can let the cavalry department take the gold and copper coins to various counties to exchange. I heard that the more remote a county is, the higher the exchange rate of official money for private money. When Mito heard him say this, he was really about to cry. He racked his brain, but he could not figure out what this uncle and nephew wanted to do. Chapter 464. In recent days, many merchants in Chang and city realized that the amount of private money they had was much less. There were even rumors that someone was buying up large amounts of private money. Moreover, the exchange rate was 1 to 2, which tempted many merchants who had private money. They discussed amongst themselves. How could there be such an idiot? When the private money of the aristocratic families was used, in Chang and city, it was usually 5 copper coins for 2 official coins. As for the provinces and prefectures further away, 3 to 1 was the normal exchange rate. As for the aristocratic families who had large amounts of private money, they knew about this long ago. There were even merchants who came to ask if they were willing to exchange. Regarding this, these aristocratic families naturally did not reject anyone. If they rejected such a good thing, they would be stupid. In less than a month, there was almost no trace of private money in Chang and city. Without a doubt, all of this private money had been silently moved into the treasury of the Taiji Palace. This was all for later, so let's not talk about it for now. Li Wangyu patted his chest and promised Pai Lupi that he would definitely create the hydraulic forging machine. Then, Pai Lupi gave an order for the Ministry of Works and the General Supervisor to cooperate with County Count Hu. Li Wangyu used the excuse that the mint needed to be kept a secret and that they needed an abundant water source to suggest that the mint be built in the Yellow Valley of the Qinling Mountains, near the Imperial Palace. Near the palace, there was a river that flowed out of the Qinling Mountains. The river water flowed rapidly and was very suitable for moving water wheels. Moreover, it was located in the Yellow Valley and was guarded by the palace guards, so keeping it a secret and safe was not a problem. As for whether or not the smoke from the blast furnace would pollute the environment, Li Wangyu could not be bothered to consider it. The main reason he suggested this to Pai Lupi was because it was close to home. 20 miles was only a matter of 15 minutes on horseback. For Li Wangyu, who was getting lazier and lazier, the most important thing was to be close to work. How could Li Er have thought of his cunning scheme? Naturally, he nodded his head in agreement. As a result, the area near the royal palace, Tsuewei Palace, became a bustling construction site. Countless craftsmen from the Bureau of Works were like diligent worker ants, carrying all kinds of wood and bricks, preparing to construct a workshop here. Fortunately, with the four-wheeled carriage and the mirage mud that could be considered a divine artifact, it was very easy for the Ministry of Works to build a workshop of this scale. It didn't take much time at all. On the other hand, Li Wangyu and the craftsmen under the works supervisor had to spend a lot of time and effort to develop the hydraulic press forging machine. Li Wangyu was very annoyed by this. He felt that it was wasting his time. He still had other things to do. Fortunately, he had a disciple like Yan Liben, who was proficient in mechanisms and construction. Although Yan Liben had never seen the hydraulic stamping forging machine mentioned by Li Wangyu, he quickly understood its operating principle after looking at the blueprint. Division Commander, wonderful. Through the flow of water, this item could be continuously hammered and forged without the need for manpower. TSK. This means that not only can it be used to mint coins, but the weapons and armor used by the soldiers of the Tang dynasty can also be forged through this hydraulic press. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Yen Liben held the blueprint as if he had received a treasure. He was full of praise for Li Wangyou's invention of the hydraulic press forging machine. Liben, as expected, you saw through Master's good intentions. I'll leave the construction of the mint in your hands. If there is anything you don't understand, go to Dingzhou village and ask Master. Li Wangyou very shamelessly pushed this matter to Yen Liben. His time was so precious, how could he waste it on this construction site to figure out how to make the hydraulic press forging machine? It was still the same saying, if Master has something to do, the disciple will do it for him. Yen Liben did not see through Li Wangyou's sinister intentions. He was still happily holding Li Wangyou's blueprint and continuously studying it. He had always had a strong interest in painting, mechanisms, and construction, so he was naturally happy to do it. Yen Liben now worshipped his little teacher to the extreme. He treated every task Li Wangyou gave him as if it was an imperial edict and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Li Wangyou was naturally in a good mood after getting rid of the burden of building the mint. After leaving Huangyu, he did not head in the direction of Dingzhou village. Instead, he turned his horse around and headed straight for Chang'an. Li Wangyou had to go to a place he had originally sworn to never go again, Duke Lu's residence, Qing Yaojin's residence. There was no other reason other than the fact that his manor had already been completed. It had to be said that the Ministry of Works was really efficient. A manor in Noda was actually completed in 5 months with only manpower and simple construction machinery without the help of modern machinery. Li Wangyou, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and the others had already visited the new residence several times. Everyone was extremely satisfied. According to Li Wangyou's original intention, since the manor had already been completed, they should move immediately. In any case, there were no harmful substances such as formaldehyde when building houses in this era. The interior decorations were all made of natural and environmentally friendly high-quality wood. If he moved earlier, the villagers in Dingzhou village who had been eagerly waiting for a long time could also move into the new residence. But the old butler Li Heng did not agree no matter what. In Li Heng's words, moving the county count's residence was a big matter and they had to choose an auspicious day to move. In addition, they had to pay respects to the old master Li Zhou and send out invitations to the guests. There was also the need for the number of maids and servants in the manor. During this period of time, the old butler Li Heng followed his beautiful boss to Chang and almost every day in order to go to the Shi city to select the maids. And these maids and servants bought from the human market had to be carefully trained and the old man was extremely busy. But Li Heng was not tired of it and the smile on his face did not disappear every day. In this regard, Li Wangyou could not win against the old man and could only let him do whatever he wanted. In fact, Li Wangyou also felt that it was a bit ridiculous. Half a year ago, when he had just transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he pitted these maids and servants in order to prevent Yang Quan from using them to pay off the debt. He even did not hesitate to bear all the debts and let all the maids and servants in the manor go free. But now, in just half a year, he had thrown out a large amount of copper coins and bought more maids and servants. This was really ironic. In this regard, Li Wangyou could only secretly shake his head. But he did not intend to be a saint. As long as he did not mistreat these maids and could live with his conscience, he could only let it be. This time, the old man Li Heng did not save at all. He bought nearly 100 maids and servants and sent them all to the manor. The old man also asked Li Wangyou to go to the Taiji Palace and borrowed a few servants and maids who were proficient in etiquette from Mitua to train the maids and servants he had just bought. In short, in order to move to a new home, Li Wangyou was tortured by Li Heng a lot. He also specially asked the old Taoist Yuan Tiangang to calculate an auspicious day for him. The 31st day of the 8th lunar month in the second year of Jingguan was an auspicious day and easy to move. After confirming the time to move to the new mansion, Li Wangyu still had a lot of things to do. Naturally, he could not take care of the matters of the mint, so he threw it all to Yan Liben. Today, the reason why Li Wangyu braced himself and prepared to go into the dragon's den and tiger's den was naturally to collect the debt from Qingyao Jin. Chapter 465. That day, when Qingyao Jin and his group of old men came to the Li family's old residence to drink and make a scene, they personally promised him that when his county magistrate's mansion was completed, they would give him 50 troops. Now that the county magistrate's mansion, oh, no, it was already the county magistrate's mansion, they could only move on an auspicious day. Li Wangyu naturally had to find Qingyao Jin and ask for people. He couldn't just rely on Niu Yong and Niu Wu to build such a large manor, right? Therefore, Li Wangyu didn't have time to fear Qingyao Jin, that old scoundrel, and could only brace himself to ask for the debt. Wahahaha, nephew, what wind blew you here today? You came at the right time. Come, accompany me for a few drinks. As soon as Li Wangyu stepped through the door of Duke Lu's residence, he heard a voice that made his scalp go numb. He quickly bowed and greeted, "Nephew greets Uncle Qing, but nephew can't accompany Uncle Qing to drink today. I hope Uncle Qing can forgive me." Oh. Why is that? Qingyao Jin's eyes immediately widened. In his opinion, coming to Qingyao Jin's residence without drinking was simply heinous. There was no ceremony without wine, no joy without wine, no banquet without wine, no respect without wine. These were the family rules of Duke Lu's residence. Since Li Wangyu dared to come, he naturally thought of an excuse. Nephew has recently been following old Immortal's son to practice a kind of magic, so I need to abstain from drinking. Therefore, I can't accompany Uncle Qing to drink today. It's really regrettable. Learning magic from Sun Simiao was naturally Li Wangyu's nonsense, using the tiger's skin as a banner. He was purely afraid of Qingyao Jin, that old scoundrel, forcing him to drink, so he came up with this excuse. Although it was a fabricated excuse, Qingyao Jin had nothing to say. When he heard that Li Wangyu didn't drink, Qingyao Jin's face, which was brimming with enthusiasm, immediately darkened. He asked in a low muffled voice, "Li family's child, since you didn't come to drink, why did you come today?" F***ck, just now he was still a virtuous nephew, and now he was a child of the Li family. Li Wangyu's fingers couldn't help but tremble a few times, and he suppressed the urge to raise his middle finger with great difficulty. Hee, Uncle Qing, that day when we were drinking in my mansion, you promised to give me 50 troops. I wonder if Uncle still remembers? Li Wangyu did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Qingyao Jin rolled his eyes. Is there such a thing? Why can't I remember? Li family's son, you must have remembered wrongly. Seeing that Qingyao Jin was planning to go back on his word, Li Wangyu could only curse the old gangster for being shameless. Isn't it just that I didn't drink with you? He actually turned his back on him and refused to acknowledge him. He was truly inhumane. Fortunately, Li Wangyu was not unprepared for this. Hee, Uncle Qing, I'm actually here to give you a gift. As Li Wangyu spoke, he reached into his waist and took out an item. He wore it in front of his eyes. Uncle Qing, look at this item. I specially made it for you. Qingyao Jin took a closer look and flew into a rage. Isn't this the one you made? Boy, my eyes are very good, and I'm not old and dim-sighted. Why are you giving me this? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? No. This item is called sunglasses, and it's definitely not one. Uncle Qing has misunderstood me. I feel that Uncle Qing has to endure the scorching sun every day to go to the army and train the soldiers. It's very tiring. That's why I specially ordered people to make these sunglasses for Uncle Ching to block the sun and make Uncle Ching look even more heroic and heroic. When he said this, Qing Yaojin finally noticed that the one in front of him was indeed different from the other sunglasses Li Wangyu was wearing. The outer frame was made of metal, and the crystal embedded inside was actually blue. Li Wangyu had thought of giving Yu Shernan a pair of reading glasses. Naturally, he wouldn't forget about these pretentious divine tools like sunglasses. Natural crystals, other than being transparent, had different colors such as purple, blue, yellow, and red. When Li Wangyu asked the craftsman to help him grind the reading glasses, he also used different colored crystals to grind out flat lenses to act as sunglasses. As a must-have summer artifact for handsome men and beautiful women, sunglasses naturally had their own uniqueness. What kind of sunglasses are you wearing? It's quite interesting. Hurry up and let me try it. Qing Yaojin's interest was piqued as he impatiently reached out to Li Wangyu. This is a small gift from your nephew. I hope Uncle Qing will accept it. Li Wangyu very obediently handed over the sunglasses with both hands. Qing Yaojin immediately placed it on the bridge of his nose. The dazzling light in front of him suddenly dimmed. Through the blue crystal, the scenery outside made people feel exceptionally refreshed. Wahaha, not bad. These sunglasses are very interesting. It's rare for you to be so filial. You still think of me when you have such a good thing. Someone, bring me the bronze mirror. Qing Yaojin laughed heartily. His palm leaf fan-sized palm landed on Li Wangyu's shoulder, slapping Li Wangyu until he grimaced in pain. Qing Fu's servant girls immediately brought over the bronze mirror. Qing Yaojin, this old fellow, wore the sunglasses and looked left and right in front of the mirror. He was very satisfied. Narcissist. Li Wangyu inwardly ridiculed. He had been looking at the bronze mirror for a few minutes, but Qing Yaojin, this old fellow, still hadn't had his fill. Wahaha, not bad. Someone, prepare the horse. I'm going to the Duke of Yi's estate. Qing Yaojin was in a very good mood. He called for his troops to prepare the horse and prepared to go to Yuqi Jingda's estate to show off. Seeing Qing Yaojin take his things and want to run, Li Wangyu couldn't help but panic. Uncle Qing, this nephew's troops, you stinking brat, you really won't act until you see the hair. Your family's Duke Li is such a loyal and honest person. How did he give birth to such a slippery brat like you? Don't worry, I've already prepared those 50 troops. In a moment, I'll have Chimo take you to pick them up. Alright, scram, scram, scram. I'm annoyed just by looking at you. Scoundrel, why aren't my 3 disgraceful brats as smart as you? After Qing Yaojin finished cursing, he no longer paid any attention to Li Wangyu. Wearing the sunglasses, he arrogantly walked out the door. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to him and sent him off with his eyes. This old scoundrel had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He had already prepared troops to watch over the house, but he still insisted on scaring the little children like this. Qing Chimo had naturally already been notified by the servants in the estate. When he rushed to the front courtyard, he saw his father carrying a blue cloak and walking out the door with his head held high. Ziyu, what did you give my family's Darren? It's quite interesting. Qing Chimo immediately asked Li Wangyu. Needless to say, this kind of thing was definitely his doing. Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry to speak. He first took out a folding fan from his waist and opened it with a schwa sound. After being angered by the old scoundrel, he naturally had to make it up to his son. Brother Chimo, this thing is called sunglasses. Do you want it? Sunglasses. Ziyu, you made them. They look just like Bai-en. Quickly bring them out and let your older brother see. Brother Chimo, I naturally have sunglasses, but... Chapter 466. Li Wangyu did not finish his sentence, which made Qing Chimo's heart itch. He saw his father wearing sunglasses and thought it was very interesting. Naturally, Ching Chimo wanted to get a pair. But what? Ziyu, if you have something to say, just say it. Even if I have to risk my life, I will not hesitate. Ching Chimo patted his chest loudly. Li Wangyu heard him say this and could not help but smile until his eyes narrowed into slits. It was as if there was a fox's tail wagging behind him. Hee, since Brother Chimo said so, I will not be pretentious. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he pulled out a large stack of invitations like magic and stuffed them into Ching Chimo's arms. I am moving to a new house on the 31st of this month. Brother Chimo, please help me with these invitations, please. The nobles of the Tang dynasty naturally had to formally hand over invitations if they wanted to treat someone to a meal. Moreover, these invitations could not be casually sent by the servants. They had to be of a certain status. This was basic etiquette. Now that Li Wangyu was in noticed Chang and city, he knew a lot of rich and powerful people. Since he was moving to a new house, he naturally had to invite many guests. Therefore, on such a hot day, running all over Chang and city to deliver invitations was definitely a difficult task. Ching Chimo was naturally aware of this. Hugging the stack of invitations in his arms, his expression was bitter, but he was also curious. Zio, you have too many invitations. Where did you get them from? That's not important. Like Doraemon, Li Wangyu reached into his waist and pulled out a pair of purple crystal sunglasses and put them on his face. Brother Chimo, what do you think of these sunglasses? Ching Chimo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and replied with difficulty, Ziyu, leave this matter to me. Hee, these sunglasses. Li Wangyu was not stingy and immediately pulled out 3 more pairs of sunglasses and handed them to Ching Chimo. In fact, these sunglasses were originally prepared for the rich. Now that they could exchange them for free labor, it was a huge profit. Ching Chimo was just like his father. After putting on the sunglasses, he immediately asked the servant girl to bring him a bronze mirror. In front of the bronze mirror, he stroked his hair and flirted for a long time. Finally, the flirtatious man was satisfied and put down the bronze mirror. Li Wangyu was about to ask him to take him to see the troops that Qing Yaojin had given him, when he saw Ching Chimo waving his hand to summon another maidservant. Go get Erlang and Sanlang. Yes. Under Li Wangyu's puzzled gaze, Ching Chimo made a shushing gesture to him, indicating that he should not speak. After Ching Chuliang and Ching Chubi were called over, they exchanged greetings with Li Wangyu. Then, they saw the rainbow-colored crystal sunglasses that Li Wangyu and his elder brother were wearing. Dalong, what are you carrying? Hee, these are the sunglasses that Zio gave me. These sunglasses can block the sun after you wear them. It's amazing. The most important thing is, don't you think that your elder brother has become a lot more handsome? Ching Chimo laughed and began to explain the benefits of the sunglasses to his 2 younger brothers. Good stuff, Dalong, lend it to me. When Ching Chuliang heard this, he could not hold back and reached out to grab it. Ching Chimo was already prepared and dodged. Do you want it? Yes. But there is no free lunch in the world. Ching Chimo turned around and stuffed the stack of invitations into the arms of his 2 younger brothers. Zio will be moving to a new house in a few days. You go and help him deliver these invitations. This elder brother will give you 2 these sunglasses. Ching Chimo's actions left Li Wangyu dumbfounded. F***ck, this is too shameless. Very Qing Yaojin style. Deceiving his 2 younger brothers like this, really despicable. However, Li Wangyu did not intend to expose Ching Chimo. He just watched from the sidelines and watched the show with peace of mind. As long as someone helped him deliver the invitations, he did not care whether it was Ching Chimo or Ching Chuliang. When Ching Chubi heard his elder brother's words, he was just about to nod and agree, but he was stopped by Ching Chuliang. Wait, it's just a pair of sunglasses. How can San Lang and I split them? Then let's add another set. One for each of you. That should be fine, right? Qing Chuliang nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then it's settled. Give us the sunglasses first. After the two sides agreed on the terms, Qing Chumo immediately took out 2 pairs of sunglasses and gave them to his younger brothers. Qing Chuliang and Qing Chubi immediately put on their sunglasses, hugged the stack of invitations, and laughed as they walked out. Erlang, you are really smart, otherwise Dalong would have deceived us again. Humph, of course, I have seen through Dalong's trick long ago. The 2 brothers walked away with their arms around each other's shoulders, leaving Li Wangyu sweating like a waterfall. It seems that Uncle Cheng's stupid sons have a worrying IQ. Qing Chumo, on the other hand, was not the least bit ashamed of deceiving his younger brothers. He hooked his arm around Li Wangyu's shoulder and said, Zio, let's go. My father has already told me to bring you to meet those old ruffians. Wait, Brother Chumo, what veteran ruffians? Li Wangyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Qing Chumo, who felt that he had misspoken, immediately looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha! Today's weather is really good, the sky is really blue, Qing Chumo. Tell me clearly. Li Wangyu was angry. This bastard, he dared to play dumb with him. There must be something wrong. That, hee, it's nothing. Don't you want a troop? Let's go, the Jinmu guards, my family has already prepared it for you. Qing Chumo still wanted to talk about other things. Li Wangyu was so angry that he grabbed Qing Chumo's collar. Tell me clearly, what veteran ruffians are you talking about? Uncle Qing, what troop did you prepare for me? That, hee, actually, there are some people, but whether you can take them with you or not, it's hard to say. Zio, I'll tell you the truth, in Chang'an, it's actually not easy to recruit troops. Qing Chumo saw that he could not hide it from Li Wangyu, so he might as well tell him everything. The military system of the Tang dynasty, at the beginning of the Tang dynasty, was the government army system. In normal times, the government soldiers were farmers who cultivated the land. They trained during the farm breaks, and in times of war, they fought in the army. Moreover, the government soldiers had to prepare their own weapons and horses. In other words, in the Tang dynasty, those who could raise government soldiers had to have good family conditions. Otherwise, they would not be able to afford weapons, clothing, and horses. These soldiers were conscripted from the various military prefectures and prefectures. All middle-aged men above the age of 21 to 60 were conscripted. The imperial guards of the 16 guards of the southern Yamen were all selected from the government soldiers and took turns to serve. Therefore, there were not many government soldiers who were willing to join the noble families and become part of their troops. After all, being part of a troop was dependent on one's status. How could these government soldiers with good family conditions be willing to be part of someone else's troop? Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Among the government soldiers, there were naturally many whose families went bankrupt for various reasons, or who were unwilling to return to their hometown after the death of their parents. There were also some who wanted to join the noble families and fight for a future for themselves. In Chang'an City, most of the troops of big and small dignitaries and aristocratic families joined the troops because of these reasons. This time, Qing Yaojin found dozens of veterans who were unwilling to return to their hometown and were willing to join the noble families and noble families for Li Wangyu. However, it did not mean that these veterans would listen to Qing Yaojin's words and join Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country. After all, in Chang'an, there were many nobles and noble families who wanted to recruit troops. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, and a good minister chooses a master to serve. This group of veterans were all very capable, but Li Wangyu might not be able to recruit them. The only thing Qing Yaojin could do was to connect the two parties. As for whether it would work or not, it would depend on Li Wangyu's own ability. After listening to Qing Chumo's explanation, Li Wangyu could not help but curse in his heart. Damn it, he was tricked by Qing Yao Jin again. In the past, he, Yuqi Jingde, and the others had bragged so much. He really took it for granted that with Qing Yaojin's word, his government would have dozens of loyal troops. It turned out that this was the same as the recruitment in the future. It was a double selection. Chapter 467. Qing Chumo's words made Li Wangyu feel a little conflicted. The imperial guards were in charge of patrolling the palace and the capital city day and night. They were also responsible for the safety of the emperor. In the words of the later generations, it was equivalent to the Central Guard Bureau. Therefore, the old soldiers of the imperial guards were outstanding and were favored by the nobles and aristocratic families in Chang'an. He was just a powerless county earl who founded the country. How could these old soldiers be willing to submit to him? Compared to those nobles and aristocratic families, he did not seem to have any advantages. Although he was the county earl who founded the country, there were many dukes, county dukes and aristocratic families in Chang'an. Moreover, they all held military power or were officials in the imperial court. If he were one of these old soldiers, he would not choose to submit to an empty shell like him. No wonder Qing Yao Jin was not prepared to show up. It seemed that this old hooligan also felt that the old soldiers under his command might not be interested in him. In fact, it was not impossible for Li Wangyu not to recruit these imperial soldiers as his troops. If it was not possible, he could go to the market and buy some strong servants to guard the house. Most of the rich families in Chang'an were like this. It was rare to find someone like Li Wangyu who had two subordinate troops. Those who were not dukes, county dukes or aristocratic families were not qualified to have troops. However, Li Wangyu felt that those servants were just for show. They looked strong, but they did not have much fighting power. Niu Wu once said that it was not a problem for him to fight 7 or 8 of such strong young men. Li Wangyu was not willing to entrust his safety to such people. He had another choice, which was to recruit troops from Dingzhou village. In Dingzhou village, there were more than 500 villagers and about 200 young men. Most of these young men had been trained by the old soldiers and could be considered skilled in archery and horse riding. Moreover, they were very loyal to Li Wangyu and were on his side. It was easy to use them. However, Li Wangyu could not bear to let them go. The villagers of Dingzhou village were like family to him and his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu did not wish for the villagers to join the vassal forces and become part of the troops. They would also have to protect their homes and courtyards, and they might even face other dangers. After figuring out all of this, Li Wangyu was speechless. Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingde, those old scoundrels, back then their big talk shook the heavens, as if they could casually gift him some troops. He actually believed it. Now that he thought about it, he was really naive to have been tricked by these shameless old hooligans. But now, even though Qing Yao Jin was unreliable, Li Wangyu could only give it a try. Let's go with Qing Chumo to try to recruit those veteran ruffians and see if our small company can move them. Brother Chumo, let's go. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Alright, let's go then. On the left and right of the Jinwu guards, there were a total of 73 old soldiers who expressed their willingness to join the army. Most of these people have served in the army for many years and their abilities are indisputable. How many troops you can recruit will depend on your ability, Brother Chumo. I have high hopes for you. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Are you Constable Xing? You have high hopes for me. He was too lazy to say anything else. He placed the crystal sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and snapped his fingers, indicating for Qing Chumo to lead the way. The two of them left Duke Lu's estate. Li Wangyu called Niu Wu and the three of them rode toward the Jinwu guards' encampment. When they dismounted at the entrance of the Jinwu guards' encampment, an imperial army captain immediately bowed to Qing Chumo. As a trusted subordinate of the Jinwu guards, even though it was just a nominal position, Qing Chumo was still a 6th-ranked Jinwu guards general. Furthermore, Qing Yaojin was his old man, so there were no taboos in the Jinwu guards. With him leading the way, the journey was smooth and unimpeded. Qing Chumo gave a few instructions and the Imperial Army captain immediately had his subordinates run to the entrance of the encampment to inform the old ruffians. The guard's army lieutenant led the way in front, preparing to lead the three of them to a small drill ground. After taking a few steps, they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them. Qing Chumo turned his head and his face couldn't help but turn unsightly. However, he still respectfully greeted the person who had come. This child pays respect to grandfather. Greetings to Duke Liu. Why are the two of you free to come to the Jinwu Guards encampment today? Are you looking for my lord? He isn't in the encampment today. The person who had come was Qing Chumo's mother's father, Qing Yaojin's convenient father-in-law, the head of the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui Axin. The other person was Duke Liu, the general of the Right Guards, Ho Junji. Qing Chumo and his two brothers were born from Qing Yaojin's first wife, Madame Sunday. They had a good relationship with their father's second wife, Madame Chui, but they didn't have a good impression of this convenient grandfather. But regardless, Chui Axin was still their senior, so they naturally had to show him some courtesy. And Ho Junji was Qing Yaojin's colleague, a big shot in the army, so they naturally had to treat him with respect. Although Ho Junji's relationship with Qing Yaojin wasn't that bad, they were both officials of the court, so their relationship wasn't too stiff. Qing Chumo was very curious as to why these two had come to the Jinwu Guards encampment today. When Li Wangyu saw the two of them, he naturally went up to greet them. This one pays respect to Duke Liu and Duke Chui. Although he didn't have a good relationship with the great clans, he still had to show the necessary courtesy. As for Ho Junji, they didn't seem to have much interaction. But Li Wangyu knew that this fellow was extremely arrogant and proud, and his future wouldn't be very good, so he had no intention of getting too close to him. But upon seeing Ho Junji, Li Wangyu suddenly had an interesting idea. If Li Qingqian, under his tutelage, became a loving father and filial son with Pai Lupi, Li Qingqian probably wouldn't try to rebel again. What would happen to Ho Junji then? It was rather interesting. Chui Axin and Ho Junji naturally had to return Li Wangyu's greeting, but their tones and attitudes were extremely flat. Paying respects to County Earl Chumo. After this simple greeting, the two of them turned to Qing Chumo. Chumo, we didn't come today to find your lord. Rather, we heard that many old soldiers of the Imperial Army in the Jinwu Guards intend to stay in Chang'an and join the vassal army. Thus, we came today to recruit these old soldiers. Nanny. These two fellows also came to recruit those old ruffians. Li Wangyu's face instantly turned rather nasty. Fuck, this damn Qing Yaojin. How could a woman get married so many times? It seemed like this recruitment had become a recruitment meeting. Even competitors had come out. In truth, Qing Yaojin had no other choice. No matter what, Chui Axin was still his father-in-law. And Ho Junji was a fellow duke in the army, so he naturally couldn't give these two any face. The fact that some old soldiers of the Jinwu Guards wanted to join the vassal army naturally couldn't be kept a secret, and quite a few people knew about it. Hearing this, Qing Chumo's face turned ugly. He looked at Li Wangyu with a troubled expression, but he could only nod his head and say, if that is the case, then I ask grandfather and Duke Liu to travel with us. County Count who has also come today for this matter. Chui Axin couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression when he heard this. He snorted coldly but didn't say anything. Ho Junji, on the other hand, had a playful smile on his face as he looked at Li Wangyu. County Count who, you also want to recruit soldiers? That's truly interesting, heh. After saying this, Ho Junji strode back into the Jinwu Guard camp, leaving Li Wangyu with a pained expression as he mentally cursed, interesting your sister. Chapter 468. On a small drill ground in the barracks of the Golden Guard, the old soldiers of the Golden Guard who had received the notice had already gathered. The 73 old soldiers were either standing or squatting, chatting in groups of twos and threes as they waited for Wang Chong and the others to arrive. When they saw Qing Chumo, a general of the Imperial Guard, arrive, they simply stood up and gave a casual bow. But they were more interested in Cui Axan, Ho Junji, and the others behind Qing Chumo. They were well aware that if nothing unexpected happened, this would be the main family they would be joining in the future. As for Li Wangyu, he had long been ignored by this group of ruffians. They all thought that he was just here to watch the show and was a descendant of some noble family. Li Wangyu followed Qing Chumo into the drill ground. When he saw the ruffian appearance of these old soldiers, he couldn't help but be speechless. Are you sure that these are valiant soldiers? What difference was there between this group of people and the villagers who had finished their farm work and gathered together to chat? In his imagination, shouldn't these elite soldiers have bright armor, imposing appearances, and valiant spirits as they crossed the Yalu River? Pui, wrong, should they be majestic and valiant? These fellows wrapped in jackets and wearing scarves, standing and sitting without a proper posture, were they really the valiant soldiers of the left and right Golden Guards? Li Wangyu cast a doubtful glance at Qing Chumo, wondering if this old hoodlum Qing Yao Jin was trying to trick him again. Qing Chumo could see the doubt in his heart and chuckled. Before he could explain, Niu Wu suddenly spoke. Lang Jun, these people are incredible. They are all valiant soldiers who have killed and seen blood. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned by Niu Wu's words. These village-like people were valiant soldiers. Niu Wu, are you sure you're not mistaken? Niu Wu nodded with certainty. There's no mistake. When I was in the army, I saw many valiant soldiers like this. These valiant soldiers seem casual, but they can actually go on a rampage at any time. They seem undisciplined, but they are actually valiant and have a fierce aura. If Lang Jun can recruit these people, it would be quite good. Li Wangyu naturally believed Niu Wu's words. No matter what, the Niu brothers were the kings of the special forces and the Sui army. To be able to become a member of the Taobai army, all of them were elites. Furthermore, the Niu brothers were Turks who had fought bloody battles on the battlefield. They were veterans who had survived hundreds of battles. Speaking of which, he was really lucky to have the Niu brothers wholeheartedly attach themselves to him as part of the troops. Li Wangyu suddenly asked curiously, Niu Wu, how do these people's skills compare to yours? Niu Wu, on the other hand, was not polite at all. He raised his head proudly and said, bare-handed, I can fight one against two. If I have a suitable weapon, bow and arrow, I won't be afraid even if there's a fire in the forest. His words made Li Wangyu involuntarily click his tongue. A single flame was equivalent to 10 people. In the era of cold weapons, what kind of concept was it to have one person fighting against 10 people? Niu Wu added, if Big Brother was here, I would join hands with him. Without holding back, I wouldn't be afraid of these 70 people. Li Wangyu took his words as he was bragging. After all, when Jing Kongbo from the Jing family led his troops to attack the carriage in the East City, Niu Yong had suffered a little and was slightly injured. How could he be as strong as Niu Wu bragged? What Li Wangyu didn't know was that Niu Yong had also faced the troops of the Jing family, who were also fierce soldiers. Secondly, Niu Yong's methods were mainly to kill in one blow. He was also missing an arm. Under the circumstances where he couldn't kill, he could only use 40 to 50% of his skills. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage. While Li Wangyu and Niu Wu were whispering to each other, Qing Chumo took 2 steps forward, raised his voice, and introduced to the veteran ruffians the identities of these nobles who wanted to recruit them. Listen up, this is the family head of the Cui family, Duke Cui. This is the Duke of Lu, Great General Ho. This young man is quite extraordinary. He is the founding county count of the country, the Hu County Count. At present, he has a great reputation in Chang'an. The Three Kingdoms book that you all like to listen to recently was written by this Hu County Count. Qing Chumo also had his differences. He only gave a simple introduction to Cui Axian and Hou Junji, but when it came to Li Wangyu, he was full of praise. However, these words of his were a little useless. In front of the reputation of the Cui family and Hou Junji, there didn't seem to be any old soldiers interested in a minor founding county count like Li Wangyu. After all, there was no one in the world who didn't know of the Cui clan. At the time, the Cui clan was regarded as the #1 clan in the world, the leader of the northern clans. In the 6th year of Xinguan, in order to suppress the influence of the great clans and strengthen his imperial authority, Pai Lupi ordered people to revise the clan annals and re-rank the clans. But in the 12th year of Xinguan, when the clan annals were completed, the Cui clan was still ranked first. This infuriated Pai Lupi so much that he wanted to die. Under the forceful suppression of Pai Lupi, he ordered people to revise the clan annals, and only then did he carry out Pai Lupi's orders. With the imperial clan as the leader and the relatives of the emperor as second, the Cui clan was demoted to the 3rd tier. From this, one could see the status of the Cui clan in the eyes of the common people. Today, the head of the Cui clan, Cui Axian, had personally come to recruit them. What sort of glory was this? As for Hou Junji, although he wasn't from a great clan, he was the Duke of Lu and the great general of the Right Guard. To those old soldiers who wanted to fight for a better future, he was rather attractive. As for Li Wangyu, he was beautifully ignored. Although the Golden Guards protected Chang and knew all sorts of things in the city, they had heard of Li Wangyu. They had long ago heard of Li Wangyu, the newly promoted county count of Huxian, and they knew that he had stirred up a great deal of trouble. But in any case, in their view, a young county count who had yet to become an official of the court had no power or influence. How could he possibly compare to the other two clans? After hearing Qing Chumo's introduction, the attitude of these old soldiers became much more respectful, and they once more bowed to Cui Axian, Hou Junji, and Li Wangyu. But the majority of their gazes were on Cui Axian and Hou Junji. They only curiously glanced at Li Wangyu. After all, Li Wangyu was a young county count, and there were many rumors about him in the market square of Chang'an. Some called him a wastrel, some called him the god of wealth, and some said that he was the reincarnation of the literati star or a divine physician. But to these old soldiers, these were just idle chatter. If they wanted to entrust the rest of their lives to such a young man, throw themselves into a vassal state, and regard him as their master, they would almost never consider it. Cui Axian and Hou Junji naturally noticed the behavior of these ruffians. The two of them looked at Li Wangyu with ridicule. They felt that this county count was about to lose a great deal of face today. Cui Axian was already thinking that once this matter was over, he would bring this matter to the banquet and have a good talk about it. County Count Huxian had wanted to recruit troops, but he had ended up returning in defeat. For the great clans, this matter was enough to make them laugh for a very long time. Qing Chumo's face also darkened, but there was nothing he could say. He could only mutter, "Grandfather, Duke Marquis, Zio, tell them about the salary." He was going to talk about the salary and benefits. Li Wangyu was well aware that whether or not he could recruit troops today would depend on whether or not the benefits he offered were attractive enough. Chapter 469. After exchanging some pleasantries, Cui Axian and Hou Junji ignored Li Wangyu and turned to the veterans. The Cui clan of Qinghe receives a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins. If there is any injury or death, there will be additional compensation and rewards. This one's residence is the same as Duke Chui's. In truth, Cui Axian and Hou Junji's conditions were the customary conditions for the great clans and nobles of Chang and to recruit soldiers. A monthly salary of 6 strings of coins was truly not a low income. This was the same as the salary of a rank 2 official of the imperial court. Of course, officials also received other benefits, as well as income from land. But 6 strings of coins was still equivalent to the actual income of a rank 4 official. In a situation where the average income of Chang and was the same, this was considered a high-income class. Thus, unless one was a noble, one would not be able to support a troop. If not for the fact that Li Wangyu didn't lack money, he wouldn't have dared to ask for 50 soldiers. Even at the market price, 50 soldiers would still cost 300 strings of coins a month. After all, the soldiers had to protect their master, and when needed, it was very normal for them to put their lives on the line. Thus, the master naturally gave his soldiers generous treatment, similar to that of bodyguards in the future. The veterans nodded in satisfaction at Cui Axian and Ho Junji's conditions, and they began to whisper to each other about whether to join the Cui clan of Qinghe or Ho Junji. While everyone was discussing animatedly, Li Wangyu burst out laughing, attracting everyone's attention. Cui Axian and Ho Junji didn't like Li Wangyu to begin with, and now, they found him even more frivolous and couldn't help but show anger. Li Wangyu put away his smile and lightly coughed. My apologies, I couldn't hold back for a moment. I just didn't think that the monthly salary of the soldiers in Chang'an would be so low. The monthly salary that my county Count of Wu County gives to the soldiers. Cough, Niu Wu, tell me, how much is your monthly salary? Soldiers were different from servants. Although they were subordinates, they did not sell their bodies to the master, so they naturally had to be paid. Li Wangyu had been a poor loser in the past, so he had been unwilling to take in the Niu brothers mainly because he was poor and couldn't afford a salary. Fortunately, the Niu brothers didn't care about this at all. The two of them were here to repay the debt of gratitude. Li Wangyu made a fortune very quickly. In less than half a year, his net worth had increased rapidly. The treasury in the old house could not hold any more copper coins. Naturally, he would not be stingy with the Niu brothers. Moreover, after the Niu brothers got married, they would also have to support their own mother-in-law. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't let these two brothers be embarrassed. Niu Wu grinned at the group of veterans and said with a simple and honest smile, now that eldest brother and I have received Long Juan's favor, our monthly salary will be 50 strings of copper coins. His words caused an uproar among the veterans. 50 strings of coins a month. Was this a joke? How could the main family give such a high salary to the troops? Could it be that this county earl was, as the rumors said, the god of fortune in this world? Actually, Li Wangyu originally wanted to give the Niu brothers a monthly salary of 100 strings of copper coins. But the two brothers refused to accept it no matter what, so he reduced it to 50 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu's businesses were now bringing in a daily income that he couldn't even calculate, so how could he care about such a small sum of money? If everyone is willing to come to my county earl's residence, 50 strings of copper coins is temporarily out of the question. But I'm still willing to pay 30 strings of copper coins a month. Li Wangyu wasn't afraid of messing up the market. He directly shouted out a price 5 times that of Cui Axian and Ho Junji, causing the faces of the two bigwigs to turn green. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but that they couldn't pay it like this. After all, the two of them weren't a single person like Li Wangyu. They were a large family with a large business, so how could they act so recklessly? If they used this price to recruit these troops, wouldn't the old people in the residence also get a raise? Li Wangyu now somewhat understood the thoughts of the owner of Chelsea Football Club, Roman Abramovich. This daddy isn't a rich family, but this daddy has money. I'll use money to smash you to death. Are you tempted by a monthly salary of 30 strings of copper coins? If the Cui clan of Qinghe and Ho Junji wanted to compete with him in terms of money, then he didn't care. Even if it was a monthly salary of 100 strings of copper coins, he would still be willing to pay. At the same time, he would have an excuse to give the Niu brothers a raise. After saying these words, Li Wangyu beamed at Cui Axian and Ho Junji, waiting for them to raise the conditions for recruiting troops. Everyone present was tempted by a monthly salary of 30 strings of copper coins. Wasn't it precisely for the sake of fame and fortune that they were willing to join the noble clans? For a moment, they hesitated. The county earl's residence that they had never considered before had now entered the sights of these old ruffians. No one would refuse money, and 5 times the monthly salary was enough to tempt these old ruffians. Everyone turned to Cui Axian and Ho Junji, wanting to see if these two bigwigs had anything to say. Cui Axian and Ho Junji were inwardly cursing, but when they saw the gazes of the crowd, Cui Axian hesitated for a while before saying, "In the future, when you have children, they can enter the Cui clan of Qinghe to study." Ho Junji scanned the crowd and said, "The troops of this residence will follow this one into battle, and their contributions will be calculated. In the future, it is possible for any of you to become a general in the army." These two conditions had tempted these old soldiers. Joining the Cui clan of Qinghe and Ho Junji might not bring them much money, but it wasn't without benefits. The Cui clan of Qinghe had the advantage of stability, and their children could study in the Cui clan of Qinghe and have a promising future. And joining Ho Junji would allow them to make contributions on the battlefield. While they were both on the battlefield, serving in the army was completely different from serving as a duke's subordinate. Firstly, it was safer, and secondly, it was easier to make contributions. There were many captains and commandants in the army who had been promoted from serving as the subordinates of bigwigs in the army. At this moment, Li Wangyu opened his mouth again. "The county count's manner of who county will provide each troop with a house and a wife." Nanny? Wife? His words not only caused Cui Axian and Ho Junji's eyes to widen, but the eyes of the old soldiers also turned red. The reason why these old soldiers were willing to stay in Chang and join the nobility was naturally because they had no one to rely on. Of these 73 people, their parents were no longer alive, and they hadn't married yet. Otherwise, these soldiers with families wouldn't be willing to become subordinates. To put it bluntly, these 73 old bachelors were single dogs. They were no different from the original Nyo clan brothers. Hearing that they would be given a wife, the crowd naturally went into an uproar. "County Earl of Huxian, you must be joking. You can give a wife. She can't be a maid bought from the market, right? Is she really a woman with a clean background?" Li Wangyu turned to Nyo Wu and asked, "Nyo Wu, tell us, what is your wife's background?" Nyo Wu couldn't help but be a little surprised. He rubbed his hands together and chuckled foolishly. "Before my wife married me, she was a palace maid in the Taiji Palace." "Is she beautiful?" "As beautiful as a fairy." Li Wangyu nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he turned to the old soldiers and asked, "Did you hear that? A palace maid in the Taiji Palace. Do you want her?" The wolves howled, "Yes." Chapter 470. Li Wangyu inwardly cursed, these old perverts. When they heard that he was going to marry a beautiful wife, they started howling like wolves. His words just now had Cui Axian and Ho Junji panicking. Ho Junji's face turned stiff. "County count who? How could you say such things? Marriage is naturally decided by the parents. What reason is there to give them away? Aren't you a sex matchmaker?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. "How am I a sex matchmaker? Of course, it's a formal marriage. Isn't this Chu of mine also a formal marriage? Duke Marquis should know that the sage personally gave her away, right?" Ho Junji angrily retorted, "Even so, the sage showed mercy last time and allowed 3,000 palace maids to leave the palace. Presumably, this Chu of yours is also one of those palace maids. But now, where are you going to give your fellow soldiers the chance to marry palace maids? Aren't you just using your fellow soldiers to tease us?" His words made the old ruffians rather suspicious. Just because county count whose soldiers could marry palace maids didn't mean that they could as well. Li Wangyu chuckled. "Why not? I can ask the sage to release several dozen palace maids. This isn't a difficult matter. Who do you think you are?" Ho Junji was so infuriated that he almost choked on his own saliva. "Me? Surnamed Li, given name Wang Yu, given name Zio. Has Duke Marquis forgotten? Li Wangyu shook his head, seemingly regretting that Ho Junji's memory was poor. Before Ho Junji could speak, he added, "Right, my uncle's surname is also Li." Ho Junji was rendered speechless by his words. On the other hand, Li Wangyu was delighted. He had finally experienced the pleasure of shouting, "My father is Li Gang," in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, how could "my father is Li Gang" compare to "my uncle is Li Shimin"? Saying these words made his mind and body feel refreshed, his thoughts clear. Li Wangyu truly wasn't trying to fool these old ruffians. In any case, there were still several thousand palace maids in Taiji Palace. With his reputation, it would not be difficult to ask Pai Lupi to release dozens of palace maids who were willing to marry. The performance of these veteran ruffians even made Li Wangyu wonder if he could use this method to recruit long-term troops in the future. He didn't think that having a few dozen troops was enough. Even that Zhang Liang had shamelessly taken in 500 fake soldiers. He, Li Wangyu, had so many businesses. If he didn't recruit more troops to protect them, it wouldn't do. If Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu used the palace maids in his Taiji palace as a bargaining chip to recruit troops, he would probably chop Li Wangyu into pieces. Li Wangyu's shameless words made even Qing Chumo's eyes widen. Hedonistic, he was too hedonistic. Seeing that many of the Golden Guards still didn't understand, Qing Chumo could only lightly cough and say to the stunned veterans, "County Count whose uncle Tsong is the current sage." The uncle Tsong who hasn't stepped out of his first marriage. With his explanation, the old ruffians from the Jin Wu Guard finally understood why Li Wangyu had said those words. The young county count in front of them was the current sage's nephew Tsong who hasn't stepped out of his first marriage. 5 times the salary, a promised daughter-in-law, and a frighteningly deep background, this county count who seemed to be the one in high demand. Before anyone could say anything, Li Wangyu added another heavy bargaining chip. In the future, when you have children, they can study with His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness King Yu, and the sage's 7th prince, His Highness King Jin. This lord might also accept them as disciples. His words first stunned the veteran ruffians, then they became ecstatic. Yes, how could they forget that this county count who was the Crown Prince's imperial tutor? If they became his troops, wouldn't their sons be able to study with the Crown Prince in the future? In comparison, the teachings of the Chui clan of Qinghe weren't even worth a mention. In truth, they had also forgotten that the Crown Prince was already 9 years old, but they didn't even know where their daughter-in-law was. Even if they were to get married right away and give birth to a son after 10 months, how old would Li Qingqian be by the time he reached the age where he could study? How could he possibly study with those brats? However, Li Wangyu wasn't trying to fool them. After all, the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Ji, had just been born. If they moved fast enough, it wasn't impossible for their children to study with Li Ji in the future. Li Wangyu's many conditions left Chui Axan and Ho Junji with bitter expressions. They had thought that this county count who was overestimating himself by competing with them for a troop. But looking at the gleaming eyes of the veteran ruffians, how could they not know that they had made a wasted trip today? As the head of the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui Axan didn't like Li Wangyu, but he didn't have much of a grudge against him. Of the 5 clans and 7 watches, only the Jing clan of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan were like fire and water with Li Wangyu. While the other clans didn't like Li Wangyu, they weren't so bad as to make things worse. Seeing that he couldn't do anything, Chui Axan decided to leave. Too lazy to stay any longer, he coldly snorted and led his servants away. Ho Junji wasn't as straightforward. His triangular eyes were filled with hatred as they constantly scanned Li Wangyu's body. Ho Junji had always been a narrow-minded man with a crude personality. The old book of Tang described his character as arrogant and reserved. Pai Lupi had ordered Li Jing to teach him the art of war, but this fellow had turned to Pai Lupi and falsely accused Li Jing of plotting a rebellion. From this, one could see just how narrow-minded Ho Junji was. He had rendered a great service in the coup at the Xuanwu Gate and had been made Duke of Lu and Great General of the Right Guard. With his pride, he naturally looked down on Li Wangyu, the founding county count. But today, Li Wangyu had managed to steal the limelight when he had come to recruit soldiers for the Golden Guard, infuriating Ho Junji. In truth, Li Wangyu had never offended him. It was just a fair competition. His offer wasn't as generous as Li Wangyu's, but Ho Junji was so angry that he vented his anger on Li Wangyu. But Ho Junji also knew that Li Wangyu was a noble and also Pai Lupi's nephew, so he couldn't do anything to him. His triangular eyes couldn't help but turn to Niu Wu, who was standing behind Li Wangyu, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. County Count Hu, this one has heard that one of your two soldiers is one-armed and one-eyed. Today, I see that this is just as I expected. Since you're willing to give this one-eyed soldier a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, he must be very capable for County Count Hu to value him so highly, right? But County Count Hu is willing to give the one-eyed soldier a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, but County Count Hu is only giving 30 strings of coins to these elite soldiers of the Golden Guard. Isn't this a little unfair? TSK, this one truly feels that these soldiers aren't worth it. Ho Junji's words were extremely harsh. He was clearly trying to sow discord between these old ruffians of the Golden Guard and Niu Wu, painting Li Wangyu in the eye. As expected, as he tried to sow discord, those old ruffians of the Golden Guard began to look at Niu Wu with ill intent. They were already planning to submit to Li Wangyu, so they naturally wanted to display their abilities in front of him. Just as Duke Lu had said, if this one-eyed soldier could get a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, why couldn't they? Chapter 471. Li Wangyu was infuriated by Ho Junji's shameless words. He really wanted to curse out loud. What does it have to do with you? And Ho Junji's insult of Niu Wu being a one-eyed dragon had infuriated Li Wangyu even more. But Ho Junji's provocative words had stirred up the hearts of these ruffians. Faced with a group of eager killers, Li Wangyu was caught off guard for a moment. He had a deep relationship with the Niu brothers, and it wasn't something that could be described as formidable. Even if the Niu brothers didn't have much skill, he wouldn't look down on them. He would never abandon them. When he was still insignificant, he was still having a headache over how to survive the plague of locusts. At that time, the Niu brothers had already pledged themselves to him. How could this friendship be measured by a monthly salary? To put it bluntly, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were Li Wangyu's family in the Tang dynasty. Let alone a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, even if he had to give half of the family fortune to these two brothers, Li Wangyu wouldn't even bat an eyelid. But he couldn't explain these words to these ruffians in a short time. But Li Wangyu didn't want Niu Wu to fight with these ruffians to prove his ability. Although Niu Wu had said that he wouldn't have a problem fighting one against two, fists and kicks had no eyes. If Niu Wu was injured, Li Wangyu would be heartbroken. Even if he injured these ruffians, it would still be very troublesome. Li Wangyu naturally understood that this group of old ruffians had the intention of throwing themselves into his residence. In the future, these people would be Niu Wu's comrades. If they were to get angry and hurt the harmony, it wouldn't be good. But before he could think of a way to speak, Niu Wu puffed out his chest and strode forward. This one truly doesn't have much skill, and I was even blinded in one eye by the Turks. But if you want to measure this one's ability, you can come and try. Niu Wu seemed rash, but he was actually quite meticulous. The reason he had stepped forward to challenge these ruffians wasn't just because of Ho Junji's provocation. Niu Wu was well aware that if this group of assassins wanted to pledge their allegiance to his Lang Jun, they would become his subordinates. The leader of this song was none other than him and his brother. This was not only due to their confidence in their own abilities, but also due to their understanding of Li Wangyu's righteousness. Therefore, Niu Wu naturally had to consider Li Wangyu. Using his fists to subdue this group of killing geniuses was the best choice. Otherwise, a group of ruffians born in the Jin Wu Guards might not necessarily submit to him and his older brother. If they could not achieve unity, how could they protect their own Langjun? Niu Wu's words stunned Li Wangyu, and he subconsciously wanted to object. However, Niu Wu's resolute gaze caused him to hesitate. At the same time, he immediately understood Niu Wu's intentions. But he couldn't stop it, and this only made Li Wangyu even more furious at Hou Junji's despicable conduct. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and said in a clear voice, Lord Hou is right. This song of mine doesn't have much skill, just a bit of punching and kicking. After hearing the Marquis's words, I felt that they made sense. This monthly salary of 50 strings of coins was most likely a loss. But since Lord Hou wants to recruit troops today, why don't you let my good-for-nothing troops test their skills against Lord Hou's troops? Let me see the difference between a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins and a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins. TSK, a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins is truly cheap. Lord Hou is truly formidable. Since he couldn't stop Niu Wu, he decided to direct the spearhead to Hou Junji. Didn't you insult Niu Wu for being a one-eyed man? Then let's see how formidable Hou Junji's troops are. Li Wangyu's mention of a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins made the troops behind Hou Junji pale. Just now, when Hou Junji's troops had heard that Li Wangyu's troops were being paid 50 strings of coins a month and that he was offering 30 strings of coins to the veterans of the Jin Wu Guards, their eyes had turned red with envy and jealousy. Now that they heard Li Wangyu describe them as cheap goods, they could no longer hold themselves back. Lord Hou, let me test out that one-eyed man's skills. I'd like to see just what sort of person can get a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins. Lord Hou, let this one measure him. Lang Jun, this one requests a battle. Li Wangyu's words had provoked Hou Junji's troops into acting like they had eaten gunpowder. This was far beyond Hou Junji's expectations. He had always been the one scheming against others, but now, he had been tricked by this youth, causing Hou Junji's face to scowl. But now that his troops were all asking for a battle, how could he say no? But Hou Junji was in no rush. He naturally had absolute confidence in his subordinates. These were the valiant soldiers of his army who had fought alongside him for many years. Hou Junji felt that dealing with a one-eyed man was no problem. He only regretted that his plan to sow discord had been ruined by Li Wangyu's simple words. Since County Count who is interested, then let them have a match. But Hou Junji's triangular eyes gleamed with cold light as he stared at Li Wangyu like a viper. But since it's a match, there should be a little prize. What does County Count who think? Oh. What does Lord Hou mean? Hou Junji sinisterly chuckled. This one has heard that County Count whose estate has a 40% share in the Shadozi wine workshop. This one is not greedy, so if you use 20% as the wager, does County Count who dare to make a bet? Li Wangyu inwardly cursed at these words. This bastard was actually eyeing his businesses. Li Wangyu was also perplexed. This carriage company, the wine workshop, and the underwear store were all money trees. Which noble in Chang and wouldn't be envious? But everyone knew that this was a joint venture between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. No matter how envious others were, none of them dared to touch it. So why was Hou Junji so bold as to covet a share in the wine workshop? But when he thought about Hou Junji's reputation in history for being greedy, Li Wangyu understood. This fellow had always been a bastard who viewed wealth as his life. In the 14th year of Jingguan, Hou Junji had led an army to destroy Gaochang, plundering the kingdom of Gaochang and stuffing his own pockets with treasure. In the history books it was written that he obtained the essence of gold and mules, but the imperial residents did not have it, so he hid it and did not offer it. He even dared to take the precious spoils of war for himself. From this, one could see just how greedy he was. Li Wangyu inwardly sneered as he calmly asked, if Lord Hou is interested, then there's no problem. But what will Lord Ho use as the prize? Ho Junji heartily laughed and said, this one's residence has 2 supreme beauties. Would County Count who be interested? Li Wangyo's face darkened. Damn, 2 women in exchange for 20% of the wine workshop. Was this Ho Junji crazy? He suddenly recalled a rumor he had read about Ho Junji in unofficial history. After Ho Junji was executed, he made a record of his residence and obtained 2 beauties. Taizong asked about them and replied, ever since you came, you have often eaten human milk instead of rice. This was about Ho Junji's residence being recorded after he was killed for his rebellion. Not only did they find all sorts of treasures, they even obtained 2 supreme beauties. These 2 beauties were peerless in appearance, and their skin was even smoother than a baby's. Pai Lupi curiously asked how they maintained their skin, and the answer was, ever since I entered the Marquis residence, I have eaten human milk as rice every day. Li Wangyu almost got goosebumps when he thought about this unofficial history. He didn't have such heavy tastes as Ho Junji, and besides, was he the kind of person who couldn't move at the sight of beauties? Using 2 women to gamble with him for a share in the wine workshop was simply wishful thinking. Lord Ho should keep the beauties for himself to enjoy. I'm not interested, so why don't Lord Ho use some other prize? Chapter 472. Ho Junji could only shake his head at Li Wangyo's words. It seems that County Count Huxian is still young and doesn't understand the benefits of this stunning beauty. Since that's the case, this one will take out 20% of the Jingon gambling house and gamble with County Count Huxian. How about it? The Jingon gambling house was Ho Junji's property, one of the 72 gambling houses in Chang'an. Li Wangyu immediately shook his head. Might I ask Lord Marquis how much your Jingon gambling house earns each month? This, about 5,000 strings of cash. Li Wangyu coldly chuckled. Does Lord Marquis know how much the winery earns each month? This one does not know. At present, the winery earns 40,000 strings of cash a month, and it's still increasing. Even if it's 40,000 strings of cash, 20% is still 8,000 strings of cash a month. Does Lord Marquis feel that using 20% of the gambling house's shares to gamble with me is somewhat inappropriate? Ho Junji's eyes turned red when he heard that the winery's profits were this frightening, and he gasped for breath. Then this one will use the entire Jingon gambling house to gamble with you. The land of the gambling house is also worth quite a bit of money. Li Wangyu couldn't help but chuckle at Ho Junji's appearance. Although I have no interest in the gambling house, since Lord Marquis has such a refined interest, it's naturally fine. But what? Ho Junji impatiently asked. He could already see the 20% share of the winery falling into his pocket. But since the stakes are so large, this gamble naturally can't be so casual. A witness must be invited. In addition, a mere competition of fists and feet is a bit too much of a joke. I have a suggestion for a gamble. Would Lord Marquis be willing to hear it? Li Wangyu already had a plan in mind, so he unhurriedly spoke. Speak. A mere competition of fists and feet between 2 troops is truly boring. Why don't our troops find a forest outside Chang'an and have a real battle? What does Lord Marquis think? This. Li Wangyu's suggestion caught Ho Junji by surprise. Of course, since my troops have a high monthly salary, they naturally can't be the same as the Marquis troops. TSK, a monthly salary of 6 passes is truly cheap. Li Wangyu's words caused Ho Junji and his subordinates to scowl. This bastard, is he addicted to talking? Logically speaking, the 2 troops in my residence have a monthly salary of 100 strings of coins, which is equivalent to the salary of 16 troops of the Marquis. However, as Marquis Ho said, these 2 troops in my residence are handicapped. Li Wangyu pointed at Niu Wu and continued, so, after weighing the pros and cons, let's have 2 troops from my residence fight against 10 troops from the Marquis residence. How about it? Is Marquis interested? Li Wangyu's words caused Ho Junji's eyes to brighten. 2 cripples against 10 of his troops, weren't they rushing to give him money? There was no reason for him to refuse. In a one-on-one battle, he didn't think that Li Wangyu's troops had a chance of winning, much less 2 against 10. This was simply suicidal. Was this young man worried that his troops wouldn't die quickly enough? Agreed. Let's do as County Count Who says. Ho Junji was worried that Li Wangyu would go back on his word, so he immediately nodded. Li Wangyu happily smiled. Okay, then it's settled. Of course, in order to avoid harming the relationship between our 2 clans, when they fight, the weapons and arrows must be wrapped in cotton cloth. They can be smeared with lime, and if they are struck by a sword or saber, they will have to withdraw from the competition. Does Lord Marquis think this is acceptable? Ho Junji thought about it and decided that there was nothing disadvantageous to him, so he nodded. It's fine. Since that's the case, how about Duke of Lu and the Duke of Yi act as mediators and referees? 3 days later, our 2 clans will find a forest near the Jade Star Palace and decide the victor. Ho Junji naturally nodded in agreement, and the 2 clapped their hands together to seal the deal. Then this one won't delay County Count Who from recruiting troops. This one will go find Duke of Lu and the Duke of Yi and have them act as mediators. See you in 3 days at the Jade Star Palace. After saying this, Ho Junji heartily laughed and led his troops away. Li Wangyu looked at Ho Junji's back, a smile on his lips. Ching Chumo hurried over and anxiously asked, Zio, have you gone crazy? How could you agree to this kind of condition? Even if it's a one-on-one, the Niu brothers might not be able to win. Why did you ask for a 2-on-10 battle? How could you possibly win? Before Li Wangyu could reply, Niu Wu replied in a low, muffled voice, so what if it's 2 against 10? Do you think that my brother and I are afraid of them? You can't say it like that. Zio, why did you agree to this kind of bet? It's completely unfair. Ching Chumo anxiously said, this won't do. I'll go find my lord and have him come forward to stop this bet. Li Wangyu hurriedly grabbed Ching Chumo and said, Big brother Chumo, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Since this little brother dares to propose such a bet, he naturally has complete confidence in winning. What confidence do you have? I know that the Niu brothers are very capable, but they're still. Ching Chumo glanced at Niu Wu, too embarrassed to say the word cripple. Let's keep it a secret for now. In any case, big brother Chumo, be at ease. I'm not a wastrel. How could I possibly go and make a bet with that bastard Ho Junji if I'm not confident? Just watch. He dared to call Niu Wu and Niu Yong cripples. This time, this old man will definitely make Ho Junji take a big tumble and obediently hand over his gambling house. Right, go back and ask Uncle Ching if he's interested in taking over the Jingon gambling house. I have no interest in the gambling house. If Uncle Ching is willing to take over, I'll sell it to him at a cheaper price. Ching Chumo was somewhat dumbfounded by these words. Could it be that he had made an error in judgment? Were these Niu brothers some sort of peerless expert? But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only nod hesitantly. Fine. Then Zio, you have to be careful. Duke Lu's troops aren't easy to deal with. They're all fierce soldiers of the army. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just a troop with a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins? Big brother Chumo, haven't you heard of this saying? Nothing good comes cheap. Ching Chumo's nose was about to become crooked from anger. How could there be such a comparison? Moreover, didn't the troops of his Duke Lu residence also have a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins? Could they also be cheap goods? Zio, it's best if you be careful and don't be careless. Okay, I understand. Let's not talk about this for now. I still have to recruit troops, Li Wangyu said and then turned to the group of veteran ruffians. Everyone, what do you think? Are you interested in joining the vassal forces and joining my Hu County's county count residents? The confrontation between Li Wangyu and Ho Junji had already left them dumbfounded. At this moment, they no longer had any desire to compete with Ho Junji. Hearing Li Wangyu's question, the veteran ruffians of the Golden Guard glanced at each other. One of them asked, "Dare I ask County Count Hu, is our monthly salary the same as what County Count Hu said just now, the monthly salary of 30 strings of coins? Does it still count?" "Of course. Since I said it, it's only natural that I keep my word." Another veteran ruffled his feathers and asked, "County Count Hu, are you in charge of finding ants?" Li Wangyu heartily laughed, "Haha, of course." The veteran ruffians glanced at each other and finally made their decision. In the next moment, the 73 veterans of the Golden Guard all got down on one knee and said, "We pay our respects to Lang Jun. Lang Jun didn't abandon us and was willing to take us in. We dare not serve you with our lives." Li Wangyu had originally planned to recruit 50 troops, but he didn't expect that he would be able to recruit 73 veterans today. He naturally didn't refuse anyone. This was Han Xian's army, so the more the better. "Ha, good, good. Everyone, please rise. From today onwards, as long as you don't betray me, I will definitely not betray you." When he thought about how he would be able to lead a group of troops and strut around the city, Li Wangyu couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh heartily. How delightful. Chapter 473. When Li Wangyu led the 73 troops to the county office of Hu County to complete the citizenship procedures, Yang Quan was shocked. Especially when Yang Quan learned that the troops Li Wangyu recruited were all from the Golden Guards, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. The troops of the Sui and Tang dynasties were very different from the troops of the Wei and Jin dynasties. The troops of the Wei and Jin dynasties were considered private soldiers. It was normal for aristocratic families to have several thousand troops. However, the troops of the Sui and Tang dynasties were more like servants or bodyguards. The troops in the main household had a master and follower status, but they were different from servants. They had their own private property and could marry good girls, but they didn't have an independent household registration. In Chang'an, it was already very difficult for the other aristocratic families to recruit a few troops. Although Zhang Liang had 500 fake troops, most of them were just people who made up the numbers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten down by Li Wangyu and a group of wastrels at the entrance of the Northern Imperial Army's barracks. In truth, there weren't many of them who were as valiant as the Golden Guards. Even Yang Quan's teacher, Yu Shinan, who was a third-rank official, didn't recruit any troops. He only had strong servants to look after the house. How did Li Wangyu manage to recruit as many as 73 people so easily? It was as if he was buying cabbages from the market. Yang Quan could only shake his head and sigh at Li Wangyu's monstrous talent. He ordered the county office to complete the citizenship procedures for the Golden Guards. The 73 veterans officially became the troops of Hu County's founding county. They were bound to Li Wangyu for good or ill. After Li Wangyu led the troops back to Dingzhou village, there was a lot of excitement. He introduced everyone in the house, especially the beautiful boss. Although Li Wangyu didn't say her identity, he repeatedly emphasized that other than him, Madame Su had the final say in the house. These veteran ruffians were all shrewd people. How could they not understand Li Wangyu's meaning? Therefore, they did not hesitate to call their beautiful boss, Madame. The beautiful boss couldn't help but blush slightly, but she didn't object and tacitly agreed to this title. Naturally, the Li family's old residence couldn't accommodate these 70 troops. Li Wangyu asked the old housekeeper, Li Heng, Niu Wu, and Niu Yong to lead the troops to the manor on the hillside. At the same time, he had to familiarize himself with the terrain as soon as possible so that he could take over the guard duty of the new mansion. After busying himself for a while and waiting for Niu Wu and the others to leave, Li Wangyu collapsed on the chair without a care for his image. He ordered like a master, "I'm so tired. Changqing, pour me a cold drink." His beautiful boss rolled her eyes at him, but she didn't say anything. She went to the kitchen to make a cold drink for him. After his beautiful boss left, Li Wangyu beckoned to Aphrodite. "Aphrodite, come and massage my legs. I've been riding for half a day. I'm so tired." Aphrodite immediately agreed and obediently knelt beside Li Wangyu to massage his legs with her fair little hands. "So comfortable. This is what life is like," Li Wangyu lamented. Just as he was about to lower his head and talk to Aphrodite, he caught sight of Aphrodite, who was bending over to massage his feet. Her loose neckline revealed a touch of her soul-stirring snow-white bosom. Li Wangyu almost had a nosebleed. He couldn't even move his eyes as he admired the rise and fall of the mountain range. Li Wangyu only snapped back to his senses when he heard his beautiful boss's footsteps. He hurriedly turned his head and pretended to be nonchalant as he took the cold drink from his beautiful boss. The beautiful boss glanced down at Aphrodite and couldn't help but snort. Her slender fingers couldn't help pinching Li Wangyu's waist. "Bah, you big pervert. You're bullying Aphrodite again." No, don't spout nonsense," Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, but Aphrodite was confused. She looked up at her beautiful boss and then at Li Wangyu. She didn't understand what her beautiful boss meant by her Langjun bullying her. The beautiful boss couldn't be bothered to talk to this confused girl. She glared at Li Wangyu and asked, "Didn't Uncle Qing say that he was going to prepare 50 troops for you? Why are there so many people?" She still didn't know what had happened in Chang'an, so she asked this question. "Don't mention it. Qing Yao Jin, that old swindler. He's lying to me." Li Wangyu's anger flared up as he spoke of this matter. 50 troops for him. That old scoundrel Qing Yao Jin was just bragging. He had spent a huge sum of money to snatch these 73 troops from the mouths of the Chui clan and Ho Junji. Li Wangyu recounted the events of the day to his beautiful boss in full detail, but the beautiful boss frowned again and again as she listened. "Wangyu, aren't you being too arrogant? It's true that Niu Yong and Niu Wu are very powerful, but you shouldn't have agreed to let them fight with Ho Junji's troops. And even though there are troops, aren't you being too disrespectful to them?" The beautiful boss was still not used to the hierarchy of the Tang dynasty, much less the hierarchy of master and servant. In her view, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were her family. But Li Wangyu actually wanted them to fight with their lives on the line against Ho Junji's troops. She found this very hard to accept. His beautiful boss's words also made Li Wangyu feel a little awkward. Thinking back, when he made the bet with Ho Junji, he really hadn't considered the feelings of Niu Wu and the others, much less asked for their opinion. It seemed that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty for half a year, he had already gotten used to the hierarchy of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu seriously reflected on his beautiful boss's criticism before nodding his head and replying, "Changqing, you've said too much. It was my lack of consideration. I'll apologize to Niu Yong and Niu Wu later. But don't worry, I only agreed to that bastard Ho Junji's request because I was completely confident." He looked at his beautiful boss guiltily and said, "It's mainly because that bastard Ho Junji humiliated Niu Wu as a cripple and called him a one-eyed dragon. In a moment of anger, I proposed the bet with him. Then what method do you have to ensure that Niu Yong and Niu Wu win? They have a total of 10 opponents." His beautiful boss wasn't angry at Li Wangyu. She just felt that Li Wangyu lacked consideration and put the Niu brothers in danger. Who asked Niu Wu to boast to me? He said that he and Big Brother together could defeat the 73 old soldiers of the Jinwu Guard. No matter how powerful Ho Junji's troops are, they can't be as powerful as these 73 people, right? Li Wangyu explained with a smile. "And I have a divine weapon. Li Wangyu lowered his voice and whispered a few words into his beautiful boss's ear. Hearing this, his beautiful boss raised her eyebrows and asked, "That's it? Are you sure?" "Yes, it's definitely true. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try first. I'll have to trouble you to bring Afro, Perrin, and the others to make it first. Then, I'll have Niu Yong and Niu Wu use it to fight against the 73 soldiers. If it really doesn't work, I'll just admit defeat. Isn't it just 20% of the winery? I can afford to lose. Don't worry, I definitely won't let the Niu brothers take the risk." "Alright, since you've said so, I'll listen to you." His beautiful boss didn't waste any time. She pulled Afro to the rear courtyard and called over Perrin and the 4 maids in the residence. Then, she got to work. Chapter 474. 3 days later, in the Yellow Valley of the Qinling Mountains. The originally quiet Jade Star Palace of the Tang dynasty was exceptionally lively today. When Li Wangyu led the Niu brothers and the 73 newly recruited troops over on horseback, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. What was going on? Wasn't today the day of the bet between him and that bastard Ho Junji? Why was the Jade Star Palace so lively? Looking around, he realized that they were all familiar faces. There was no need to mention Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingde, and the others. They were probably here to act as middlemen for their bet. But what about the others? Duan Jishuan, Chai Lingguo, Li Jing, Li Shiji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Jing, Zhang Sun Wuji. It felt like all the big shots of the imperial court were here. Of course, there was also Li Wangyu's group of hedonistic friends. Naturally, they were all here today. Li Wangyu even saw Pai Lupi in the crowd, dressed in casual clothes. The hell, wasn't this a little too grand? Were Li and this group of big shots so bored that their balls hurt? Did they have nothing to do? His gambling match with Ho Junji had managed to draw over more than half of the big shots of Chang'an. If he had known earlier, he would have discussed with Ho Junji and sold tickets to these big shots who didn't mind watching the show. Li Wangyu didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly dismounted and greeted Pai Lupi and the other big shots. "This little nephew pays respects to uncle. May I know why uncle has the time today to come and watch my bet with Duke Ho?" Pai Lupi glared at him. "Zio, what are you up to now? Why do you want to bet with Junji for no reason? And you're still so arrogant, wanting to fight 2 against 10. Do you know that the troops in Junji's residence are all valiant soldiers who have fought with him for many years? How could they be incompetent?" Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and chuckled. Hee, uncle, this little nephew might not lose. Whether it works or not, we'll know after we try. His words angered Pai Lupi so much that he coldly snorted. He was too lazy to waste any more words with him. He simply stretched out his hand. "Where are my sunglasses?" "Ah." Li Wangyu was stunned. "Pai Lupi, aren't you jumping from topic to topic a bit too fast? Just now, they were still talking about the bet. How did the topic change to sunglasses?" He then looked at Pai Lupi's side. Qing Yao Jin, that black-faced old hooligan, was wearing the crystal sunglasses he had given him, proudly showing off to the others. Naturally, he understood everything. Li Wangyu quickly and respectfully took out a pair of sunglasses from his waist and presented it to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi didn't stand on ceremony. He took the sunglasses and skillfully put them on the bridge of his nose. From the looks of it, he had already learned how to use the sunglasses from Qing Yao Jin and had even tried them on. Li Wangyu was even surprised to find that not only was Qing Yao Jin wearing sunglasses today, but many of the big shots present were also wearing sunglasses that he had made himself. Chai Lingguo, Yuqi Jingde, Niu Jinda, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui. Li Wangyu suddenly understood that these were the sunglasses of the rich playboys, which had been confiscated by his father. He had asked Qing Chumo to give the sunglasses to the debauches. Now, it seemed that these big shots had benefited. Qing Yao Jin, who was wearing a pair of sunglasses, came over and slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder heavily. Wahahaha, my dear nephew, you've got guts. Using 2 troops to fight against 10 troops of Duke Ho, even this old man wouldn't dare to do such a thing. But don't worry, this old man will definitely support you. This old man even went to those gambling houses of the great clans and placed a bet of 100 taels of gold on your victory. Li Wangyu was confused, but he could only hurriedly bow and say, "Many thanks for Uncle Cheng's great favor. This little nephew can't thank you enough." What bet? What did this old hoodlum bet with the gambling houses? Li Wangyu had no idea that over the last 3 days, everyone in Chang knew about the gambling match between him and Ho Junji. It was naturally Ho Junji who had ordered people to spread the news. He had done this because he was worried that Li Wangyu would go back on his word and cause him to miss out on the 20% share of the winery. Thus, when Ho Junji had decided on the gambling match, he had ordered people to spread the news so that Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to go back on his word. This was also why everyone had gathered here today. How could Pai Lupi and the others not come to personally witness such a spectacle? The gambling houses of Chang had also begun to place bets on the outcome of the battle between County Count Hu and Duke Lu. However, even these gambling houses, including Qing Yao Jin, Yuchi Jingda, and the other gambling houses in the Duke's public houses, did not think that Li Wangyu would win. The gambling houses placed the odds that Duke Lu's troops would win, with the odds being 1-1. 2. It meant that if one bet a copper coin and won, the gambling house would pay out 200 copper coins with interest. If the county count of Hu County, Li Wangyu, won, the odds would be 10. If one bet a copper coin, one could win back 10 coins. But even so, very few people dared to bet that county count who would win. Everyone in Chang believed that Li Wangyu had brilliant literary talent, was the god of wealth, and was also a divine doctor. But no one believed that his 2 crippled troops could defeat Ho Junji's 10 elite troops. Li Wangyu knew nothing of this. In the last 3 days, he had been holed up in Dingzhou village with the Niu brothers, studying the divine tool. He had not gone to Chang even once. After Qing Yao Jin left, the 3 Qing brothers appeared out of nowhere and said something that made Li Wangyu so angry that he almost pulled out his knife and hacked at them. "Ziyu? In truth, my family's milord even bet 1,000 taels of gold on Duke Lu's victory." If it weren't for the fact that he was in front of the 3 Qing brothers, Li Wangyu would have given Qing Yao Jin the middle finger as a sign of respect. This old hoodlum was truly too shameless. He actually bet on both sides. And he even said that he supported him. This was truly a disgrace to the Tang dynasty. The group of silk pants also squeezed to Li Wangyu's side, but all of them looked dejected. "Ziyu, those sunglasses, why don't you give your older brother another pair?" "Ziyu, your older brother is so pitiful. Those sunglasses weren't even warm before my milord took them away." "Me too." "Ziyu, can't you make more sunglasses?" When Li Wangyu saw the wastrel's expressions, he almost burst out laughing. Brothers, this younger brother doesn't have any more sunglasses. You all know that these sunglasses are made from crystal. Although they aren't expensive, grinding the lenses takes a lot of effort. This younger brother can't take out any extra sunglasses in such a short time. But don't worry, I've already instructed the craftsman to continue grinding the lenses. In a few days, there will be new sunglasses for everyone. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the wastrels could only nod their heads helplessly. They then looked at Li Wangyu and the 3 Qing brothers with incomparable envy. Among the younger generation, only the 4 of them still wore sunglasses. Even the Yuchi twins didn't lose a single pair of sunglasses. They were all snatched away by Yuchi Jingda, saying that he was going to give them away. If their father wanted them, what could these fearless wastrels do? Of course, they could only give them away. After chatting and laughing for a while, Ho Junji walked over. County Count who has also come. Very good. This one was worried that County Count who would go back on his word and refuse to show himself. Li Wangyu smiled. What is Duke Ho saying? If someone wants to give me a gambling house, how could I refuse? Then let's cut the crap. Since the sage has personally come today, let's make a formal bet in front of the sage and begin the gambling match. Good, that's how it should be. Li Wangyu was not the slightest bit hesitant. For today's gambling match, he had spent a great deal of effort over the past 3 days waiting for Ho Junji to say these words. Chapter 475. At this point, neither Pai Lupi nor Qing Yao Jin had any intention of stopping this gambling match. Li Wangyu and Ho Junji had made their bet in front of Pai Lupi and everyone else, signing their names and using their personal seals. With this, the bet was officially established, and no one could go back on their word. The great clans and many of the nobles present were all envious of Ho Junji's good luck. Everyone agreed that the astute Count Huxian must have lost his mind to make such a bet with Marquis of Lu. Wasn't he just in a hurry to give Ho Junji a share of the winery? For his own benefit, Pai Lupi had made sure that the winery was well guarded. Not even a fly could get in, much less leak the secrets of the winery. As a result, the high quality of sorghum wine on the market was the only one of its kind. There was no one in Chang and who wasn't jealous of the daily income. Even if it was a one-on-one bet, many people would be willing to bet with Li Wangyu, let alone a 2-on-10 bet. Li Wangyu waved at the Niu brothers, indicating that they should come over. Then he turned to Ho Junji and said, Duke Marquis, let's begin. Have your men come over and inspect the weapons. See if there's any cloth wrapped around the blades and arrowheads. Ho Junji naturally had no objection, and he waved his hand to summon his men. Those 10 troops of the Lord's Manor were all elites with one look. Even though they were just standing there, they exuded a valiant aura. In contrast, the 2 men at Li Wangyu's side were also strong and courageous. But one of them was missing an arm while the other was blind in an eye. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't think that these 2 could win against these 10 men. Niu Yong and Niu Wu stepped forward to inspect each other's weapons, and then they handed over their own weapons for inspection. The Niu brothers had very simple equipment. The 2 of them were dressed in clean, short robes, and each of them carried a bag and a short blade. Niu Wu carried a longbow and a quiver of arrows, but nothing else. Ho Junji's men inspected the bag, but after seeing that it was just some rags, they didn't pay any more attention. Ho Junji's men, on the other hand, were armed to the teeth. Sabers, short spears, bows, daggers, and so on and so forth. As Li Wangyu had requested, these weapons had been wrapped in cloth and covered in lime. Just as the Niu brothers were inspecting the corpse, they saw a person step out from the crowd. He said with a mocking tone, State Duke Lu, are you playing a childish war game with County Earl Hu? Why do they even need to wrap the arrowheads and blades? What kind of bet is this? Li couldn't help but frown on his face. It was the head of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, Wang Renyu. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, another person stood out from the crowd and echoed, what Lord Wang said is right. In the past, the troops have always fought with their lives on the line. How could it be like playing house? How could it be wrapped in arrowheads and decide the outcome with lime marks? Duke of Lu, you are a veteran general who has fought for many years. Why are you fooling around with youngsters? The one who spoke was Xing Yuanshou of the Jing clan, and behind him, another noble stepped forward. It was the prefectural Duke of Chongping, Zhang Liang. Duke of Lu, when have the troops in our residence ever been afraid of death? We have always licked blood from our blades and sought survival from the jaws of death. Our Tang dynasty's military prowess is renowned throughout the world. When did we start to play games like this, using lime to decide victory? Duke of Lu, if this matter were to spread, I'm afraid that your fellow soldiers would lose face, right? Ho Junji was a prideful person, but he also cared a lot about face. After being criticized by Wang Rinyu, Xing Yuanshou, and Zhang Liang, he couldn't help but blush. County Count Hu, everyone's words are reasonable. Why don't we stop using these cotton-wrapped arrowheads? The life and death of our troops will be decided by fate. Let's fight to the death. How about it? Ho Junji was now somewhat regretful that he had agreed to Li Wangyu's request. Li Wangyu naturally shook his head. No, this is a condition that we agreed on that day. How can we go back on our words? He was confident that the Niu brothers could defeat Ho Junji's troops. But swords had no eyes. If the Niu brothers made a mistake, wouldn't they be taking their lives? Moreover, as a good youth who had transmigrated from the future, how could Li Wangyu allow others to fight to the death for him? This wasn't the Roman era, where gladiators were still played. In truth, the battles between the troops of the Tang dynasty weren't necessarily any better than the gladiators of the Roman era. Although it wasn't necessarily a battle to the death, every time there was a conflict between nobles, when was there a battle that didn't result in several deaths? Li Wangyu was already cursing Wang Rinyu, Xing Yuanshou, and Zhang Liang's words. These bastards had nothing better to do. Did this daddy invite you? What does it have to do with you? County Count Hu, I will instruct my troops to do their utmost to not harm your troops. How about it? Ho Junji still wanted to persuade him. Li Wangyu immediately refused. No. Since we agreed on this, there's no reason to change it at the last minute. If Lord Marquis isn't willing to fight like this, then why don't we just drop the matter? Ho Junji felt rather helpless at Li Wangyu's refusal. He naturally didn't care about the method of the battle. In any case, his goal was to get a share of the winery. But if he continued to follow Li Wangyu's wishes and fight like this, he felt that he couldn't afford to lose face. Just as Zhang Liang had said, if this matter got out, wouldn't his fellow soldiers laugh their heads off? But now, Li Wangyu refused to agree no matter what. If he insisted, this battle naturally couldn't be carried out, and Ho Junji would never agree to that. For a moment, Ho Junji was in a dilemma. Even though Pai Lupi and Qing Yao Jin were close to Li Wangyu, they didn't want to see Li Wangyu lose this battle. But in truth, they all agreed with Wang Rinyu and the others. Even Pai Lupi had been on the battlefield for many years and was used to seeing life and death. Using some sort of cloth to wrap up weapons and arrows to carry out a battle was truly child's play. But Li Wangyu was young and their nephew, so they naturally didn't voice their opinion. They just coldly watched, allowing Li Wangyu and Ho Junji to negotiate. Seeing Li Wangyu shake his head in refusal, Zhang Liang spoke once more. County Count Hu, you're also a noble of the Tang dynasty. How can you be so afraid of death? Moreover, aren't you the one who's going to fight? How can you be so wishy-washy? If all the nobles of the Tang dynasty were as compassionate as County Count Hu and couldn't stand the sight of blood, wouldn't we just allow the Turks to invade and trample on the lands of the Tang dynasty? Zhang Liang's words struck at Ho Junji's heart. Li Wangyu clenched his fists in anger, his eyes spitting fire as he angrily glared at Zhang Liang. Since Prefecture Duke Chongping is so hot-blooded, why don't you bring your fake son here to fight? This one is willing to accompany you to the end. Chapter 476. Zhang Liang, the prefectural Duke of Chongping, was enraged by Li Wangyu's words and wanted to teach this young man a lesson. He had suffered at the hands of Li Wangyu several times in a row and had long found Li Wangyu to be an eyesore. This was why he had followed Wang Rinyu and Xing Yuanshou in sowing discord. Now that Li Wangyu had so rudely rebuked him in front of everyone, he felt his blood boil. County Count Huxian, don't be so impudent. Before Zhang Liang could finish speaking, Pai Lupi roared, enough. Zhang Liang, you are also a veteran of the army. How can you speak so irrationally? Zio cherishes the lives of his troops. How can you say that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty are unable to defend against the sabers and spears of the Turks? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Liang's blood that had just surged to his head quickly receded like the receding tide after being scolded by Pai Lupi. Only then did he realize that the Count of Huxian, whom he had just reprimanded, was the emperor's nephew. He was the current master of the emperor's heart. He had been blinded by lard. How could he have offended him? Zhang Liang was not one of those aristocratic families. He did not have the qualifications to challenge Pai Lupi. Although the reason Zhang Liang had been executed 20 years ago was that he had plotted rebellion, he did not have the courage to do so. After being reprimanded by Pai Lupi, Zhang Liang immediately cracked a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes, Your Majesty. This subject was impetuous. This subject was too emotional and spoke without thinking. This subject apologizes to Count Huxian. Just now, I was muddle-headed and spoke nonsense. Please do not blame me. Seeing Pai Lupi stand up for him and Zhang Liang immediately lower his head, Li Wangyu could not say anything more. He could only silently nod his head, indicating that he accepted Zhang Liang's apology. The reason why Pai Lupi spoke up to defend Li Wangyu was naturally because there was a difference between them. Right now he had a lot of trust in Li Wangyu. This nephew of his, who had not yet stepped out of the fifth generation, not only had brilliant literary talent, he had also repeatedly rendered outstanding service. Which one of the things Li Wangyu came up with was not a treasure that could benefit the country and its people? Needless to say, he had also rescued Pai Lupi's son, Li Qingqian. He had also seen through the schemes of those people with ulterior motives and found Prince Li Ji. Li Wangyu's position and Li Er's heart had become incomparably important since a long time ago. Therefore, Zhang Liang's words against Li Wangyu naturally made Pai Lupi very unhappy. Therefore, he directly reprimanded Zhang Liang and helped Li Wangyu out of the situation. But this matter was not over. After Li Er reprimanded Zhang Liang, he waved at Li Wangyu and called him to his side. He lowered his voice and said to him in a soft voice. He lowered his voice and whispered, Zio, although Zhang Liang's words just now were unreasonable, they weren't without reason. Since you and the Junji family want to make a bet, you should have mentally prepared yourself. The cotton cloth wrapped around the saber is truly unseemly. Zio, why don't you reconsider and follow the usual procedures? If you're worried about your own troops, I'll tell Junji to make sure that your troops don't die. How about it? Seeing that Pai Lupi was also trying to persuade him like this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but panic. He could never have imagined that things would develop like this. It was completely out of his expectations. Uncle, For a moment, Li Wangyu didn't know what to do. Zio, listen to us. We will not harm you. Don't look at how close Qing Jijie and the others are to you. In truth, they must also be thinking the same thing. If you insist today that the saber must be wrapped around the saber before you agree to the bet, perhaps Qing Jijie and the others won't say anything, but all the civil and military officials in the court will look down on you. They will inevitably treat you as a weak and incompetent person. Are you willing to do this? Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu feel even more stifled. He had never imagined that the civil and military officials of the Tang dynasty would be so barbaric and disregard human life. Li Wangyu felt stifled, but he didn't know how to vent it. Pai Lupi's words were naturally for his own good, but this was not what he wanted. Uncle, allow me to discuss this with the troops and the residents, Li Wangyu said in a hoarse voice. Pai Lupi nodded and said nothing more, only lightly patting his shoulder. Li Wangyu moved his feet and walked in the direction of his troops. Niu Yong and Niu Wu were staring at him with burning eyes. Behind them were the 73 old soldiers of the Jinwu Guard, all of whom were looking at Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, what do you think? But do you want to fight with them with real swords and spears? Don't worry, my brother and I will definitely not lose to those bastards. Before Li Wangyu could say anything, Niu Wu impatiently asked. Li Wangyu opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He knew that as long as he nodded, the Niu brothers would definitely not have any complaints. They would definitely draw their swords without hesitation and fight with the troops in Ho Junji's residence. But, in Li Wangyu's mind, he recalled the words of his beautiful superior 3 days ago. Although they are our troops, aren't you being too disrespectful to them? He looked at Niu Yong's severed arm. That was the arm he had thrown away when he was fighting with the Turkic wolf cavalry at Yanmen Pass. They were fighting for the country and its people. They could die without regrets. Niu Yong's severed arm and Niu Wu's blinded eyes were the insignia of heroes. They were the pride of the Great Han. They were the backbone of the Great Han. But now, he wanted them to fight with the troops of that bastard Ho Junji. What was the meaning of this? What right did he have to make such heroes fight for him? Was it just for that damned 50 strings of cash? If anything happened to the Niu brothers, how could he face the 2 daughters-in-law of the Niu clan? No, this shouldn't be the case. Absolutely not. Li Wangyu finally understood what he wanted. He slowly but firmly shook his head and raised his voice. Even if he was speaking to Niu Yong and Niu Wu, he was also speaking to Pai Lupi and the nobles present. No, I won't agree to Duke Ho's words. If we have to fight to the death in this battle, I am willing to admit defeat. He turned his head to look at Li Er, Qing Yaojin and the others and continued to speak. I admit that just now, I also thought about letting my troops fight it out with the troops of the Duke Marquis Manor. Even though I knew that they would definitely win, I immediately regretted it. It wasn't that I was afraid of losing, but that I wasn't worthy. The more Li Wangyu spoke, the more agitated he became. He patted Niu Yong's chest and said, Niu Yong, from Dingzhou village in Hu County, fought a bloody battle with the Turkic army at Yanmen Pass in the 11th year of the day. He killed a total of 31 enemies. This arm was severed by a Turkic wolf cavalry and was saved by a comrade. How could I, Li Wangyu, dare to order such brave men to fight for me and risk their lives in gambling battles? He pointed at Niu Wu and said, Niu Wu, in the 11th year of the day, at Yanmen Pass, he killed 27 enemies and suffered countless injuries. This I was also blinded in a bloody battle. Don't say that I can't bear to part with the Niu brothers. Even the old soldiers in my residence have fought for the country for many years. What right do I, Li Wangyu, have to order them to fight for me? Forgive me for not being able to comply. Li Wangyu took a deep breath, as if he wanted to shout out all the suppressed anger in his heart. Isn't it just 20% of the winery's shares? I can afford to lose. In today's duel I, Li Wangyu, admit. Before he could utter the words admit defeat, Niu Yong and Niu Wu had already rushed over and hugged him tightly. Niu Yong covered his mouth with his broken arm. Lang Jun, you can't admit defeat. You can't. You can't. Chapter 477. At this moment, the Niu brothers' eyes were filled with blood and tears. Even the 73 veteran ruffians that Li Wangyu had recently recruited were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Their chests were straight. With such a loyal and righteous master, how could they not be excited? Li Wangyu's words made the 73 veteran ruffians who had just been registered feel a sense of recognition and belonging in their hearts. These veterans of the Golden Guards naturally knew about the burning knife wine that was currently popular in Chang'an. Although the old soldiers didn't know how much the 2 ingredients of a brewery that could brew such a unique wine were worth, they were sure that it was an astronomical figure. And their own master would rather give up the money than let the Niu brothers take the risk. Who had ever seen such a master? Not to mention Chang'an City, even if they flipped through the history books, they would never hear of such a thing. How could this group of veterans not fall in love with such a master? The county count mansion of the founding of Hu County would be their home from now on. However, anyone who offended them would be killed without mercy. If Li Wangyu knew that his words had such a great effect and could make the 73 veterans fall in love with him, he probably wouldn't know whether to cry or laugh. Even Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others couldn't help but blush with shame after hearing Li Wangyu's words. Pai Lupi nodded silently in his heart. He valued Li Wangyu more and more. Niu Yong's face was filled with tears. He covered Li Wangyu's mouth and didn't let him admit defeat. Lang Jun, you can't admit defeat. We didn't lose. Erlang and I would rather fight to the death than to accept defeat. Yes, Lang Jun, my brother and I will never admit defeat. If you insist on admitting defeat, then my brother and I will kill ourselves right here. How will we have the face to return home? Niu Wu shouted at Li Wangyu with a face full of tears. The 73 troops roared in unison, fight! 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 Li Wangyu was also angry. He forcefully pulled Niu Yong's arm away and roared at the two brothers, "You are crazy. What if something happens and you want me to go back? How are you going to explain it to your aunts? Lang Jun, if we brothers are so cowardly and watch you admit defeat, how can we face our wives when we return home?" Niu Yong pulled his brother, and both of them knelt down on one knee before Li Wangyu. "Lang Jun, please allow the two of us to go to battle." The 73 veteran ruffians also knelt down on one knee. "Lang Jun, please allow us to fight in place of the two brothers of the Niu family." When the Niu brothers heard that, they glared at the crowd and scolded jokingly, "Get lost, get lost, get lost. It's none of your business. This is the work of the two brothers. If you want to fight for Lang Jun, you should wait until you get married." Their joking and cursing caused the group of old ruffians to laugh endlessly, and the heavy atmosphere was diluted by quite a bit. Niu Yong and Niu Wu's words made Li Wangyu feel very conflicted. "Do you two brothers have to force me? Lang Jun, don't hesitate. Do you still not believe in us two brothers? Ask this group of murderous geniuses. Is there anyone who is still unconvinced? Besides, don't we still have Lang Jun's divine weapon?" Niu Wu wiped away the tears on his face and whispered with a smile. His words were all heard by the surroundingly resident troops, but all of them revealed looks of shock and embarrassment, appearing to be extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, Li Wangyu had nothing to say. After a long silence, he finally nodded and patted the shoulders of the Niu brothers. "Be careful. I will wait for you to come back." "Yes." Li Wangyu strode up to Ho Junji and stared into his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said word by word, "If you want to fight, then let's fight. Life and death shall be decided by the heavens." For some reason, a dark cloud flitted through Ho Junji's heart. Just now, Li Wangyu had actually wanted to admit defeat for the sake of his troops, leaving everyone stunned. And the troops of the county count's residents made all the great clans and nobles jealous. Which clan wouldn't want such loyal troops? As for the troops of Ho Junji's residents, their morale seemed rather low. The 10 valiant troops of the marquis residents looked at Niu Wu and the others with envy. Their monthly salary was high, and their master was so benevolent and righteous, it was truly infuriating. "Very good. Since that's the case, let's begin." Ho Junji didn't want to say anything more. He just wanted to start this gambling match as soon as possible and get his 20% share of the winery as soon as possible. "Okay. That mountain will be the location of this gambling match. How about it? Our troops will fight here. 2 hours will be the limit, and the team that survives the most will be the winner." Li Wangyu pointed at a nearby mountain peak. It was around 100 meters tall, but its trees towered into the sky and its bushes were thick. Ho Junji carefully looked into the distance and nodded. Although the mountain peak was covered in trees, it didn't have any steep terrain. It was just an ordinary mountain peak. In this way, there was no need to worry about Li Wangyu's 2 troops occupying some strategic location and defending from above. Pai Lupi and the others couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw the mountain peak. Your Majesty, that child Zio still doesn't understand the ways of the army. Other than the fact that there are a lot of trees on that mountain top, there is no other dangerous terrain. How did his 2 troops escape the encirclement of the 10 troops of Duke Lu's mansion? Qing Yaojin moved closer to Li Er and whispered. Yuqi Jingda also came over. Your Majesty, do you want to warn County Count Hu? If he chooses this mountain peak, his 2 troops probably won't have anywhere to hide. Once they're surrounded by Duke Lu's troops, no matter how capable they are, they won't be able to escape their doom. Pai Lupi silently nodded. This was also his view. Neither side would pay too much attention to this sort of mountain, as there was no terrain suitable for ambushes. But he couldn't say much. After all, Ho Junji was his favorite general. Pai Lupi could only watch from the sidelines in this gambling match. Forget it. Just treat it as Zio buying a lesson. He can pay for 20% of the winery, but it's a pity for those 2 warriors. Pai Lupi decided not to interfere in this matter. Pai Lupi had a deep impression of Niu Yong and Niu Wu, and he couldn't help but sigh. Duke Lu, since you have no objections, let's begin. But since my residence only has 2 troops, I presume that Duke Lu won't mind if they go first, right? Li Wangyu asked with an indifferent expression. Ho Junji naturally didn't mind and gestured for them to go first. Niu Yong and Niu Wu glanced at each other and then got down on one knee. After bowing to Li Wangyu, they turned and rushed toward the mountain peak. Li Wangyu and his 73 troops all bowed to the departing figures of the 2. The figures of the Niu brothers quickly disappeared into the forest not far away and could no longer be seen. 15 minutes later, Ho Junji waved his hand, and his 10 subordinates all pulled out their shining weapons and charged into the forest. Chapter 478. Once Ho Junji's troops entered the forest, everyone, including Pai Lupi, craned their necks to look up the mountain to see what the result was. The mountain peak that Li Wangyu had pointed out was only a few hundred meters away from where everyone was. Ho Junji was a high-profile individual, and the clothes he had distributed to his troops were also the same. The troops of his residence all wore red cloaks over white robes embroidered with violet flames, making them appear rather imposing. The color of these clothes was very conspicuous, so even after entering the forest, everyone could still make out their silhouettes. From the occasional red and white silhouette, everyone could see that Ho Junji's troops had distanced themselves from each other and were beginning to search the mountain for the Niu brothers. As for the Niu brothers, no one had seen them since they had entered the forest. The mountain wasn't big. From the foot of the mountain to the top, it was only about 100 meters high. The troops of the Marquis's residence had only needed 15 minutes to find the mountain. But even those at the base of the mountain could see that the troops of the Marquis's residence had come up empty-handed. There was no sign of the Niu brothers. Could the Niu brothers have ascended to the heavens on such a flat and unassuming hill? Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin glanced at each other, confused as to why the troops of the Marquis's residence had failed to find them. Wang Rinyu chuckled and said, County Count Huxian, those 2 troops of your family didn't just speak pretty words but have already crossed the mountain and fled for their lives, right? No wonder the troops of the Duke of Lu residence couldn't find them. That's most likely the case. As expected, anyone can speak pretty words. This old man thought that County Count Huxian's troops were truly chivalrous and courageous men, but in the end, they ran away. Truly laughable. Jing Yuanshou naturally wouldn't let go of this chance to ridicule Li Wangyu. Zhang Liang's lips twitched, but when he thought about how he had been angrily reprimanded by Pai Lupi, he swallowed his words, but everyone could see the sneer on his face. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other big shots were also suspicious. They couldn't help but be filled with doubt. He was somewhat skeptical of Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshou's words. The hillside was not big. Other than the towering trees and shrubs, there was no place for people to hide. The 10 troops of the House of the Marquis formed a human net and searched from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top of the mountain. However, they did not find anything. This was naturally abnormal. Those were 2 living people. Could it be that they could dig a hole and hide? Ho Junji stared at the faintly discernible figures of his own troops on the mountain and couldn't help but jeer. Count Huxian, those 2 warriors of yours shouldn't have already run off, right? Haha, that's really a good idea. But in this way, there's no need for this battle to continue. Li Wangyu showed a look of disdain towards the crowd's mockery. Even the 73 old ruffians behind him were the same. There were even some people who couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that Wang Rinyu, Jing Yuanshou, and Ho Junji were telling an extremely laughable joke. Li Wangyu was in no rush. In any case, he couldn't stop the Niu brothers from putting their lives on the line, so he would just wait and see. He had absolute confidence in the divine tool he had given the Niu brothers, and he had even more confidence in the skills of the Niu brothers. Upon hearing Ho Junji's words, Li Wangyu adjusted the sunglasses on his nose and calmly replied, "Why is Duke Liu in such a rush? Only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed since the 2 hours. Could it be that Duke Liu is so impatient to see your own troops lose their lives?" "Humph, Count Huxian and your troops are all so eloquent. Since that's the case, this lowly one would like to see what sort of tricks those 2 troops of yours can play. What's the point of just saying nice things?" Quite a few of the great clans and nobles who had come to watch the show began to chatter. They all wanted to see just why Count Huxian dared to send his 2 crippled troops to challenge Duke Liu's 10 elite troops. They had originally believed that they would be able to see a hot-blooded battle today, but they hadn't expected it to be so bizarre. The fact that the 2 troops from the Count Huxian's residence had fled without a fight caused the spectators to begin to whisper derisively. Another 15 minutes passed, and the crowd looked at the troops of the Marquis residence that were barely visible in the forest. They once more searched the mountain, but they still found nothing. The jeers only grew louder. Count Huxian, don't waste any more time. Just concede. This is simply a farce. No one here is blind. The troops of the Duke Liu residence have already searched the mountain twice, but there's still no sign of them. Could it be that those 2 troops of yours know how to hide themselves? That's right. If you're afraid, you should have said so earlier. Why put on such an act? Count Huxian, in the future, when you're recruiting troops, you should keep your eyes open. Just what sort of people do you have in your residence? They actually fled without a fight. What a disgrace. Li Wangyu was no longer in a rush, and his expression was growing more and more relaxed. The situation on the mountain was exactly what he wanted to see. Li Wangyu was unperturbed by the jeers of the crowd, and his smile only grew more and more dazzling. "Oh. Is that so? Since that's the case, I wonder if sirs are interested in making a bet with me." Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshou immediately stepped forward. "With things as they are, who does a young man like you want to fool? If you want to make a bet, fine. This one will use Yongyi Gambling House to wager the remaining 20% of your winery. Does Count Huxian dare? This old man will use Lekan Gambling House to wager the 20% of your Shun Feng Express Carriage Company. Will Count Huxian accept?" Lekan Gambling House was the gambling house of the Jing clan estate in Xinjiang. Li Wangyu raised his head to the sky and heartily laughed. "Why not? Write the bet." His words caused Pai Lupi to furrow his brows. Pai Lupi naturally did not want the winery and carriage company to be interfered with by the aristocratic families. Originally, he was already unhappy that Ho Junji was betting with Li Wangyu on the winery. However, seeing that Ho Junji was his favorite subordinate, he did not say anything and tacitly agreed. But now, Li Wangyu was actually betting with the Taiyuan Wang clan and Xinjiang Jing clan. This made Pai Lupi extremely unhappy. But now, he could not stop it. He could not say that Ho Junji could gamble, but Wang Rinyu and Jin Yuanshou could not, right? That did not make sense. Qing Yao Jin was even more anxious. Li family brat, you're crazy. How can you still dare to gamble with them at this time? Li Wangyu did not panic at all. Hee, Uncle Qing, someone insisted on giving me a gambling house, so how can I not accept it? But Uncle Qing, Uncle Yuchi, are you interested in these gambling houses? This little nephew has no interest in running a gambling house. If you're interested, I can give you a discount and transfer them all to you. Qing Yao Jin was almost angered to death by his words. At this time, he was still speaking such nonsense. In a fit of pique, he said, Good, this old man wants to see how you'll win. If you win, this old man will take all of these gambling houses. I won't let you take advantage of me, this old man will even give you more money. Li Wangyu chuckled. Then I'll have to thank Uncle Qing. When Qing Yao Jin heard this, he was so angry that he turned his head away and couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Li Wangyu, Wang Rinyu, and Jing Yuanshou immediately wrote down the terms of the bet in front of everyone and signed with their seals. Ho Junji coldly watched from the side. In his heart, he also felt that this county count was crazy and completely unreasonable. But this had nothing to do with him. In any case, his goal was only 20% of the winery. Ho Junji looked at the sky and coldly asked, County count who? An hour has already passed. Do you still not intend to admit defeat? Li Wangyu once more looked at the mountain and saw that the red and white figures of the marquis residents had already spread out and were searching for the Niu brothers. A smile appeared on his lips. Since Duke Liu is in such a hurry, then I'll invite your troops to meet their deaths. Just as he finished speaking, he heard an extremely terrifying and miserable howl coming from the mountain forest. Chapter 479. Ho Junji was rather surprised to hear Li Wangyu say, invite your troops to their deaths. But before he could ridicule Li Wangyu's wishful thinking, he heard a scream coming from the nearby mountain. This scream immediately attracted everyone's attention. The people who had been discussing spiritedly before didn't say anything. They all widened their eyes and looked towards the mountain top. What's wrong? What's going on? What was that scream just now? Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshou were in the midst of receiving congratulations from the surrounding clans, but they were also struck dumb by that scream. Ho Junji's face instantly turned ashen. He was a veteran soldier, so he naturally knew that the scream just now had been the final scream of a man before he died. What made him even more uneasy was that the voice was rather familiar. It seemed to belong to one of the soldiers from his residence, one of the soldiers who had come out to fight today. Before Ho Junji could suppress his fear, he heard someone call out from behind him, one person is missing. The Duke of Liu residence's soldiers are missing one person. Everyone carefully counted the red and white figures that could be vaguely seen in the forest. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. No matter how they counted, there were only 9 figures. As expected, one person was missing. The soldiers of the Marquis's residence had apparently been alarmed by that scream, and they were all running toward the source of the scream. Could it be that one of the soldiers from the Marquis's residence accidentally slipped and fell off the mountain? Someone guessed. Don't speak nonsense. This mountain is so flat. How could there be a place where someone could slip and fall to their death? Someone immediately retorted. Then what do you think is going on here? I don't see anything happening on that mountain. Perhaps they were attacked by some fierce beast. This is the vicinity of Jade Star Palace. If there were any fierce beasts, the Imperial army would have already wiped them out. And this is such a small mountain. How could there be any fierce beasts? Could one of the soldiers from the Marquis's residence have been bitten by a rabbit? While everyone was discussing, they suddenly heard another scream coming from the other side of the mountain. Ho Junji paled at this scream. It was clearly the voice of one of the soldiers from his residence. Another person is missing. Tao ancestor above, could it be that there are ghosts on that mountain? That's right. I saw it very clearly just now. The figure of that troop member from Duke Lu's estate had just passed by a pile of shrubbery when a black shadow suddenly flashed past. After that, I heard a blood-curdling scream. The troops of Duke Lu's mansion were nowhere to be seen. What the hell is going on? Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou grimaced. The two of them had placed a heavy bet on Hou Junji, even using their own gambling house. Was there really going to be an accident in today's match? Marquis, what do you think about this matter? What happened to the troops in your mansion? Hou Junji mentally cursed at Wang Renyu's question. If you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? However, there was a smart person who suddenly asked Li Wangyu, County Count who, could it be that two of your troops made a move just now? Li Wangyu had a smile on his face, but in truth, his palms were covered in sweat. Marquis, just keep watching. Although he had been brimming with confidence and accepted the enormous bet between the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Jing clan of Xinjiang, how could he not be nervous? Moreover, he had been an ordinary white-collar worker in his last life. How could he have ever experienced such a bloody scene of slaughter? Although he was very far away and couldn't see what was happening on the mountain, and the dense foliage obscured his view. However, every time they screamed, Li Wangyu's heart would beat violently. On the mountain top, the troops of Duke Lu's mansion, who had been silent all this time, also discovered the corpse of their comrade at this moment. They couldn't help but shout in panic. Hurry, he was struck, dead, keep your eyes open, pay attention to the trees. Hou Junji's face turned even paler as he heard these shouts carried by the wind. It seemed that his conjecture had been correct. The screams just now really had come from one of his troops. This meant that not only had those two of Li Wangyu's troops not fled, they had hidden themselves and used this chance to ambush his troops. County Count Hu, what a good scheme. You even dared to use such a despicable method. He coldly snorted as he glared at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was not to be outdone, his death's eye glaring back. What? When Duke Marquis went to war, did you not use the art of war, only your saber? That's rather strange. It seems that Duke Marquis views this art of war as a despicable method. Hou Junji didn't know how to respond to Li Wangyu's rebuke, so he coldly snorted and ignored him. Although Hou Junji was rather nervous, he wasn't too worried. After all, both sides had agreed that after 2 hours, whoever had the most troops left would be the victor. So what if those two cripples had used sneak attacks to ambush two of his troops? In less than 2 incense sticks of time, the time for this gambling match would be up. And there were still 8 of his troops on the mountain. Although the situation was rather ugly, Hou Junji was still the victor. In Hou Junji's view, those soldiers of his weren't idiots. They were all fierce soldiers who had been through many battles. Now that 2 of their comrades had died, the rest of them should be on high alert and not give those 2 cripples a chance to ambush them. Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou had gathered at Hou Junji's side to ask for his opinion. Hou Junji naturally informed the pair of them of his analysis, and only then did Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou feel much more at ease. But before the 3 of them could breathe a sigh of relief, another scream came from the mountain. This time, everyone could clearly see that it was a red and white figure from the Marquis's estate who had been struck in the back by an arrow, causing him to scream as he died. Jing Yuanshou had personally witnessed the death of the Marquis's estate subordinate, and he was so frightened that he stammered, Marquis, another one has died. This scene was really too strange. No matter how wide everyone at the foot of the mountain opened their eyes, they were unable to see the figures of the Niu brothers. And this wasn't even mentioning the fact that the Marquis's estate's troops had already begun to panic after losing 3 men in a row. In everyone's line of sight, there were only the 7 red and white figures in the forest. They were like headless flies, flying around in all directions. "Brat from the Li clan, you better explain to this old man what's going on here. Are those two troops of your family human or ghost?" Qing Yao Jin was also frightened out of his wits. He had always believed that with his abilities, he would find it difficult to find a match. However, even if he were to personally go into battle, he would not be able to do it so silently. Pai Lupi turned to Li Wangyu and asked, "Zio, could it be that those two troops of your family can fly through the air and travel through the earth?" Uncle Qing, this little nephew is also unable to explain this matter clearly. Once the gambling match is over, you will understand. Li Wangyu's answer made everyone even more anxious and impatient. And what made Hou Junji, Wang Rinyu, and Jing Yuanshou even more worried happened. 2 more screams came from the mountain. It was clear that 2 more of the Marquis' estate subordinates had died. Half of Hou Junji's 10 troops had been killed, leaving only 5, and the Niu brothers were still nowhere to be seen. Chapter 480. Hou Junji could no longer maintain his composure. Seeing that 5 of his men had died, he anxiously stomped his foot and began to curse. "Bastard! You bunch of farmhouse slaves can't even find 2 handicapped people. What are you standing around for? Stick together for this old man. Don't spread out and give them a chance. Hold the line for this old man." No matter how loud his curses were, they couldn't reach the mountain several hundred meters away. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Marquis' residence were no fools. After losing 5 of their comrades without even seeing where the enemy was, the remaining 5 no longer dared to spread out and search for the Niu brothers. The 5 soldiers quickly gathered together, all of them wielding sabers and knocking arrows as they nervously watched their surroundings. Only when he saw the red and white figures of his 5 soldiers gathered together did Hou Junji relax. There was still 1 incense stick of time before this gambling match was over. Hou Junji was confident that as long as his soldiers stayed together and guarded against the sneak attacks of those 2 cripples, they would have no problem enduring this incense stick of time. Although the scene was very ugly and his soldiers had been completely defeated, what did it matter? In short, he would be the one to win the bet. Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshou, the 2 patriarchs of the aristocratic families, naturally saw this scene on the mountain top and could not help but let out a long breath. What they had feared the most was that the soldiers of the Marquis' residence would not know when to retreat and search for the 2 brothers, only to be defeated one by one. But Qing Yao Jin couldn't help but coldly snort when he saw the 5 soldiers of the Marquis' residence. "Hou Junji, your soldiers are really quite good. 5 against 2, but they're still scared out of their wits, trembling in fear and huddling together for warmth. What is this? Have their guts been scared out of their wits?" Hou Junji's face was ashen at Qing Yaojin's jeers, and he said nothing, pretending not to hear. He also knew that he, Hou Junji, had lost a great deal of face in this gambling match. 10 soldiers of the Duke of Lu's residence had been beaten so badly by 2 crippled soldiers of the county count of whose residence that they didn't even dare to move. If this matter were to spread, it would probably cause massive waves in Chang'an. But at this point, it was too late for regret. Winning the bet was the most important thing. As for losing face, so be it. Between face and 20% of the winery, Hou Junji would rather win the bet. At this moment, on the mountain top, the remaining 5 troops of the House of Marquis stood back to back in a circle. All of them were extremely nervous. Even the slightest movement would make them extremely nervous. Sweat was already dripping down from the foreheads of the 5 men. Just now, 5 of their fellow soldiers had died in the forest one after another. This had already scared the guts out of these 5 men. When they first entered the forest, they still had a playful attitude, like a cat catching a mouse. They planned to find the crippled brothers, tease them, and then kill them. Daring to challenge the 10 of them with just 2 people, such arrogance, the troops of the House of the Marquis had long since been impatient to let these 2 crippled brothers experience their power. However, no one expected that even after the 10 of them searched the entire mountain, they still couldn't find any trace of the two brothers. Among these 10 troops, there were naturally some original scouts. Scouts were the scouts in the ancient army. They were mainly responsible for scouting the enemy. These scouts were skilled in disguise, concealment, and reconnaissance. They believed in their own eyes. Other than the 10 of them, there was absolutely no one else on this mountain top. Just like the rest of the people at the foot of the mountain, the troops of the house of the Marquis naturally believed that the Niu brothers had fled over the mountain. They couldn't help but laugh and jeer at the audacity of the Count of Wuxian's troops. But the time wasn't up, and they still had work to do, so they scattered and continued to search the mountain. No one took this bet seriously, and they relaxed as if they were on a scenic tour, casually strolling through the forest to kill time. After an hour, many of the troops of the house of the Marquis couldn't even be bothered to continue searching. They simply found rocks or tree stumps to rest, waiting for the time to end so that they could return victorious. But just when everyone was in a good mood and brazenly jeering at the two troops of the Count of Wuxian's house, something unexpected happened. When the first scream rang out, everyone was given a fright, not understanding what was going on. They hurriedly ran in the direction of the sound, but what they saw was a comrade who had been stabbed in the back and was lying in a pool of blood. This scene scared everyone out of their wits. Before they could react, another scream came from not far away. When their comrades were assassinated one after another in this forest, the remaining few people were terrified to the extreme. This wasn't a big mountain, yet no one could find the two brothers. Instead, their comrades kept dying miserably. This extremely strange scene frightened everyone. If it weren't for the strict prohibition of the Duke of Lu's house, they wouldn't have dared to run. Otherwise, the remaining few people would have run away long ago, far away from this suffocating mountain forest. Brother Rand, this troop of the Count of Wuxian's house, are they people or ghosts? Why can't I see their figures? How the *CK would I know? Damn it, all of you, get your spirits up and open your eyes wide. I don't want to die in this damned place. Before he could finish his words, he saw an arrow flying through the air like a phantom. Before anyone could react, an arrow was nailed into the head of the soldier surnamed Ran who had just spoken. The tail of the arrow was still slightly trembling. This time, he didn't even let out a scream. He only let out a muffled groan and stood still for a long time. Then, under the gazes of the 4 soldiers around him, he fell on his back. The 4 of them stood there in a daze for a few seconds. In the next moment, the 4 of them were like frightened quails, scattering in all directions. They no longer cared about sticking together to defend. At the base of the mountain, Ho Junji and the others naturally saw this sight. Ho Junji's hands began to tremble in anger at the sight of his own troops fleeing. He wanted nothing more than to take out his sword and cut off their heads to vent his anger. Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshou were ghastly pale. The thought that their gambling house would fall into someone else's hands made their hearts drip blood. But it was too late to say anything now. Ho Junji's group of 3 could only pray that their 4 troops would be able to last through the remaining time. But it was clear that their prayers were not accepted by the heavens. 2 more screams came from the forest, and Ho Junji's heart sank to the bottom of a lake. The conceited Ho Junji only had one thought in his mind: I lost. Not only did he lose the gambling house, he would also lose the lives of his 10 troops. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Moreover, after today, Ho Junji could almost hear the jeers of Chang and all over the place. As for Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others, they were all in disbelief, their mouths hanging open. Before the battle began, no one had expected such a result. Junji, admit defeat. Don't take the lives of those 2 troops in your residence. If you continue, you have no chance of winning, Pai Lupi finally said, hoping to stop the slaughter. But Ho Junji firmly shook his head, his eyes bloodshot as if ready to devour someone. Your Majesty, no, this one still hasn't lost. Before he could finish his words, another wail was heard from the mountain forest. Chapter 481. On the nameless mountain, the last soldier of the Duke Lu residence participating in the gambling match was already scared out of his wits. He no longer cared about the rules and immediately prepared to charge out of the mountain. He would rather accept Duke Lu's punishment than stay in this man-eating forest any longer. For humans, the fear of the unknown was the most frightening. An invisible enemy could hunt and kill them silently. This psychological pressure caused this troop of the Marquis's estate to collapse. He madly ran down the mountain, not even daring to stop when he fell. He got back up and continued running. However, just as he passed by a bush, something strange happened. The bush that seemed to be the same as the other bushes on the mountain suddenly stood up and rushed toward him. Without waiting for him to react, a sharp cold light flashed by, directly aiming for his throat. In the next moment, the last troop of the Marquis's estate tightly clutched his throat that was constantly gushing out blood. His eyes looked in disbelief at the one-armed man in front of him. His last thought was that he was a soldier of the Count of Wuxia, and his clothes were very strange. The nameless mountain regained its silence once more, as if nothing had happened here. At the base of the mountain, Ho Junji's mouth was filled with bitterness, his mind in turmoil. Lost. He had actually lost. How could he have lost? Wasn't this supposed to be in the bag? Even if they were thrown onto the battlefield, each of them would be able to fight against 10 ordinary soldiers. They would not feel any pressure when facing a regiment of ordinary soldiers. How could they have died so cleanly in the face of 2 cripples, not leaving a single one alive? Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshu were even more miserable and regretful. They had clearly come to watch the show, so why had they used their own gambling house to gamble with that little bastard surnamed Li? In the last few months, their Taiyuan Wang clan and Xinyangjing clan had repeatedly suffered grievous losses at the hands of Li Wangyu. They had gambled with Li Wangyu several times, but they had never won a single time. These 2 clan leaders were beginning to doubt their lives. Even today's gambling match, which they had been so sure of winning, had ended up being laughable to that little bastard. This sort of blow made these 2 clan leaders of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes seem to age a little. The 2 of them glanced at each other, their interest waning. Count Hu, you can have someone take over those 2 gambling houses at any time. I hope that Count Hu's luck will continue to be so good. This old man will take his leave. Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshu, these 2 clan leaders, were rather straightforward and directly admitted defeat. But the meaning behind their words was that they were still unconvinced. Li Wangyu didn't care about this at all. He casually cupped his hands at the 2 of them as a form of thanks. Good people. These 5 surnames and 7 hopes were definitely good people. Li Wangyu silently calculated in his heart. He didn't know how much gold these aristocratic families had given him. From the very beginning, when the steward of the Taiyuan Wang clan came to break off the engagement, they gave him more than 100 taels of gold. Later on, the Xinyangjing clan's apology, the gold that Prince Qiao lost in a bet, the money from the polo match, the 3 million jin of private money that Yomi gambling house lost to him, and now, even the gambling house was given to him. It was all thanks to these great clans that he, Li Wangyu, was able to become rich. Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshu apologized to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, this subject is not feeling well and will take his leave first. Your Majesty, please allow this subject to take his leave. They led their troops and rode away, returning to Chang'an City to lick their wounds. As for the clans who had come to watch the show, seeing these 2 big shots leave, they had no interest in staying any longer. They all excused themselves from Pai Lupi and rode away. It didn't take long for the crowd in front of Jade Star Palace to dwindle away, and the place became much quieter. Pai Lupi waved at Li Wangyu and called him over. Zio, you can tell me now. What's going on with those 2 troops of your clan? "Uncle, the Niu brothers were hiding on that mountain this entire time. It was just that Duke Marquis's troops didn't see them." Li Wangyu's words infuriated Ho Junji, who rushed over and roared, "Don't speak nonsense. Quite a few of my troops were originally scouts and had experienced countless battles. How could they not see where they were hiding? You're spouting nonsense. You must have used some sort of evil technique to cause my troops to die for no reason." "Your Majesty, this subject's troops died for no reason." Ho Junji's words made Li Wangyu smile. Now that the dust had settled, Li Wangyu was in a very good mood. He didn't seem to mind Ho Junji's crude words, only shrugging his shoulders. "Two of my troops are still on that mountain. Duke Marquis, why don't you go and see for yourself if it was some sort of evil technique? As for what happened to your troops, I also sympathize with them. But it seems that from the very start, I didn't agree to a real battle, but Duke Marquis, Duke Wang, and Duke Xing forced me to agree. Now that your troops have died, how can you blame me?" His words naturally left Ho Junji speechless. Just as Li Wangyu had said, Li Wangyu had requested that weapons and arrows be wrapped in cotton cloth for the gambling match. It was he, Wang Rinyu, and the others who had forced Li Wangyu to agree to a battle to the death. But the result was that all his troops had died. This result made Ho Junji feel a sweet taste in his throat, and he couldn't help but vomit blood. His appearance gave everyone a fright. Pai Lupi hastily called for Ho Junji to be sent back to Chang and to recuperate. Zhang Liang and the other comrades who were on good terms with Ho Junji also sent him back to Chang'an. Once everyone was gone, only Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others remained, all of them close to Li Wangyu. Qing Yaojin no longer had any misgivings. Wearing his sunglasses, he came over and laughed. "Wahahaha, virtuous nephew, is it true that your troops didn't have any immortal arts? There are no outsiders here, so explain to this old man what's going on." "Uncle Qing, don't joke around. There's no immortal arts. It's just a disguise," Li Wangyu explained with a smile. "Don't lie to me. I've seen a lot of scouts in the army. How could there be any camouflage method that can make people completely unable to see through it?" Qing Yaojin shook his head, not believing Li Wangyu's words. Pai Lupi's eyes flashed. "Zio, is it really just a disguise? Can others learn it? Can it be spread throughout the army?" "Of course. In truth, it's very simple. It's not even worth mentioning." Pai Lupi nodded, and then he turned to Qing Yaojin and ordered, "Jijia, take some soldiers and search that mountain again. We want to see if it's really that miraculous." Qing Yaojin's eyes brightened, and he immediately nodded in agreement. When Pai Lupi went out, he naturally had to be accompanied by the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards. As the great general of the Jinwu Guards, Qing Yaojin gave the order and several hundred Imperial Army soldiers immediately rushed toward the mountain. They were prepared to conduct a thorough search to find the Niu brothers. Chapter 482. Hundreds of Jinwu guards searched the mountain on a large scale and almost dug 3 feet into the ground. However, other than finding the corpses of the 10 Ho Junji's troops, they still found nothing. Qing Yaojin was even more confused when he heard the report from his subordinate. He carefully examined the corpses that were carried down the mountain by the soldiers. Other than a few people who died from arrows, the others were killed by a sneak attack from behind by a sharp blade. Qing Yaojin even had the soldiers hold up the corpses while he simulated an attack from behind the corpses. Seeing this, Li Wangyu felt a wave of nausea. Li Wangyu didn't dare to look at the bloody corpses carefully. He hid far away while cursing Qing Yaojin in his heart. This old man's taste was too heavy. He was a pretty boy from the modern era. When had he ever seen so many bloody corpses? Not vomiting on the spot was already a sign of his strong mental fortitude. After Qing Yaojin finished looking at the corpses, he casually wiped the blood on his hands on the corpses' clothes and strode to Li Wangyu's side. Boy, tell me honestly. Are your two subordinates still on the mountain? I don't believe that someone can hide so well that hundreds of Jinwu guards can't find them. Did the Niu brothers really become immortals? Hee, Uncle Cheng, if you don't believe me, I can call them out now. Won't it be clear then? Li Wangyu glanced at Qing Yaojin's big hand, which was still wet with blood, and quietly moved back a few steps. He was afraid that this old man would be so happy that he would pat his shoulder again. No need. I don't believe that we can't find them. I'll go look for them myself. Pai Lupi, Yuchi Jingde, Chai Lingwu, Li Jing, and the others were also interested after hearing the two's conversation. Thus, they simply walked to the small mountain and planned to see it with their own eyes. Everyone carefully searched the mountain several times, but still found nothing. Qing Yaojin ran up and down the mountain several times and was already panting from exhaustion. Brat, call your troops out. I'm convinced. I really can't find them. Damn it, I still don't believe that they're on this mountain. Pai Lupi also nodded. Ziyu, call your troops out. I want to see how they hide themselves. Li Wangyu nodded. Just as he was about to open his mouth to summon Niu Yong and Niu Wu, he saw a bush beside them suddenly shake a few times. Then, two figures stood up. Husband, there's no need to shout. My brother and I are here. Niu Wu grinned and said in a low and muffled voice. Everyone was shocked. Qing Yaojin did not expect that two people would appear from the bushes near his feet. He was so scared that he pulled out his knife. Where did the two of you come from? Hee, greetings, High Duke Liu. Niu Wu laughed. It was no wonder that Qing Yaojin could not recognize the Niu brothers. At this time, their faces had been painted black. When they smiled, other than their snow-white teeth, they did not look like humans at all. Furthermore, the clothes they were wearing were even stranger. They were all dirt-colored and dark green rags that hung on their bodies. There were also all kinds of shrubs, branches, and leaves on them. Li Wangyu did not know that the Niu brothers were nearby. When he saw the two of them appear, he quickly ran forward and looked at them carefully. How are you? Are you hurt? Hee, husband, don't worry. Those are just chickens and pottery dogs. How could they hurt me and my brother? Seeing that the Niu brothers were not hurt, Li Wangyu was finally relieved. Pai Lupi and the others were also shocked. No one expected that the Niu brothers would be lying in the bushes near their feet. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, the two of you have been here all this time. Your Majesty, the two of us have been here all this time. Hide again for me to see. Yes. Niu Yong pulled Niu Wu and lay down in the bushes again. Qing Yaojin rubbed his eyes hard. Damn it, it's really strange. There are two living people lying there, but I can't tell them apart. Li Jing took a few steps forward and sized it up carefully for a long time before he kept shaking his head. Unbelievable, it's really unbelievable. How can it be so magical? I know that the Niu brothers are here, but I can't tell. TSK, if this is used to ambush the enemy or to scout, who can find out? Pai Lupi also nodded. He had thought of this just now. My two Niu brothers, please get up. Pai Lupi called the Niu brothers up again and asked, if I'm not wrong, the two of you can hide your bodies because of the clothes you are wearing, right? Your Majesty is right. This set of clothes was specially made for us two brothers by my husband. My husband said that this is called auspicious clothing. Li Wangyu almost spat out blood. What the hell is auspicious clothing? Auspicious. This Niu Yong is really infuriating. He should be punished and not allowed to sleep with his wife. Brother, it's auspicious clothing. Niu Wu quickly corrected his brother. Niu Yong patted his head. Yes, auspicious clothing. My husband said it a few times, but I can't remember it. Pai Lupi couldn't help but shake his head. Your husband is good at everything, but why is the name so unpleasant? What auspicious clothing? I don't know what it is. I think this clothing can hide your bodies, so it should be called evasive clothing. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. You are the boss, so you have the final say. The cement was changed into mirage mud by Pai Lupi, so the auspicious clothing didn't escape from Pai Lupi's evil claws. He understood what Pai Lupi meant. Evasive clothing was the ancient Chinese name for chameleons. It was not bad to call it evasive clothing. Anyway, the so-called ghillie suit was just a transliteration of the later generations. It didn't have any practical meaning. Li Wangyu was just used to calling it ghillie suit. The clothing that the Niu brothers were wearing was the disguise clothing used by the special forces in the future, the auspicious clothing. The auspicious clothing was invented by a Scottish hunter during the First World War. It was basically a coat made of cloth and cloth with many ropes and strips. It was usually made into the color of the soil or plants. After the soldiers wore the auspicious clothing, they would be able to blend into the background like chameleons. It would be hard for the enemy to discover them. Li Wangyu was also a fan of the military in the future. Although he couldn't recite the data of the various military equipment, he was still familiar with the general military knowledge. In the future, he was also a frequent visitor to a few famous military forums. That day, when Niu said that he and his brother could deal with dozens of golden guards in the wild, Li Wangyu only thought that he was bragging. Of course, Niu's words were also an exaggeration. Although he and Niu Yong were members of the White Trampling Army, they weren't supermen that could deal with dozens of people. Li Wangyu suddenly thought of the scenes of special forces ambushing the enemy in the movies. Especially the snipers wearing the auspicious clothing, they left a deep impression on him. Therefore, when he was unhappy with Ho Junji for sowing discord and angrily brought up the matter of the forest fight, it was because he suddenly thought of the auspicious clothing. Reality also proved that the auspicious clothing's camouflage effect was surprisingly good. The troops of the Marquis estate who never thought that there would be people who could conceal themselves so well were ambushed by the Niu brothers. In the end, they all died in the forest. After Pai Lupi understood the use of the auspicious clothing, he had the Niu brothers take it off and had 2 golden guards put it on. As expected, it had the same camouflage effect. Good. Zio, I didn't expect you to have such an understanding of the military. I have underestimated you. I'll accept this auspicious clothing, but I won't give you anything else. After all, you have gained a lot this time. TSK, the 3 gambling houses in Chang, and all belong to you now. Chapter 483. The 2 sets of ghillie clothes that the Niu brothers were wearing were naturally made in 2 days by their beautiful superior, the maids in the estate, Afro, and Perrin. The Niu brothers originally looked down on these tattered clothes, but after trying them on, they realized how terrifying they were. After the 2 brothers put on the ghillie clothes, they had already fought with the 73 golden guards several times, and the results were self-evident. Thus, when Wang Rinyu, Xing Yuanshou, and the others mocked the Niu brothers for running away without a fight, the 73 soldiers couldn't help but laugh. What kind of joke was this? If not for the fact that they had used wooden sabers and wooden arrows to fight with the Niu brothers, the 73 of them would have already been buried in the ground. Even the 73 of them had been killed by the Niu brothers in the forest. No matter how formidable Ho Junji's troops were, how strong could they be? After a few rounds of fighting to the death, these old ruffians were now full of admiration for the Niu brothers. Thus, no one was jealous of the fact that the Niu brothers could earn a monthly salary of 50 strings of gold. The 2 sets of ghillie clothes were carried on the backs of the Niu brothers for today's gambling match. After they entered the forest, they immediately changed their clothes and darkened their faces, palms, and other parts of their skin that were exposed. Then, they hid in the bushes of the forest. When the troops of the Marquis residents were searching for them, they didn't even notice them when they passed by. Only when the troops of the Marquis residents let down their guard did the Niu brothers decisively strike, using their daggers and bows to kill several of them. After understanding the details of the fight on the mountain from the Niu brothers, Qing Yaojin and the others could only shake their heads. Hou Junji's loss wasn't unjust. No one could do anything against such an opponent. Hee, Uncle Qing, Uncle Yuqi, are you guys interested in those 3 gambling houses? This little nephew has already said it before. Are the uncles willing to take over? Li Wangyu thought of today's spoils of war and immediately pulled Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the others to ask. Qing Yaojin glared at him and said, "Enough, this daddy already said that I'll take over those gambling houses. Would I lie to you? Of the 3 gambling houses that you won, I will take Yongyi gambling house. I will give you 10,000 taels of gold. How about it?" Li Wangyu naturally nodded. Yongyi gambling house was about the same as Hou Junji's Jingon gambling house, with a monthly profit of around 5,000 strings of thread. Qing Yaojin bought it for 10,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 60,000 strings of coins. He was quite generous. With Qing Yaojin's help, the other dukes would naturally not give up on the opportunity to expand their own businesses. In any case, they already had a gambling house in their residence, so it would be good to have another one. Pai Lupi wanted to ban gambling, but was unable to do so due to the pressure from the aristocratic families and nobles. However, Pai Lupi also made an agreement with the aristocratic families. In Chang'an, only the existing 72 gambling houses were allowed to exist. Other than that, no one else was allowed to open any gambling houses. This was somewhat similar to the gambling card system of the later generations. Only with gambling cards could one open a casino. Those aristocratic families and nobles, as those with vested interests, naturally didn't want anyone else to take a share of the profits, so they naturally nodded in agreement. This was also why Hou Junji, Wang Renyu, and Zheng Yuanshou were so sad today. If they lost their gambling houses, they would lose the right to operate gambling houses. Unless their 3 clans took over gambling houses from other aristocratic families, they would not be able to open any more gambling houses. Gambling houses were businesses that made huge profits with little capital. Last time, Li Wangyu had used his understanding of history to work with Qing Yaojin to take a huge bite out of the gambling houses of the aristocratic families, but who had ever heard of a gambling house losing money? Yuqi Jingde and Chai Lingwu also expressed that they were willing to buy Hou Junji's and the Jing clan's gambling houses for the same price as Qing Yaojin, 10,000 taels of gold. This naturally made Li Wangyu grin so much that his eyes turned into slits, and he repeatedly bowed in thanks. To suddenly earn 30,000 taels of gold, it truly was true that one could not become rich without a windfall. After dividing up the loot, everyone was very satisfied with their harvest. Pai Lupi ordered his men to carefully put away the 2 evasive uniform. While these things didn't seem very eye-catching, their concealment ability had greatly tempted Pai Lupi and the other military bigwigs. As the Minister of War, Li Jing was naturally very concerned about military equipment. He looked at the evasive uniform that Pai Lupi had given its name to and shook his head. These evasive uniforms are not bad, but they have a flaw. These clothes are too trivial. The cloth, ropes, and branches on them hinder the soldiers from wielding their weapons. Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin nodded in agreement, finding Li Jing's words reasonable. That's right, the evasive uniform is not suitable for ordinary soldiers. How can they fight when they're dressed like this? Qing Yaojin also shook his head. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Duke Wei, Uncle Qing, this auspicious, oh, no, evasive uniform is used for special operations. It's used by special forces when they are in hiding. They are used for special operations, but normal soldiers don't need them. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Ziyu, what is special operations? What's the meaning of special forces? Li Wangyu was also stunned. It seemed that he had said too much. Special forces soldiers. They are soldiers who carry out special missions. Special operations are people who use special methods to complete their missions. Yes, it's like sneak attacking the enemy's camp, killing the enemy's chief, burning their provisions, spying for information, and so on. Li Wangyu's forehead was almost covered in sweat. It was so tiring to make this up. He was just a fan of the fake military in the future, so how could he know so much? He had only participated in military training in high school and university, and had only practiced target shooting twice. How could he know what a real special operations soldier did? But wasn't that how it was portrayed in movies? Hiding in the enemy's base, spying for information, sneak attacking the enemy, and so on. Li Wangyu's words attracted the interest of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, Qing Yaojin, and the other military bigwigs. Oh. Ziyu, tell me in detail about the special forces and special operations. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Details. How the hell would he know the details? But looking at the burning gazes of Pai Lupi and the other dukes, Li Wangyu didn't dare to tell the truth. If he were to say, I don't know now, would he be beaten half to death by this group of violent bigwigs? Since ancient times, there were two types of people that everyone had the right to kill. Those who hung people's stomachs and those who spoiled their entire family. Li Wangyu had lost the appetite of Pai Lupi and the others. If he were to say that he didn't know anything else, Niu Yong and Niu Wu would probably have to lead the 73 troops and carry him back to Dingzhou village. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver. He looked left and right, then smiled and said, Uncle, this isn't a good place to talk. This kid's mansion isn't far away. Why don't I invite Uncle to my mansion, and we can talk while drinking? Wahahaha, kid, after talking for so long, this is the only sentence that sounds good. Let's go, lead the way. I've been thirsty for a long time, and I need wine to quench my thirst. Qing Yaojin's blood-stained and dirty hand finally landed on Li Wangyu's shoulder. Looking at the handprint on the shoulder of his white robe, Li Wangyu was about to cry. F***ck, this old hooligan, did he do it on purpose? Chapter 484. Today, because Li Wangyu and Hou Junji were having a gambling match, Qing Yaojin and the other Grand Dukes had also brought along quite a few of their own troops to watch the match at Jade Star Palace. In addition, Pai Lupi had the Golden Guards protecting him. A group of nearly 1,000 people followed Li Wangyu to Dingzhou village. With so many people, there was no way they could return to the Li family's old residence. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a place to stay. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. In any case, the manor had already been completed. The 100 servants and maids that the old steward Li Heng had bought had already made the manor ready to move in at any time. He might as well invite Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others to the new manor. He gave an order to the troops behind him, and two of them immediately urged their horses forward to inform the magistrate that they were ready to welcome Pai Lupi and the other Grand Dukes. The large group slowly advanced. When they arrived at Dingzhou village, fortunately, the troops had come back to inform them in advance, so they didn't cause any commotion among the villagers. Under Li Wangyu's guidance, the group passed through Dingzhou village and headed toward the hillside outside the village. The walls surrounding the manor and Dingzhou village had already been completed. In order to get to Li Wangyu's residence, they had to first pass through the new village that Li Wangyu had built for the villagers. After the group passed through the gates of Dingzhou village, the scenery before them caused the eyes of Pai Lupi and the other Grand Dukes to brighten. Compared to the old village they had just passed through, this Dingzhou village was like a paradise on earth. The smooth winding roads in the village, the flowing water canals on both sides, the constantly rotating water wheels, and the trees and flowers that Li Wangyu had people transplant from the Qinling Mountains, it was a truly idyllic scene. After seeing the dilapidated yellow mud and thatched huts in the old village and then looking at the green-tiled and white-walled courtyards, Pai Lupi didn't know what to say. Not to mention that he had never seen such a village before, even in the entire Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi estimated that he would not be able to find another village that could be comparable to this brand new village in front of him. Zio, you're really generous. TSK, even we are a little envious of these farmers. Hee, uncle, you flatter me. This is what I should do. Pai Lupi looked at the spinning water wheels beside the canals, constantly sending cool spring water to the roofs of the green-tiled houses, forming rain houses. One could imagine how comfortable it was to live in such a house on a hot summer day. Pai Lupi was not in a hurry to move forward. He dismounted from his horse and casually walked to a small courtyard by the side of the road. He reached out and pushed open the courtyard door. Since Li Wangyu had not yet moved into his new home, the villagers of Dingzhou village were naturally unwilling to move into their new home first. Therefore, these small courtyards were still empty. However, all the small courtyards in the village had already been distributed to the 127 families in the village by the number of family members and drawing lots under the auspices of the old village chief. Although they had not yet moved in, the villagers would come to the new residence when they had nothing to do. The small courtyards had already been cleaned by their owners until they were spotless. Pai Lupi looked at the small courtyard inside and out and even used his hand to knock on the wall a few times to see how sturdy it was. Good. If the people of the Tang dynasty could live in such a residence, how prosperous would it be? Pai Lupi reached out to catch the water droplets dripping from the eaves and muttered to himself. Uncle, you are skilled in civil and military affairs, wise and powerful, and you know how to make good use of people. You are kind and thrifty, and you rest and take care of the people. As the saying goes, with a wave of your hand, you flatten the world, and with your feet, you set the world. With Uncle's guidance, the prosperous Tang dynasty is right before our eyes. This is the fortune of all the people. The fortune of all the people. Li Wangyu's string of free flattery made the corners of Pai Lupi's mouth curl up uncontrollably. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Qing Yaojin blinked a few times and pondered for a while. Then, he turned around and slapped Xing Chumo and his two brothers on the head. Listen to how Li Jia Shaolang talks. You three bastards should learn from him. Hearing Qing Yaojin's flattery, even Pai Lupi couldn't help but blush, and Li Wangyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Qing, you bastard, you must be doing this on purpose. However, Qing Yaojin's words made Yuqi Jingde, Chai Lingwu, and the others nod their heads repeatedly. They also turned around and slapped their sons on the head. You guys should learn from him too. Li Wangyu was so angry that his teeth creaked. Pai Lupi also coughed awkwardly. He pretended that he didn't hear this group of old bastards and turned around to walk out of the courtyard. Pai Lupi was very interested in all the places in the newly designated Zhou village. He simply didn't ride a horse and walked leisurely like a carriage. Under the guidance of Li Wangyu, they walked around the village and looked around. Li Wangyu felt that he was just short of raising a small red flag. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and Little Red Riding Hood could form a tour group. Zio, you're really generous. This road is actually built with mirage mud and cobblestones. Li Jing finally found the difference in the road under his feet. He curiously squatted down and touched the road. When he said this, Pai Lupi and the others were also curious. They all squatted down and touched the road with their hands. Li Wangyu was speechless again. This group of tour group members had a lot of questions. Was it strange that the road was paved with cement and cobblestones? However, he didn't know that ever since the Ministry of Work started to make mirage mud, it was used to make bricks and walls. No one had ever used it to pave the road. Moreover, the production of mirage mud wasn't high now. Who would be willing to use such precious mirage mud to pave the road? Duke Wei, this mirage mud is a good thing to pave the road. Not only is it flat, but it's also sturdy and won't be washed by the rain. If the roads of the Tang dynasty were all paved with mirage mud, then it would be called a natural moat changing the road. Li Jing couldn't help but shake his head. How is that possible? How much mirage mud is needed to do that? Although mirage mud is a good thing, it's not easy to make. It's a waste to pave the road. What a waste. Pai Lupi and the others also shook their heads. They looked at Li Wangyu as if they were looking at a prodigal. Li Wangyu was so angry that he cursed this group of country bumpkins in his heart. He was too lazy to explain. If I'm a prodigal, then I'm a prodigal. I'm rich, so what? Everyone continued to move forward. They were like a group of curious babies who kept asking questions. The tour guide, Li Wangyu, was almost dry from talking. Finally, he led Li Er and the others to the entrance of his mansion. The beautiful boss and the old butler, Li Heng, were already waiting in front of the mansion. When they saw Pai Lupi and the others arrive, they quickly went forward to greet them. All right, there's no need to be so polite. Today, I'm here to visit Zio's new mansion. I didn't send any congratulatory gifts today. In a few days, when Zio moves in, I'll send a congratulatory gift. Pai Lupi smiled and gestured for everyone to stand up. He then turned his head and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, lead the way. Show me and everyone else your new mansion. Duke Duan has complained to me a lot about your mansion. He said that your mansion doesn't conform to the rules of the Tang dynasty. Duan Luan was the Minister of Works. Li Wangyu's mansion was built by the Ministry of Works. Naturally, this European-style mansion didn't conform to the rules. Fortunately, Pai Lupi saw Li Wangyu's hard work and contributions, so he made an exception and allowed it to be built in violation of the rules. Hee, I thank Uncle for your kindness. Uncle, everyone, please. Li Wangyu didn't waste any time and led everyone into the mansion. Chapter 485. Li Wangyu's manor covered an area of nearly 1,000 mu, making it extremely huge. Even if one rode a horse, it would still take a while to get to the castle from the gate. As for the Imperial Army soldiers of the Jin Wu Guards and the Duke's troops, the old housekeeper, Li Heng, instructed the servants and maids in the mansion to lead them to rest. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, led Li Er and the others on horseback and slowly moved forward in the mansion, admiring the scenery. Unlike the mansions of the nobles of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu's manor did not have many courtyards. On the hillside of Noda, other than the main castle, there were many small buildings scattered around. They were the residences of the manor's troops, servants and other facilities. Pai Lupi, Qin Yao Jin, and the others had already seen a model of the manor and had a preliminary impression of it. But when they saw the real thing, they were still shocked. After entering the manor, not far away, there was a wide lake. The ripples were faint, and when the breeze blew, ripples appeared on the water surface. It was almost dusk. The setting sun sprinkled mottled dots on the surface of the lake, making it look like a dream. Li Er and the others couldn't help but stare in a daze. After a long while, they muttered, "Zio, your residence is really, really amazing." After admiring the scenery by the lake, they continued forward. Along the way, the sounds of admiration were endless. Whether it was the European-style gardens that they had never seen before, or the pavilions and waterside pavilions, they all made Qin Yao Jin and the other big shots dazzled. Qin Yao Jin pulled Li Wangyu over and said, "Kid, what's going on in your head? How did you figure out so many things? These pavilions and waterside pavilions aren't anything special, but how come other people's mansions aren't as exquisite as yours?" Hee, I figured it out blindly. Uncle Qing, you flatter me. Li Wangyu replied very humbly. What else could he say? Could he say that he had copied the garden designs of the later generations? After visiting the manor, Qin Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others thought about their own mansions in Chang and city and couldn't help but feel a little stifled. The mansion of the founding duke was not even as big as the lake in Li Wangyu's mansion, not to mention the beautiful pavilions in the mansion that would make anyone's eyes green with envy. Of course, Qing Yaojin and the others knew that although Li Wangyu's manor was big, the Ministry of Works did not spend much on it. At the very least, it was far from the upper limit of the cost of the founding duke's manor. First of all, almost all of the land was Li Wangyu's own land. And the land price of their mansions in Chang and city was sky high. Although the manor was big, except for the man-made lake, which required a lot of manpower, almost everything else was made from local materials. As for the castle, it was even built with mirage mud and bricks, and it didn't have any carved beams, painted rafters, or carved balustrades. This made Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others wonder if they should also ask Li Wangyu to build a manor for them so that they could come here to avoid the summer heat during their holidays. If Li Wangyu knew what these big shots were thinking, he would probably be overjoyed. There was no other reason than the fact that the real estate business could be developed in the Tang dynasty. It was a profitable business with little capital. Everyone looked around and finally arrived at the main building of the manor, the castle made of bricks. Pai Lupi could not help but shake his head. Zio, I really don't know what you're thinking. You actually like such a stone house? Yes, nephew, everything about this manor is good, but this manor is really outrageous. I heard from the barbarian merchants in Chang and city that in the far west, there is a country called Dechin. They like to live in stone houses like this. Nephew, did you learn from them? Qing Yaojin and the others also didn't like this castle. Li Wangyu could understand. After all, castles were incompatible with Chinese traditions. In fact, he didn't necessarily like castles. It was purely his bad taste that made his manner like this. Uncle Qing, you're indeed knowledgeable. Yes, this castle is a custom of Dechin. Hee, don't you have a Dechin barbarian in your manor? This is also to let her think of her loved ones who are thousands of miles away when she looks at the objects. Li Wangyu could only use Afro as a shield. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to Pai Lupi and the others why he had to build such a castle. Haha, Zio, you're a playboy. You actually built such a big manor for a barbarian. Tisk tsk, nephew, there are many rumors in Chang and city that you're a wastrel. Looks like it's true, wahahaha. Li Wangyu couldn't help but blush at the mockery of a bunch of old ruffians. He quickly coughed dryly and changed the topic. Uncle, everyone, please. I've already prepared some food and drinks. Pai Lupi and the others opened their eyes when they entered the castle. Noda's castle was divided into different areas, including the master's resting area, the servants' living area, the troops' living area, the guest rooms, the living room, the spacious living room, the dining room, and so on. The most important thing was that Li Wangyu had specially designed a large bathroom. Not only was there a bathtub comparable to a small swimming pool, there was also a sauna room and a shower room. The reason why Li Wangyu built such a large bathroom was naturally because he had an indescribable thought. In the entire castle, Li Wangyu had only designed this large bathroom apart from the servants' bathrooms. When the beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and the others, wahahaha. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others on a tour around the castle. When they saw the large bathroom, Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up. Nephew, what's this pool for? Uncle Qing, this is the bathroom for bathing. Li Wangyu didn't think too much about it and answered casually. Wahaha, great. I've been running around for the whole day and I'm all sore and smelly. It's a good time to take a bath. Your Majesty, what do you think? Why don't we take a bath together? Qing Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu's face darken. Damn it, this wasn't what he had imagined. Qing Yaojin, this old man, was he being too friendly with others? He really didn't treat him as an outsider. He actually came all the way to his residence to make such a request. He hadn't even used this bathroom before, let alone the beauty he was looking forward to bathing. Pai Lupi was actually rather tempted. Hearing Qing Yaojin's words, he nodded. Alright, it's already late today. We might as well stay in Zio's residence. Since you won't be returning to Chang'an City today, we'll have fun together and not go home until we're drunk. Damn it, this was even more outrageous. Li Wangyu was about to cry. What kind of people were they? He, the master, hadn't moved in yet, but Pai Lupi and the others were actually going to stay. Even if he could tolerate it, his aunt, he had to tolerate it too. After all, Pai Lupi was the boss. Moreover, his residence was paid for by Pai Lupi, who had ordered the Ministry of Works to build it for him. How could Li Wangyu dare to say no? Seeing that Pai Lupi and the other big shots were going to take a bath and change clothes, Li Wangyu could only instruct the maidservants in the residence to hurry up and prepare to serve Pai Lupi and the others. Chapter 486. Since ancient times, there had been many natural hot springs in the Qinling Mountains. In the later generations, there were many hot spring hotels in the Qinling Mountains near Xi'an, which were very popular with tourists. Since Li Wangyu had built his manor at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, how could he let go of such a good thing like a hot spring? He ordered people to search around the mountains, and indeed, he found a natural hot spring. Thus, he spent a lot of copper coins to have the craftsmen use bamboo tubes to connect the hot spring water and build a few li-long bamboo tubes to continuously guide the hot spring water into his castle. When Pai Lupi and the others wanted to bathe, a servant girl in the manor immediately opened the valve of the bamboo tube. After a while, the hot spring water emitting mist poured out of the bamboo tube and into the spacious bath. Nephew, you don't need to boil water to bathe in your manor. Why is there hot water flowing out of the bamboo tube? Zio, why does your water smell like soup? Pai Lupi asked curiously. The soup he was referring to was the hot spring. Since ancient times, hot springs had been called soup in Wuxia. For example, the famous imperial hot spring, Huaqing Pool, in the later generations was originally called Mount Li Soup. Until the later generations, Japan also called hot springs soup, which was learned from the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu quickly explained, "Uncle is right. This is the hot soup that I had people bring out from the mountains. It's perfect for bathing." Hearing that they were bathing in hot spring water, Qing Yaojin and the others became even more interested. Less than half of the water had been filled, and Qing Yaojin couldn't wait to take off his clothes and jump into the pool naked. This old man, this old hooligan, didn't he see that there were so many servant girls? Damn, this is so offensive to public decency. Not to mention Qing Yaojin's dark skin and frightening body hair. Li Wangyu felt that his eyes were going blind. Yuqi Jingde and the others were the same. They didn't care about the existence of the servant girls at all, and they all took off their clothes and jumped into the hot spring. They were so comfortable that they all cried out in joy. As for Qing Chumo and the others, they couldn't hold it in any longer. Without any instructions, they all took off their clothes and entered the water. Fortunately, Li Wangyu's bathroom was extremely huge. Even with dozens of people soaking in it, it didn't seem crowded at all. This huge bathroom was instantly no different from a bathhouse in the future. Pai Lupi was not pretentious either. With Mito's help, he simply took off his clothes and soaked himself in the pool, enjoying himself with the officials. After all, he was different from the other emperors. After Li Yuan raised his troops in Taiyuan, Pai Lupi had also fought in the army for many years. Although he had ascended to the throne, he did not have as many bad habits as other emperors. Bathing naked with Qing Yaojin and the others was not difficult for Pai Lupi. The Tangs liked bathing, especially hot springs. To be able to soak in the hot spring water in Li Wangyu's residence surprised all the officials. Qing Yaojin very shamelessly stretched out his hand to summon a servant girl whose face was already red from embarrassment to rub his back. At the same time, he shouted at Li Wangyu, "Virtuous nephew, quickly have someone bring wine, and also find some dancers to liven things up." "Damn it, stinky bastard." Li Wangyu already had no energy to complain, but he could only obediently do as he was told. He ordered the servant girl to bring wine, and then summoned the newly bought dancers. He was not short of money now, and the old housekeeper Li Heng would not help him save money in this area. Originally, there were no dancers in the residence. Every time there were guests, there was no one to play music or dance to accompany them. This already made Li Heng feel very embarrassed. Now that the new residence was completed, Li Heng naturally did not want his Lang Jun to be looked down upon by others. This time, when the residence was completed, the old man bought 10 servants in the market, including the expensive dancers. He was so capricious when he was rich. This was the custom among the nobles in the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wangyu did not like it, there was nothing he could do. He just let the old man do as he pleased. When the wine and food were served, the sound of drums began to ring in the bathroom of Noda. When the dancers danced to the cheerful music, Li Wangyu could only secretly complain in his heart, this decadent aristocratic life of the Tang dynasty. Indeed, it should be criticized. Pai Lupi felt very comfortable soaking in the hot spring water. With the smooth little hands of the hot servant girl rubbing his back, he was very satisfied. When he looked up and saw Li Wangyu still waiting on the side, he waved at him. "Zio, why don't you come down and soak with us?" Li Wangyu was about to cry. Dozens of naked men were crowded in the pool. Did he have to go down? Although he was not obsessed with cleanliness, he did not find this comfortable. It was more likely that it was a beautiful woman or Aphrodite in the hot spring pool. He began to regret now. Why did he build such a huge bathroom? At this moment, in the bathroom, there were more than 20 maids serving everyone. Including the dancers and dancers, there were more than 20 people. Li Wangyu really did not have the habit of being stared at by so many young and beautiful girls and being asked to strip naked. However, Pai Lupi had already spoken, so what could he do? F***ck, let them look. I'm a man, what's there to be afraid of? Li Wangyu gritted his teeth, quickly took off his clothes, and jumped into the pool. It was his first time soaking in this hot spring water. The hot spring water, which he had spent a lot of money to get from the hot springs on the mountain, was indeed very comfortable. Li Wangyu silently gave himself a thumbs up. Comfortable. Qing Yaojin also noticed that there was a wooden hut in the bathroom. "Nephew, what's the use of that wooden hut?" "Uncle Qing, that's a sauna. It's used for a sauna." What's a sauna? Why do you have such strange names?" Li Wangyu was speechless. He was just used to it. The word sauna was indeed a transliteration. The original meaning seemed to be a small wooden hut with no windows. When he thought about it this way, it was indeed not a fancy name. "Uncle Qing, it's a steam house. There are heated stones in the wooden hut. Pouring water on the stones with a ladle will generate a lot of steam, raising the temperature in the wooden hut very high. After a while, you come out and soak in the cold pool. It's quite comfortable." Li Wangyu saw that everyone was curious, so he explained in detail. "Wahaha, it sounds quite interesting. Your Majesty, why don't we go to that sauna and have a steam bath?" Pai Lupi nodded. "Sure." Therefore, a group of big shots climbed out of the bathtub naked and rushed into the sauna room. Li Wangyu could only shake his head with a wry smile. He asked the maid to bring him a bath towel to wrap around his lower body and followed in. Knowing that the big shots were going to take a bath, the mansion's maids had already heated up the stones in the sauna. As soon as Qing Yaojin came in, he picked up a ladle and poured water on the stones. With a sizzling sound, the water vapor rose, and the sauna room was instantly filled with smoke. The people who were going to a sauna for the first time were so happy that they made a big fuss. The foppish lords even fought over the ladle and poured water on the stones. They were having a lot of fun. Li Wangyu was already speechless. This group of country bumpkins. How could they have the nerve to call themselves the nobles of the Tang dynasty? After steaming for more than 10 minutes, the group of dukes finally couldn't stand the heat anymore. Even Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda's dark skin had turned red and black, looking like steamed crabs. Li Wangyu hurriedly led everyone out of the sauna and took the lead to jump into another cold pool. The stimulation of the hot and cold made Qing Yaojin burst out with vulgarities. Bastard, so addictive, so king addictive. This cold and hot, I actually feel all the bones in my body go soft. Nephew, you king know how to enjoy yourself. What kind of sauna is this? Later, I'll ask someone to build one for my mansion. Li Wangyu had no reason to refuse and quickly nodded. Yuqi Jingda and the others also spoke up and asked Li Wangyu to build one for them in their mansions. Even Pai Lupi was the same. Taiji Palace didn't have such a comfortable bath. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and then at the sauna. He suddenly thought of something. Chapter 487. Li Wangyu remembered that Pai Lupi's family seemed to have some cardiovascular, cerebrovascular, and respiratory diseases. Empress Xiangsun passed away at the age of 36. Historians researched that she died of qi disease, which was respiratory diseases like asthma and bronchitis. And the children she had with Pai Lupi didn't seem to live long. Li Qingqian lived for 26 years, Li Tai was 32, and Princess Royal Li Lizzie only lived for 23 years. Princess Jinyang died of illness at a young age, and Princess Xinqing only lived for 30 years. Only Pai Lupi lived for 52 years, and Li Ji lived for 55 years. They could be considered the oldest people in the family. Later historians analyzed that Empress Xiangsuan's qi disease might have been passed down to her children, so the family didn't live long. Thinking of the sauna and the inherited diseases of Pai Lupi's family, Li Wangyu felt that he should persuade Pai Lupi to use the sauna more to prevent diseases. Everyone knew that the sauna could increase blood circulation and prevent hardening of the blood vessels. It had a certain effect on asthma and bronchitis. Li Wangyu now didn't want Empress Xiangsun and his disciples to have short lives. He also had feelings for this family. Uncle, this sauna is very good for qi disease. Why don't you let me build one for you and Aunt in Taiji Palace? Normally, you, Aunt, Qingqian, Qingke, and the others can all use the sauna. It's very good for your health. Pai Lupi originally liked his sauna very much. Hearing him say this, how could he not refuse? Since Xiao is so filial, I thank you on behalf of Maid Guanyin. It would be impolite of me to refuse this sauna. Everyone went to the sauna a few more times. Their bones were all limp. Only then did they feel comfortable and soak in the hot spring water again. Pai Lupi took a sip of wine from the maidservant and asked Li Wangyu, Xiao, you can tell me about the special forces now. Qing Yaojin and the others also came over when they heard this. They were naturally very interested in these big shots in the military and the special forces. The reason why Li Wangyu invited everyone to his residence was to stall for time and think about how to answer. Along the way, he racked his brains and finally came up with an answer. Uncle, the special forces, as the name suggests, are naturally soldiers of the special forces. Li Wangyu also took a cup of wine with ice cubes in it. After taking a sip, he continued, in little nephew's vision, our Tang dynasty can select 1 in 10,000 elite soldiers from the government troops and the imperial army, and train them strictly. These soldiers must have superhuman physical strength and courage, and they must be able to survive alone and complete the mission. Moreover, they must be able to survive in extremely harsh conditions, such as the snowy highlands, the Gobi Desert, or the deep mountains and forests. They must learn how to survive without supplies. Hearing his words, Pai Lupi and the group of big shots began to bite their teeth. Ching Chumo and the other playboys were so surprised that their mouths were wide open. Is this still a human? Li Wangyu glanced at Ching Chumo. I haven't finished yet. These special forces soldiers must be proficient in all kinds of fighting skills and can kill with one blow. They must have outstanding intelligence and be proficient in many combat skills. They must know how to camouflage, lurk, swim, and climb walls. Moreover, they must learn the customs and languages of different enemies. They must be able to disguise themselves and infiltrate the enemy forces to carry out missions. Ching Chumo had already begun to roll his eyes. Zio, are you still talking about a human? I'm afraid only celestial soldiers and celestial generals can do that. I haven't finished yet. The most important thing is that these soldiers must be loyal to the Tang dynasty and His Majesty. They must always put the interests of the Tang dynasty first. Only such soldiers can be called special forces. Li Wangyu did not forget to flatter Pai Lupi one last time. His words made Pai Lupi and the others fall silent. In the eyes of the Tang people, special forces soldiers were simply unrealistic. Nephew, according to what you said, even if we can train such soldiers, how many of them can there be? Based on my experience, I can conclude that there are hundreds of thousands of government soldiers and imperial guards in the Tang dynasty. If we train according to your requirements, it will be good enough if we can train 100 people. No matter how powerful these special forces soldiers are, they can only fight 100 people at most, right? But with so few people, what's the use of being powerful? On the battlefield, facing thousands of soldiers and horses, these special forces soldiers won't be able to make any waves. After listening to Li Wangyu's words, Qing Yaojin could not help but shake his head. Li Wangyu was amused. Uncle Qing, you are wrong. The special forces soldiers are not ordinary soldiers. Even if they are few in number, their usefulness is not trivial. Oh. Then tell me, what is the use of these special forces soldiers? Looking at the unconvinced Qing Yaojin and the puzzled eyes of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others, Li Wangyu could not help but laugh. He did not expect that there would be a time when he, a fake military fanatic, would teach the Minister of War and the generals. Li Jing, the Minister of War, was basically the Minister of Defense in the future. Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde, these big shots, were at least equivalent to military commanders, right? Listening to a fake military fanatic like him talk about how to fight with such a group of big shots, Li Wangyu felt inexplicably amused. Cough. Li Wangyu coughed lightly. It was a pity that he was currently soaking in the bathtub with his butt naked. He did not have any glorious image to speak of and could not pose as a great and wise person. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao and Liu Bei discussed heroes while drinking wine. Today, Li Wangyu and a group of big shots were going to talk about soldiers without soup. And, at least everyone was honest with each other. They were all naked. Uncle Qing, this nephew would like to ask, what is the most important thing in a battle? Of course it is the provisions. As the saying goes, before the troops and horses move, the provisions move first. If you lack soldiers and generals, you can still fight, but without provisions, you will lose without a doubt. Then this nephew would like to ask, if when Uncle Qing is leading the troops into battle, this nephew sends out the special forces to burn Uncle's provisions. Can you still continue to fight? Qing Yaojin could not help but stare. The military supplies are naturally guarded by a large army. How can they be so easily burned? You bastard, do you think it is as simple as what is written in the Three Kingdoms? Uncle Qing, don't forget, the special forces that I mentioned know how to hide and disguise themselves. How can they not burn your provisions? If they wear evasive uniforms and sneak into the camp at night, can Uncle Cheng's soldiers find out? Or if they disguise themselves as soldiers in your camp and sneak into the main camp, can Uncle Qing really defend against them? This. Qing Yaojin thought about how everyone had gone to search the small mountain today, but they still couldn't find the Niu brothers. If there was really a sneak attack by the special forces that Li Wangyu mentioned, he really might not be able to do anything. Uncle Qing, the special forces can also continuously harass your army when it is marching, assassinate the generals, poison, set fires, and do anything. And every move of your army is under the eyes of these special forces hiding in the dark. They will report to the rear army at any time. Uncle Qing, do you think that you still have a chance of winning against such an opponent? Qing Yaojin opened his mouth, but he really did not know what to say. He hit the water fiercely, damn it. If there is such an enemy, I am afraid that I will have to sleep with one eye open. Kid, is this the special forces you mentioned? Chapter 488. Li Wangyu's words seemed to have opened a window to a whole new world for Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others. None of them had heard of the concept of special forces and special forces before. And when they came into contact with this kind of combat thinking, Li Wangyu, the fake military fan, could step aside. Pai Lupi and this group of bosses had been fighting wars for half their lives. They had experienced countless battles big and small and had a wealth of experience. Li Jing, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the others immediately came up with dozens of ways to use the special forces. Their methods were so sinister that Li Wangyu's back broke out in cold sweat when he heard them. This group of old assassins were indeed not some good birds. The more they talked, the more they felt that the special forces were powerful. Your Majesty, in my opinion, the special forces proposed by County Count Hu is a powerful weapon for the country. It's no small matter. Your Majesty, please issue an imperial edict and order the special forces to be selected from the government soldiers and imperial guards of the Tang dynasty. In time, the special forces will be a sharp blade in your Majesty's hands that can pierce through the enemy's vitals. Li Jing solemnly suggested to Pai Lupi. Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, Chai Lingwu, and the others all agreed with Li Jing's suggestion. Pai Lupi was naturally tempted. Even if Li Jing and the others didn't mention it, he would have already made arrangements. Everyone, who do you think will be in charge of the special forces selection and training? Pai Lupi looked at the bosses and wanted to hear their opinions. Li Wangyu was leisurely drinking wine on the side. He felt that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, when he noticed that everyone, including the group of rich kids, was looking at him, he was so scared that he almost knocked over the wine glass in his hand. Duke Wei, Uncle Qing, Uncle Yuqi, everyone, why are you looking at me? Li Jing twirled his beard and smiled. County Count Hu, I'm afraid that no one in the world knows the special forces better than you. Since you propose this, why don't you build this army? What the hell do I know? Li Wangyu felt wronged in his heart. He was just a fan of the military. Other than watching movies, participating in military training, and standing in a military posture, he knew nothing about the military. Not to mention the special forces, he didn't even know how to train a normal army. What he had said just now was purely based on the movies he had seen and the military forums he had browsed in his previous life. He knew the facts, but he didn't know the reasons. He was absolutely unwilling to take over this kind of thing. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes, and the same old excuse came out of his mouth, hee, thank you for your kindness, Duke Wei. However, I am still in the middle of cutting off my late father's decline, and I am truly unable to help. Well, the Tang dynasty ruled the world by filial piety. Li Wangyu had to observe mourning for his father for 3 years. During this period, he could not get married, nor could he enter the imperial court as an official. Therefore, when he used this excuse, Pai Lupi and the others were at their wits' end. Zio, you were the one who proposed this. At the very least, you should give us some details on how to operate it. Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction and settled for the next best thing. Li Wangyu didn't have any objections to this. Wasn't it just writing a standard for the selection and training of the special forces? He could just make it up and exaggerate it as much as he could. As for whether Qing Yao Jin and the others could do it or not, it had nothing to do with him. After soaking in the hot spring for almost 2 hours, Li Wangyu felt that his bones were soft. Pai Lupi and the other bosses, as well as the rich kids, finally climbed out of the hot spring in satisfaction. With the help of the hot maids, everyone changed their clothes and went to the dining hall to eat. Without a doubt, Qing Yao Jin and the other bosses drank until they were drunk again. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had the foresight and ordered the servants and maids to put away all the decorations in the dining hall. In addition, there were many troops and guards in the residence, so the group of old ruffians who caused trouble after drinking didn't suffer any losses. Li Wangyu ordered the servant girls in the mansion to send these big shots and foppish sons to the guest rooms to rest and serve them well. Then, he rode on the horse dizzily, leading Niu Yong and Niu Wu back to the old mansion. When he returned to the residence, it was already late at night. His beautiful superior was still awake and was waiting for him in the central room. However, when Li Wangyu saw his beautiful superior's cold face, he knew that something was wrong. He prepared to pretend to be drunk and sneak away. If there was anything, he could talk about it tomorrow. Perhaps his beautiful superior's anger would dissipate then. Chongqing, you haven't slept yet. I'm very sleepy, I'm going to sleep first. Li Wangyu's words were slurred. He greeted his beautiful superior and prepared to sneak away. Stop. His beautiful superior's voice was cold. Don't think about pretending to be drunk to get away. Why did you agree to let the Niu brothers fight with Ho Junji's troops? As expected, it was because of this matter. Li Wangyu couldn't help but bitterly smile. He stopped pretending to be drunk and sighed deeply. Sitting beside his beautiful superior, he picked up the cold tea on the table and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Chongqing, it's not that I want them to fight, but I have no other choice. Li Wangyu didn't hide anything from her and honestly recounted what had happened in front of the Jade Star Palace. When the beautiful superior heard that Ho Junji, Wang Renyu, and Jing Yuanshou had forced the Niu brothers to fight to the death, she was so angry that her eyebrows furrowed. How can they do this? This was a living human life. Are human lives so worthless in their eyes? The beautiful superior said angrily. Li Wangyu gently put his arm around her shoulder and comforted her softly. Chongqing, this is the Tang dynasty. The beautiful superior silently closed her eyes and leaned her head on Li Wangyu's shoulder. Wangyu, I'm so scared. I'm scared that one day, someone will force you to kill people. I'm scared that someone will force us to do things we don't want to do. Today, when she heard about the bloody massacre, the beautiful superior, who had always been strong, was scared. The Tang dynasty was too different from the world she was familiar with. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll protect you. Li Wangyu could only comfort her in this way. The beautiful woman in his arms suddenly trembled and began to cry. Li Wangyu hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Chongqing, don't scare me. I miss home. I want to go back. The beautiful superior cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Li Wangyu felt distressed when he saw this, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Go back. I'm afraid I won't be able to go back to my home in the future. Suddenly, Li Wangyu's eyes became a little red. He hugged the beautiful superior who was crying silently and softly hummed a song with a hoarse voice. It's not only the wine that made me cry last night. It's not only your gentleness that made me reluctant to part. How long do we have to walk the rest of the way? You hold my hand. In that rainy little city, I have never forgotten you. In Chengdu, only you can't be taken away. Walk with me in the streets of Chengdu. Don't stop until all the lights are out. Li Wangyu studied in Chengdu University in the future. He had friends and memories there. It was his favorite city, and Zhao Lei's Chengdu had also become his favorite song. The home he couldn't go back to, the city he couldn't go back to. That night, two time travelers, two lonely people, two people who couldn't find their way home, hugged each other in the central room and sat there for the whole night. Chapter 489. The next day, the beautiful boss finally regained her spirit, as if she had completely forgotten about her weakness last night. After giving Li Wangyu a kiss, she sat in the carriage and led the mansion to Chang and to inspect the various properties in the mansion. This made Li Wangyu feel a little relieved. At least, the beautiful boss could still smile, which was enough. After the beautiful boss went to work, Li Wangyu rushed to the manor. Pai Lupi and a group of big shots had not left yet, so he, as the host, naturally had to accompany them. Li Heng, are the sage and the others still in the mansion? Last night, the old housekeeper Li Heng was left in the manor by Li Wangyu to serve Pai Lupi and the others. Li Wangyu walked around the manor, but did not see Pai Lupi and the others. He was curious and asked Li Heng. The old man shook his head and said, "The sage and the other nobles are not in the mansion." Li Wangyu was overjoyed when he heard that. Well, Pai Lupi and the others were quite self-aware. They went back to Chang and by themselves, which saved him a lot of trouble. He nodded and turned to leave, but was stopped by the old man again. Lang Jun, the sage and the nobles have not returned to Chang'an. They feel very comfortable living in the mansion and plan to stay here for a few days. Now the sage and the others are just hunting in the mountains. What? They want to stay for a few days. Li Wangyu suddenly felt frustrated as if he had let a wolf into the house. Were these people addicted to living here? He didn't know that Li Er and the others were extremely satisfied with Li Wangyu's mansion, except for the stone castle, which they didn't like. This morning, before dawn, Pai Lupi sent people back to Chang'an. He informed Fang Xianling and the others that the court would be suspended for the next few days. If there was anything, they could send it to the county magistrate's manor of Dingzhou village. He would be resting here for a few days. At this time, Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingde, Qin Qiong, and the others had already led a large group of people to the Qinling Mountains to hunt. After Li Wangyu figured it out, he couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh. *CK, the mansion that his master had never lived in had actually become Pai Lupi's temporary residence. The Jade Star Palace was not far away. Why didn't Pai Lupi go to his palace? Although he was cursing in his heart, he still had to continue receiving Pai Lupi and the others. Everyone in the mansion, including the old housekeeper Li Heng, was extremely excited. Even the newly bought maids in the residence had proud looks on their faces. What kind of honor was it to be able to serve a saint? Li Wangyu could only shake his head. He took a fishing rod and went fishing in the lake in the mansion to pass the time and wait for Pai Lupi and the others to come back. After noon, Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others finally returned from the mountains, bringing back a lot of big and small prey. Wahaha, virtuous nephew, quickly tell the cook in your residence to clean up the game. We'll be eating this tonight. Nephew, you really chose a good place for your mansion. Not bad at all. Qing Yao Jin laughed. He was obviously very satisfied with the manor. Li Wangyu could only squeeze out a smile. If Uncle Qing likes it, you can stay in my mansion for a few more days. Wahahaha, well, since nephew said so, I will stay for a few more days. Qing Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu almost cry. *CK, does this old hooligan not know what politeness is? When Li Wangyu was busy calling the maids in the mansion to serve everyone, there were more guests in the mansion. Looking at Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhangsun Wuji and the others who dismounted from their horses, Li Wangyu was about to cry. What was going on? Although he had made a little money now, he could not bear such a torment. The landlord did not have any surplus food, did he? Fang Xianling and the others came for official business. Pai Lupi had not been in Chang'an City for 2 days, but he had accumulated a lot of official business for him to decide. Master Fang, Master Du, Wuji, you came at the right time. This morning, Jijia and I went up the mountain to hunt a lot of prey. Don't go back to Chang'an City. Zio's mansion is very comfortable. You can stay here with me for a few days. Pai Lupi completely regarded himself as the master. Li Wangyu could only look at the sky silently and draw circles in his heart. I'm sweaty from hunting today. I don't feel good. Your Majesty, why don't we take a bath and have a sauna? Qing Yao Jin turned to look at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi immediately nodded. Okay. Then, the group of men rushed to the huge bathroom in Li Wangyu's mansion. Fang Xianling and the others were confused. Why would they take a bath in broad daylight? Then what was the meaning of a sauna? Seeing that they were confused, Qing Yao Jin and the others showed off for a while. They looked like bathhouse experts. After Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhangsun Wuji and the others tried the hot spring and sauna in Lai Hot, they were full of praise. After the excitement, everyone comfortably soaked in the hot spring. Pai Lupi turned to look at Fang Xianling. Master Fang, is there any official business that requires you, Master Du and Wuji to come to Hu County? Yes, Your Majesty. This year, there was a locust plague. Although Your Majesty gave an edict to exterminate the locusts and save the people, there will be a decrease in grain production. It is now the end of the 8th lunar month. There will be a shortage of food and resources everywhere. The people lack grain and the farmers live in poverty. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to survive. After discussing with Prime Minister Du and Master Dai, we feel that the local government should release grain to help the people. Therefore, Your Majesty, please make a decision. Fang Xuanling's words made Pai Lupi silent. After a while, he slowly nodded. Okay. In the 2nd year of the locust plague, although the locusts were exterminated in time and the people didn't sell their children, the lack of grain production this year was certain. The people had a difficult life. Pai Lupi was discussing with Fang Xianling and the others how to release grain when Li Wangyu suddenly said, Uncle, in Guanzhong Road, especially around Chang'an, we can encourage the planting of rice. The maturity period of rice is shorter than that of wheat. Moreover, I estimate that with the current weather, it is possible to plant 2 crops of rice a year in Guanzhong Road. It is now the end of the 8th lunar month. Those lands where wheat production is seriously low can urgently plant a season of rice. In this way, the harvest can be harvested at the end of the year. Food will not be a problem. After he finished speaking, Li Er, Fang Xianling, and the others were stunned. After a while, they suddenly burst into laughter. Qing Yao Jin laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He pointed at Li Wangyu and laughed, Wahahaha, nephew, I really thought that you knew everything from the heavens to the earth, but I didn't expect that you would also talk nonsense. Since ancient times, wheat has been cultivated in Guanzhong Road. How can we change it to rice? Moreover, in the Tang dynasty, except for a few provinces, other places ripen only once a year. How can we plant 2 crops of rice a year? How can we change the wheat fields to rice fields? Nephew, don't be ridiculous. Although Fang Xianling and the others didn't speak, the smile on their faces was undoubtedly the same attitude as Qing Yao Jin. Pai Lupi couldn't help laughing. He coughed softly and helped Li Wangyu out. Well, Zio is still young. It's normal that he doesn't know about farming. Li Wangyu was speechless. He was a child who grew up in the countryside. How could he not know about farming? Are you kidding? And what he said was not nonsense. Naturally, there was a reason behind it. Chapter 490. In the future, Guanzhong Road was the Guanzhong area with Shifan as the center. Even after thousands of years, soil erosion and vegetation destruction, the Zhouzhi and Lantian counties near Xi'an could still grow rice in large quantities. But now, the Guanzhong Road of the Tang dynasty had better conditions for growing rice. First of all, it had abundant water sources. Unlike the yellow hills of northern Shaanxi, which gave people the impression of drought, the Guanzhong Road of the Tang dynasty had abundant water sources. Since the Han dynasty, there was a saying that Chang and was surrounded by 8 rivers. The 8 rivers, Wei, Jing, Feng, Watershed, Bai, and Mu, flowed around Chang and city. The 8 rivers diverged into different directions, opposite each other. With abundant water sources and Li Wangyou's water wheel, rice could naturally be grown in large quantities. Now, the Tang dynasty was in a warm period. Even in the Guanzhong Road north of the Yangtze River, the temperature was not inferior to the areas in the future where rice could be grown 2 crops a year. At least, Li Wangyou felt that Chang'an was much hotter than Chengdu in the future. If Chengdu could grow 2 crops a year, why couldn't the Guanzhong Road? Switching to rice was much better than wheat. High yield and short maturity period. Other than needing a lot of water and not being able to withstand the cold, there were no other shortcomings. And these 2 points were not a problem in the present Guanzhong Road. It was now the end of August. They could still plant rice to recover the losses caused by the locust plague. Li Wangyou just thought of this. He couldn't help but secretly blame himself for forgetting such an important thing. Li Wangyou couldn't help but feel a little annoyed at the mockery of Pai Lupi and the other big shots. Although they didn't mean any harm, the feeling of being looked down upon made even Li Wangyou feel very depressed. What made him even more depressed was that what he proposed was obviously the right way, but it was not accepted by others and even criticized. Including Pai Lupi, they still held on to the century-old farming tradition and felt that the Guanzhong Road was only suitable for large-scale wheat and sorghum planting. They also didn't consider the possibility of growing 2 crops of rice a year in the Guanzhong Road. Li Wangyou silently rolled his eyes. Sure enough, the truth was only in the hands of a few people. He couldn't help but raise his voice. "Uncle, I'm not joking. Guanzhong Dao can really switch to planting rice on a large scale." "Alright, Zio, stop messing around. If you were talking about other skills, I would believe you. But when it comes to farming, hee." Pai Lupi laughed and said, "I still remember how you made people sow the rice fields." "Nanny? What did that mean?" Li Wangyou was confused by Pai Lupi's words. "What's wrong with me? What do you mean by letting people sow paddy fields?" Seeing Li Wangyou's puzzled look, Fang Xianling also smiled. "Zio, did you plant rice in the 300 mu of saline alkalized soil that you improved?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Li Wangyou asked blankly. This old man remembers that you had people dig up those paddy fields in a mess and wasted a lot of land. There were also 2 mu of paddy fields that were sowed in a mess. I heard that you also had people do that." Fang Xianling twirled his beard and laughed. Regarding Li Wangyou's talent, even Fang Xianling was very impressed. Fang Xianling loved the 3 Kingdoms book so much that he couldn't put it down. As for the poems that Li Wangyou copied, Fang Xianling loved them even more. But when it came to Li Wangyou's actions in farming, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. However, in the eyes of Fang Xianling and Pai Lupi and the others, it was normal that Li Wangyou didn't understand. For his words just now, everyone naturally just laughed, as if it was a joke from the younger generation. No one took it to heart. Li Wangyou had long forgotten about his 300 mu of paddy fields. Now that he was earning a lot of money every day, how could he take care of those paddy fields? He had already left them to the old villager to help him take care of them. Now that he was reminded by Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling, he suddenly realized. The messily sowed paddy fields that Fang Xianling was talking about were the 2 mu of paddy fields that he had people use the seedling throwing method to plant them. Fuck, what do you mean by messily sowing? That is the seedling throwing method, which can increase the rice yield by 10%. Li Wangyu was completely speechless. He was too lazy to explain. As for the actual situation, it was better to let Pai Lupi and the others see it for themselves. Uncle, Duke Wei, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Hee, the paddy fields you were talking about, why don't we go take a look today? Let's see if I was messily sowing paddy fields and see what use the ditches that I had people dig are. If this nephew's paddy fields grow well, uncle, why don't you reconsider this nephew's suggestion? Hee, Zio, you really won't give up until you see the Yellow River. With your messily sowing paddy fields, it would be strange if they could grow well. Alright, stop messing around. We have important business to discuss with the officials. Pai Lupi didn't believe him at all. He shook his head and didn't want to continue this topic. Li Wangyu was choked by Pai Lupi's words and almost died from anger. This country bumpkin Pai Lupi doesn't even know how to raise rice. Fuck. When he wanted to say something, he saw Li Heng hastily walk into the bathroom. Lang Jun, the village chief is here. He has good news to report. Li Wangyu was depressed and casually asked, what good news? Is his family getting married or what? The paddy fields and the estate have ripened. He came to ask when Lang Jun will start harvesting so that he can arrange people. Although the estate didn't care about the income from the 300 mu of paddy fields, since ancient China, no matter what time it was, harvesting was a major event. Naturally, they couldn't be careless. In the entire Guangzhou Road, because rice was only grown on a small amount of land, the government didn't pay much attention to the harvest. When the wheat ripened and was ready to be harvested, that was the most important event for the government. Not only did they need to worship the heavens, but they also needed to hold various ceremonies to celebrate the harvest. Even Li Heir would have to personally head down to the fields to harvest the first bunch of wheat in the imperial family farmland during the spring plowing. This was an important ceremony that wasn't inferior to the imperial family's plowing ceremony. Not only did Pai Lupi have to personally go to the fields to harvest, but Empress Zhangsun and the crown prince also had to follow behind to pick up the wheat. After harvesting, they had to worship the heavens to show their gratitude for the gift. Therefore, in the old village chief's opinion, his lord's paddy fields ripening was naturally a major event, so he hurriedly came to report. When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. This was really like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. He was depressed about how to convince Pai Lupi and the others. Now was the perfect time to let them see with their own eyes whether or not he knew anything about farming. Li Heng, go tell the old village chief to immediately prepare for the harvest. Arrange for people to start harvesting today. I'll go to the paddy fields in a bit and preside over the harvest. Yes. After Li Heng left, Li Wangyu turned to look at Pai Lupi and the others. Uncle, the village chief just came to report that the 300 mu of paddy fields have ripened and are ready to be harvested today. I wonder if Uncle is interested in seeing how my paddy fields are doing. When Pai Lupi heard him mention the paddy fields again, he couldn't help but shake his head. Haha, Zio, you are really stubborn. Do you really want me to see your paddy fields? Well, since there is nothing to do today, why don't you all follow me to see how Zio's paddy fields are doing this year? Since your majesty is interested, we naturally have to go and see. I am also very curious to see how much Zio's paddy fields have produced. Fang Xianling nodded in agreement. Since Pai Lupi had spoken, everyone naturally had no objections. With the help of the maidservants, they changed their clothes and rode to the paddy fields. Chapter 491. In fact, Li Wangyu's 300 mu paddy fields had already reached the ripe stage a few days ago and needed to be harvested. During the ripe stage, the husks of the rice would turn yellow and the water content of the rice grains would decrease and harden. This was the best time to harvest rice. If this time was missed, the rice would enter the dry stage. Not only would the yield decrease, but the quality of the rice would also deteriorate. However, in the Tang dynasty, spring wheat was planted in Guangdong province. Every year, spring wheat would be sown in March and April. The growing period would last for more than 200 days and would only be harvested in the golden autumn of October. If winter wheat was planted in Shaanxi province in the future, the growing period would be even longer than 300 days. Every year, it would be planted from August to December and harvested from May to July. The old villager had never planted rice before. He didn't expect that it would only take about 5 months to mature, which was 150 days. If he didn't go to Li Wangyu's 300 mu paddy fields every few days, he would have missed the best time to harvest rice. Li Wangyu led the group on horseback and slowly walked over. They passed by Dingzhou village and the still lush green wheat fields. When they arrived at the 300 mu rice fields by the Gan River, everyone was shocked by the field of golden rice in front of them. As far as the eye could see, there was a heart-wrenching golden wave. Under the sunlight, it was even more dazzling. Pai Lupi didn't care about the filth of the paddy fields. He directly jumped down from his horse and pulled out a bunch of wheat ears. He used his palm to crush the husks and threw the rice grains into his mouth. He chewed a few times. "Zio, you didn't lie to me. This paddy field is indeed ripe and should be harvested." "Hee, uncle, look at this paddy field. Do you think this little nephew is a mess?" Li Wangyu pointed at the golden paddy field and was very proud. This group of country bumpkins, they actually dared to not believe this lord's words. Are they dumbfounded now? Li Wangyu was very proud. He happily waited for Pai Lupi and the others to worship him. However, he didn't expect Pai Lupi to coldly snort, "Humph, you little bastard. Look at what you've done to the paddy fields. Only 90% of the land can be used to plant rice. Aren't you wasting it? Using paddy fields to raise fish was ridiculous. Remember not to mess around like this in the future. Farming concerns the people of the world. You can't treat it carelessly." Li Wangyu was stunned by Pai Lupi's lecture. What the hell was going on? Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other bigwigs were also trying their best to persuade him. "Zio, agriculture is the great cause of the world. The foundation of agriculture was important, and the outline of the country was important. Don't underestimate them, and don't treat them like child's play. Count who, agriculture, the foundation of the world, your duty is the greatest. The most important thing for the people is agriculture. You must remember, you must remember." Cheng Yaojin grinned and laughed. "Kid, this is the first time I've seen someone dig a paddy field like this. I heard that you even had people raise fish in it. Wahahaha, I've really opened my eyes today." Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. Who were these people? He was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. It was better to speak with facts and let Pai Lupi and the others know what the law of good smell was. "Old village chief, get people to prepare a fishing net. First, dig the ditch of this few mu of land. I want to collect fish. By the way, bring me a big scale. Later, I'll measure how many fish can be produced in 1 mu of land." The old village chief immediately responded. He found the farmers and laid the fishing net at the drainage of the paddy field canal according to Li Wangyu's instructions. Then, they dug the canal to release the water. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue teaching Li Wangyu a lesson. In his opinion, a young man would be fine after a little setback. When he knew that he couldn't raise fish in the paddy field, he naturally wouldn't do it in the future. When Li Wangyu ordered people to dig the canal to release the fish, he, Fang Xianling, and the others stood aside and watched. Everyone was talking and laughing, waiting to see Li Wangyu make a fool of himself. Even Pai Lupi thought about how to educate this kid later and let him know that farming was not something to mess around with. After the canal was dug, the water in the canal immediately spewed out of the gap and into the Gan River. Qing Yaojin stood beside the drainage hole and talked and laughed with Qin Qiong about Li Wangyu's whimsical ideas. Suddenly, he saw a school of fish swimming out of the water and was suddenly shocked. Fish, fish, so many fish. With Qing Yaojin's shout, the drainage hole of the canal was immediately surrounded by Pai Lupi and a group of dukes. The group of playboys wanted to squeeze through to see what was going on, but there was no place for them to stand. Ha, there are actually so many fish in this canal. TSK TSK, it's really fat. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Such a big fish, I'm afraid it's 3 or 4 gene. There are really fish. This fish can be raised like this. As the water in the canal continued to be discharged from the rice field, more and more fish were caught in the fishing net. Catfish, spotted silver carp, white carp, cushion carp, carp. There were all kinds of fish, and they were all quite big. They were constantly jumping and struggling in the fishing net. The old villager has long been shocked by the catch of fish. He has never seen so many fish caught in a net at one time. The old housekeeper Li Heng was even more anxious and kept shouting at the villagers who were holding the fishing net, "Be careful, pull it. Don't let the fish escape." Li Wangyu saw that there were too many fish in the fishing net. He was afraid that the villagers couldn't hold the net, so he quickly called the troops behind him to help. With the help of everyone, after a quarter of an hour, the water in the canal was finally discharged, and the fishing net was full of fish. Pai Lupi has been shocked by the scene in front of him. In the Tang dynasty, when artificial fish farming was not popularized, who had seen so many fish caught at one time? Fang Xianling didn't care about what he had said before, and repeatedly urged everyone to carry the fishing net and weigh it. He couldn't wait to know how many fish were raised in this one mu of rice field. The old villager hurriedly asked the villagers to bring bamboo baskets to load the fish. The big bamboo baskets were actually filled with 4 baskets. The result of the weighing made Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and others' jaws drop. A total of more than 300 gene of fish. And this was only the harvest of one mu of rice field. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and others couldn't help but blush at this time. Just now, they had been teaching Li Wangyu a lesson, saying that he didn't know farming, digging ditches in the rice field to raise fish, and was fooling around. They didn't expect that a moment later, they would be slapped in the face by the fish catch of more than 300 gene. Only 10% of the field could be exchanged for more than 300 gene of fish. What kind of concept was this? In today's Tang dynasty, the harvest of rice fields was only about 300 gene per mu. And those fields that were planted with wheat had even lower harvests. Later historians inferred from the history books that in the Tang dynasty, the yield of rice per mu was 1.5 dan, and the yield of wheat was 1 dan. In the Tang dynasty, 1 dan weighed about 50 kilograms, which was 100 gene. In this way, the harvest of fish raised in 1 mu of rice field was about 3 dan. Twice the yield of rice, 3 times the yield of wheat. How amazing this was. When everyone's jaws dropped, Li Wangyu was a little disappointed. He remembered that in the later generations, the harvest of fish raised in rice fields was more than 700 gene. His harvest of fish was less than half of that of the later generations, which was really not good. He didn't think about how advanced the agricultural breeding technology of the later generations was. The yield of the super hybrid rice had reached 1,149 kilograms per mu. That was 10 times the yield of rice in the Tang dynasty. How could this be compared? After the surprise, Pai Lupi didn't care about anything else, and quickly shouted, "Quick, dig another mu. I don't believe that there can be so many fish in 1 mu of rice field." Chapter 492. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others successively ordered people to dig 3 rice paddies and canals in different locations. As for the fish they got, there wasn't much difference between them. They were all about 300 catties. This result finally made Pai Lupi and the other officials speechless. They looked at each other and felt very embarrassed. Looking at the dozens of baskets full of fish that were still alive on the embankment, the old villager and the villagers were very excited. Li Wangyu waved his hand and shouted to the old villager, "Old villager, take all these fish to the village and distribute them to each family. Today, I'll treat everyone to fish." Ha 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 ha. He was so excited that he started to howl like Qing Yao Jin. The old villager and the villagers were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They bowed to Li Wangyu again and again to express their gratitude. Qing Yao Jin was so thick-skinned that he pretended that he hadn't said anything before. He went to the bamboo baskets, picked out a few of the fattest carps, and threw them to the Lai Hot's troops. Quickly send them back to your house and ask the cook to raise them in a basin. Later, I'll use these fish to eat fish slices. Ha ha ha, delicious, very delicious. Fish slices were sashimi. Fresh fish was cut into thin slices and dipped in seasoning. It was the favorite dish of the Tang people. However, there was no artificial fish farming in the Tang dynasty. It was all fishermen who caught the fish on the river. Such fresh carps were rare. Even a big shot like Qing Yao Jin couldn't eat them at any time. Qing Yao Jin's action relieved the embarrassment of Pai Lupi and the officials. They began to talk about how to make the fish more delicious. They didn't mention that Li Wangyu didn't know anything about farming. Li Wangyu didn't expose them. He wasn't stupid. He didn't want to provoke Pai Lupi. After digging the canals of 4 acres of rice paddies, Li Wangyu didn't ask people to continue fishing. Now that there was no refrigerator, it would be difficult to deal with too many fish. What's more, there were 300 mu of paddy fields. If one mu could produce 300 caddies of fish, that would be 90,000 caddies of fish. With so many fish, it would be impossible to digest them all at once. If the fish died, they wouldn't be delicious anymore. Fortunately, the aqueduct in the rice field was more than a meter deep. Therefore, even though the rice paddies had long been drained dry for the purpose of harvesting, it did not affect the aqueducts in the slightest. This was the benefit of three-dimensional rice farming. Li Wangyu did not intend to sell these fish. He was not short of money now, and he no longer had the thought of raising fish to sell for money. Although this fish was not for sale, it could be used as a gift. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment, then called the old housekeeper, Li Heng, and the old village chief, and ordered them to arrange for people to dig a mu of water channel every day to catch fish. The fishes that were caught were all filled with water in wooden buckets to ensure that the fishes were fresh. After that, he asked the farmers to send it to Chang and in 4-wheeled carriages. He would send it to the palace, as well as the various noble residences, and invite the big shots to try it. His words made Qing Yao Jin and the others beam with joy, and they all praised Li Wangyu for his generosity. Even Pai Lupi had a satisfied expression, and he accepted Li Wangyu's gift without any hesitation. In fact, if these 300 caddies of fish were distributed to the various residences, each family would only get 1 tael. However, to be able to taste fish every day, no one would complain about it being too little. After arranging the fish, it was time to harvest the rice paddies. Li Wangyu looked at the 300 mu of rice paddies, and suddenly asked, "Uncle, do you know what the yield of rice paddies in the Tang dynasty is?" "Huh, Sio, do you still want to test me?" "I naturally know that the rice paddies in the south yield about 1 stone and 5 caddies per mu." Li Wangyu chuckled, "Uncle, you said before that this nephew dug out 10% of the rice paddies, reducing the cultivated area of the rice paddies. This nephew wants to make a bet with Uncle. I wonder if Uncle is interested." "Bet on what?" "I don't have money." Pai Lupi immediately became vigilant when he heard Li Wangyu mention a bet again. After these few bets, Pai Lupi suddenly realized that this brat had never lost a bet before. Even if everyone thought that victory was in their hands, it was laughable that the final winner would always be this brat. With the example of Taiyuan Wang clan and Ho Junji as an example, how could Pai Lupi make a bet with him? Ha, uncle, I'm not betting. What this nephew means is that if the harvest of my 300 mu of rice paddies is good, I hope that uncle and the other officials will consider this nephew's proposal. It's already the end of the 8th month, and it will be too late if we don't start planting rice paddies now. Li Wangyu put away his smile and solemnly bowed to Pai Lupi. This subject is speaking from the bottom of his heart, and is not joking. Your Majesty, please understand. His words caused Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others to fall silent. It was already the end of the 8th month and the beginning of the 9th month. Sowing seedlings and fighting over rice paddies was unheard of. Of course, they didn't believe Li Wangyu's words and only treated it as a joke. But wasn't it also unheard of to raise fish in rice paddies? But those 300 gene of fish were still alive and kicking in front of their eyes, so they had no choice but to believe it. In truth, Li Wangyu wasn't very confident when he brought up this matter. After all, although his hometown in the past had 2 seasons of rice paddies, it was usually 1 season of rice and 1 season of rape. There had never been 2 seasons of rice paddies. And according to what he knew, the 2 seasons of rice paddies in the past would be harvested around the 7th month. Then, they would immediately rush to plant the late rice paddies and harvest the late rice paddies in the 10th or 11th month. But now, it was already the end of the 8th month. By the time the rice was ready to be planted, it would be at the end of the 9th month. Thus, it would be December or January of the following year before it could be harvested. Whether this kind of rice paddies could survive the winter was a fatal problem. If the winter this year was too cold, the seedlings would all freeze to death in the field before they could mature. It would be a waste of effort. He was gambling. He was gambling that the temperature in the Tang dynasty would still be hot and it would be a warm winter. Li Wangyu remembered that during the Tang dynasty, the earth was in a warm period and the temperature was unusually high. Chang'an and Luoyang had no snow all year round. Because of the high temperature, even Sichuan could grow lychees. It wasn't until the end of the Tang dynasty and the beginning of the 5 dynasties that the climate began to become cold. In Chang'an and Luoyang, it often snowed heavily in winter. If the temperature was high enough in the 2nd year of Xingguan, it wasn't impossible to harvest the rice paddies at the end of the year. In response to Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi was silent for a long time before he said, Ziyu, arrange for people to harvest the rice paddies first. We'll discuss this matter later. In response to Pai Lupi's reply, Li Wangyu was helpless. He couldn't come up with any more words to persuade Pai Lupi and the officials. He could only give up and order the old village chief to start harvesting the rice paddies. After the old village chief received the order from the old housekeeper Li Heng, he had already started to arrange for people to harvest the rice paddies. However, most of the farmers in Dingzhou village were now working as drivers for the 4-wheeled carriage in Chang'an City. They couldn't find enough young men in such a short time. Pai Lupi saw that there weren't many farmers harvesting the rice paddies, so he ordered the accompanying Jinwu guards to take off their armor and weapons and go to the fields to help harvest the rice paddies. These Imperial Army soldiers were all mansion soldiers. They were used to farming, so they naturally didn't slack off when it came to farm work. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. With the help of a few hundred Imperial Army soldiers, they finished harvesting 2 to 3 mu of rice paddies in less than half an hour. The rice paddies were piled up in bundles on the ridges of the fields, looking very pleasing. Fang Xianling immediately summoned a few soldiers and asked them to bring bamboo mats and wooden sticks. Li Wangyu was confused. Why would they need bamboo mats and wooden sticks to harvest the rice paddies? Chapter 493. Li Wangyu was confused. He watched as the soldiers took out a bamboo mat and spread the harvested wheat on it. Then, they held a wooden stick in their hands and continuously beat the wheat. Only then did he realize what was going on. Then, he was speechless. So they were shedding grains. He had forgotten that there was no threshing machine in the Tang dynasty. Shedding grains seemed to be done by manually beating the wheat to make the grains fall off. Even in the future, Li Wangyu remembered that he had seen a video taken by a travel blogger. In the mountains of India, farmers were still using this method to shedding grains. However, if they were to use this method to shedding grains, how long would it take? The efficiency was really too low. Li Wangyu did not talk nonsense. He excused himself from Pai Lupi and immediately led Niu Wu onto the horse's back. Then, he turned around and galloped towards the village. His destination was naturally Carpenter Lu's house. When Li Wangyu was young, his family used a wooden threshing machine. When shedding grains, they had to use their feet to step on the transmission pedal. Then, they had to grab the rice with their hands and stuff it into the rapidly rolling threshing machine to knock the grains off. It was not until the mechanical threshing machine was gradually popularized in the village that these old-fashioned manual threshing machines were slowly phased out. They became decorations and were placed in the corner of the yard to collect dust. In fact, it was quite tiring to constantly step on the pedal. However, Li Wangyu never got tired of it when he was young. Although he was so tired that his legs would constantly tremble and cramp, during the busy farming season, he would still rush to help step on the threshing machine. After working on the threshing machine for a long time, it was inevitable that he would need to do maintenance on the threshing machine. He would need to apply oil, change the belt, and so on. After a long time, Li Wangyu naturally understood how the threshing machine worked. As for this type of threshing machine, there was one that was the simplest and had a rather simple structure. It was a wooden box that was used to hold the grains that had fallen off. A wooden drum was installed on the box. Many curved iron nails were nailed on the surface of the drum. Then, a handle was installed on the side of the drum for shaking. Finally, the job was done. Although this simple threshing machine wasn't as efficient as the pedals and was more tiring, Li Wangyu couldn't care less. After all, he wasn't the one doing the work. Moreover, even if it was more tiring to shake than to pedal, it was still better than using a stick to beat the grain. Whether it was in terms of manpower or efficiency, it was much more efficient. It wasn't that Li Wangyu couldn't make a foot-powered threshing machine. The main thing was that a foot-powered threshing machine needed a transmission device. Obviously, it was much more complicated and couldn't be built in a short time. As for the hand threshing machine, Li Wangyu thought that with the craftsmanship of the Lu family's father and son, it wouldn't take much effort to build one. The truth was just as he had expected. He simply used a tree branch to draw a sketch for Carpenter Lu on the ground. Carpenter Lu led his 3 sons and used only an hour to build a hand-cranked threshing machine. Although it was very rough, and even the wooden planks had not been shaved off, it was enough. Li Wangyu asked Niu Wu and the troops to carry the threshing machine. Then, he asked Carpenter Lu and his family to build a few more threshing machines. He would get someone to move them later. It was obvious that a hand-cranked threshing machine wasn't enough to fill 300 mu of land with rice. Carpenter Lu naturally agreed happily. After Li Wangyu left, Lu Dalong picked up the saw and prepared to cut the wooden planks. However, Carpenter Lu slapped him on the head. "Father, why did you hit me? Bastard, why aren't you going to burn incense to your ancestral master and thank him and Lord Ju for their kindness?" Carpenter Lu glared at his son and scolded him. After being scolded by Carpenter Lu, Lu Dalong quickly led his 2 younger brothers to wash their hands and ran to the central room to burn incense to their ancestral master. The ancestral master of carpentry was, of course, Lu Ban. In the central room of Carpenter Lu's house, there was also a statue of Lu Ban enshrined in the shrine. The 4 of them kowtowed respectfully to the statue and burned incense to thank their ancestral master for his blessings and Lord Ju for his kindness. Thanks to him, the Lu family was able to learn how to make a divine weapon. However, the statue of Lu Ban in the shrine looked very familiar. If someone else saw it, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. Wasn't this the face of Li Wangyu? Anyway, Lu Daolong knew that the ancestral master statue that he used to enshrine in his house didn't look like this. However, ever since Lord Ju taught his father how to make water wheels, four-wheeled carriages, and other things, he realized that the ancestral master statue in the shrine at home had changed. He wondered what Li Wangyu would think if he knew that Carpenter Lu had turned him into a statue and placed it in the shrine. When he led Niu Wu and the others to carry the freshly made threshing machine to the rice field, the soldiers were still working hard to beat the rice with wooden sticks. When Li Wangyu saw their results, he couldn't help but feel happy. After more than an hour, more than a dozen soldiers had only beaten 1 grain of rice. The efficiency was really terrible. Pai Lupi and the others were still waiting for the soldiers to remove the rice ears so that they could weigh the rice and see the output of Li Wangyu's field. Just when they were getting impatient from waiting, they saw Li Wangyu and the others carrying a strange thing back. They couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zio, why are you carrying a wooden box back?" "Hee, uncle, this is a threshing machine that I had people make for me after seeing how difficult it was for the soldiers to grind the grains." Li Wangyu shamelessly claimed the invention of the threshing machine under his own name. "Oh. This thing is a threshing machine. How do you use it?" Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others were all interested. They gathered around the threshing machine and carefully looked at it. "It's very simple. You just need to turn this handle and then put the harvested rice and wheat ears on this drum. After a while, the rice will fall off and fall into the wooden box below," Li Wangyu said as he signaled Niu Wu to turn the handle. He grabbed a handful of rice ears and stuffed them into the threshing machine. The rapidly rotating drum and the curved iron nails constantly collided with the ears of rice, easily knocking the grains off the ears of rice one by one. The grains of rice fell off the ears of rice one by one and fell into the wooden box below. With a few efforts, the rice ears in Li Wangyu's hands were cleaned up. It was very easy. Li Wangyu also found the feeling of helping his grandfather when he was a child. He quickly grabbed a bundle of rice ears and stuffed it into the threshing machine. It didn't take long for the rice to be completely threshed. The golden rice grains covered the bottom of the threshing machine. This made Pai Lupi and the others dumbfounded. They felt that this thing was too magical. It was only 2 people, and it took them at most 30 minutes. It was actually the same efficiency as the dozen-strong soldiers who spent more than an hour. Moreover, the rice ears that were beaten with a stick were obviously not completely clean. One could see with the naked eye that there were still a lot of rice grains on the rice ears that had been hammered and had not been knocked down. On Li Wangyu's side, Pai Lupi casually grabbed a handful of beaten rice ears. It was clean, and not a single grain of rice could be seen. "Ha, good. Zio, your threshing machine is really amazing. The strength of 2 people is actually lower than that of dozens of people. What's more, this thing is so simple that it can be promoted everywhere in the Tang dynasty." Fang Xianling also stroked his beard and praised, "Your Majesty," Confucius said, "if a worker wants to do his work well, he must first sharpen his tools." Sure enough, this threshing machine can save a lot of manpower. It must be promoted immediately. This is a magical weapon. Du Ruhui, Zhangsun Wuji, Dai Zhou, and the other big shots also praised it, especially Li Wangyu. They were almost praising him to the heavens. "Haha, that's right. Someone, send an order to the Ministry of Works. Order the Ministry of Works to immediately copy this threshing machine and send it to all provinces and counties. Order the local people to start promoting it. I think this threshing machine will be called Wangyu Threshing Machine. What do you all think?" "Great." The big shots applauded and stamped their feet. Only Li Wangyu's face was full of black lines. "Damn, have I really become the mascot of the Tang dynasty? Even the threshing machine has to be named." Chapter 494. Li Wangyu continued with Wangyu Elbow, Wangyu Window, Wangyu Lottery, Wangyu boiled water vending machine, and Wangyu elbow, Wangyu window, Wangyu lottery, and Wangyu boiled water vending machine. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of a paragraph, Wangyu threshing machine will be famous all over the world. In the near future, it will rush out of Asia and go to the world. It will be a household name, known to women and children, and a necessity for everyone. Wangyu threshing machine will become the first of the 3 essentials of life in the Tang dynasty. If you don't use Wangyu threshing machine, there will be no happy family. If you don't use Wangyu threshing machine, you won't be able to get a girlfriend. If you don't use Wangyu threshing machine, you won't be able to get into college. If you don't use Wangyu threshing machine. I seem to have mixed up the words. That's the Cosmos brand cigarette. Li Wangyu shook his head, not wanting to think about these messy things anymore. He can call Pai Lupi whatever he wants. He is more concerned about the yield of his rice field now. With the hand-operated threshing machine, the efficiency of threshing rice was significantly improved. Soon, all the rice in the first mu of rice field was threshed, and it was time to weigh the harvest. The hopper and Xingzi used to weigh grain had already been moved to the rice field. In the Tang dynasty, 10 liters was 1 hopper, 10 hoppers was 1 stone, and 1 liter of rice was 1.25 caddies. The weighing machine used to weigh grain was the hopper and Xingzi. The farmers continuously poured the harvested grains from the paddy fields into the rice hopper. Above the hopper, there was a beam that was at the same level as the hopper. When weighing, a ruler was used to scrape the high pile of grain on the hopper along the beam to ensure the accuracy of the weighing. A full hopper of rice was a hopper. The weighed rice was immediately poured into the sack, emptied, and then continued to be weighed. The old villager was holding the account book and counting, but this old man didn't know how to write at all, so it was painful for him to write. Fang Xianling simply snatched the account book from the old village head's hand, held a pen, and squatted on the side without caring about his image, acting as an accountant. Every time he weighed out a bucket of rice, he would record it in his account book. Pai Lupi asked Du Ruhui, "Old man Du, what do you think Zio's paddy field can produce?" "Your Majesty, an ordinary paddy field can yield about 1 stone and 5 caddies. However, Count Huxian's land was dug up to raise fish. In addition, there was a locust plague this year. This subject estimates that the yield should be around 1 dan. But it was worth it. Just the 300 caddies of fresh fish was beyond my imagination. County Count who is truly amazing." Zhang Sun Wuji chimed in, "That's right, Your Majesty. Your subject has never heard of rearing fish in paddy fields, nor did I expect that there would be so many fish. This is equivalent to doing 2 things in 1 mu of paddy field." "That's right. Even if County Count whose rice field yields less than 1 dan of rice, I still think it's worth it." Pai Lupi nodded, "That's true. Zio's actions were indeed beyond my expectations. Previously, I even laughed at him for not knowing anything about farming, but in the end, I was taught a lesson by this brat. This is truly embarrassing." Your Majesty, aren't we the same? However, I do hope that this kind of embarrassment can happen a few more times." Du Ruhui laughed. Pai Lupi also laughed, "Old man Du is right. I do hope that this kind of embarrassment can happen a few more times. Zio's method of rearing fish in paddy fields is indeed worth spreading. This way, the lives of the people of the Tang dynasty will be much better." While Pai Lupi and the others were talking, the first mu of paddy field was finally finished. Fang Xianling held the account book in his hands, as if he had read it a few times. He seemed to be wondering if he had added the wrong number. "Old man Fang, how is it? How much does Zio's paddy field yield per mu?" Pai Lupi asked. Fang Xianling raised his head and murmured after a long time, "Your Majesty, Zio's paddy field yields 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice per mu." That's not bad. After all, it produces so many fish. Wait, old man Fong, what did you just say? How much does Zio's paddy field yield per moo? Pai Lupi laughed casually, but halfway through, he felt that something was wrong. Just now, Fong Xianling said how much does Li Wangyou's paddy field yield per moo? 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice. How is this possible? Fong Xianling also showed a helpless expression. Your Majesty, you didn't hear wrong. It is indeed 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice. To be precise, it is 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice for 3 liters. After hearing Fong Xianling confirm the yield per moo again, not only Pai Lupi was stunned, but Du Ruhui, Zhangsun Wuji, and the others were also stunned. In that 1 moo of paddy field, at least a portion of the ditch for fish farming was dug out. How could the remaining paddy field yield so much? It must be known that the best paddy field in the Tang dynasty, even with good weather and a good harvest, could only yield so much rice. This year, due to the impact of the locust plague at the beginning of the year, the local government reported that the paddy field would definitely be reduced. All the big shots in the imperial court had a headache because of this, so today, they rushed to Dingzhou village to discuss with Pai Lupi the matter of releasing grain for disaster relief. Li Wangyou's 300 mu of paddy field was originally just improved from useless saline alkali soil. It was already a miracle that paddy field could grow. But now, not only did it produce rice, but the yield was also too high. Old man Fong, this is not a joke. 1 dan of rice, 7 dan of rice. Is there a mistake? Could it be that the weighing scale is not accurate? Is there not enough dan of rice? Someone asked doubtfully. Fong Xianling immediately shook his head. That's impossible. This is the weighing scale issued by the Huxian County Yamen to collect rent. It even has the stamp of the Huxian County Yamen on it. How could it not be accurate? Quick, get a few more people to weigh the paddy field again. Pai Lupi turned his head and ordered the soldiers of the Jinwu guards. Soon, the paddy field produced by the paddy field was weighed again under the eyes of everyone. The result was still the same. 1 dan, 7 dan, 3 liters. This time, everyone was speechless. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Pai Lupi was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he turned his head and shouted, "Move the paddy field from another moo of paddy field, quick! I want to see the result." The output of several moo of paddy fields was continuously weighed. The difference was not big, basically 1 dan of rice, 7 dan of rice. Pai Lupi was really speechless. He looked at Li Wangyou, who had been smiling and not saying anything, and said, "Zio, you really gave me a big surprise today. Uncle is too kind." Li Wangyou smiled indifferently. In fact, he was very proud of himself in his heart. Wasn't it normal to have a high yield per moo? Otherwise, how could it be called a modern three-dimensional rice planting technique? Before the paddy field was drained, the water in the canal was connected to the paddy field. The fish lived in the paddy field. The floating matter in the paddy field and the rice flowers were the fish's food, and the fish's feces nourished the paddy field. Not to mention, there were so many ducks that their feces also nourished the paddy field. As a result, the originally barren and saline alkali soil was improved and turned into a superior quality paddy field. In the Tang dynasty, where there was no fertilizer, the paddy field was fertile enough, and the paddy field's output naturally increased. Li Wangyou calculated in his heart. The paddy field was equivalent to 216 caddies, which was only around 100 kilograms. In the future, the paddy field in his hometown could produce around 800 kilograms per moo. The output of 100 kilograms of paddy was really not worth mentioning. 216 caddies of paddy field would lose 25 to 30% of its shell. In the end, the paddy field would only produce around 160 caddies of rice. The output was really pitifully low. Pai Lupi and the others were already shocked by the output of the paddy field. The group of big shots began to discuss how to popularize Li Wangyou's paddy planting technique in Guangzhong Road. "Uncle, haven't you forgotten something?" Li Wangyou suddenly asked with a mischievous smile. Pai Lupi was surprised when he heard this. What else was there? Chapter 495. Li Wangyou smiled as he pointed to the 2 acres of farmland beside him. He had purposely left those fields unharvested. "Uncle, did you forget? Didn't you and Fang Gong say that I ordered people to plant seedlings carelessly? Those 2 mu of fields were the rice paddies that little nephew had people use the method of throwing seedlings to plant. Why don't we let them harvest now and see how much each mu yields?" When Pai Lupi and the others heard this, they turned to look at the 2 mu of farmland. The mature rice looked the same at a glance. It was not as conspicuous as when the seedlings were first transplanted. One could tell if the seedlings were planted neatly or not. Pai Lupi didn't dare to say that Li Wangyou didn't know farming and carelessly sowed rice. Li Wangyou had already given them too many surprises today. Now that he specifically mentioned the 2 mu of farmland, there must be a mystery behind it. After being reminded by Li Wangyou, he, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots all walked closer to take a closer look. It was the same heavy golden rice. It didn't seem to be any different from other paddy fields. "Zio, are you planning to continue making things difficult for me and the other officials?" Since that's the case, then let us see what's so special about the 2 mu of farmland that you carelessly sowed. Fang Xianling and the others stroked their beards and smiled. "Zio, we were wrong today. Why don't you let them harvest it and let us see what's the difference?" When Li Wangyou saw that Pai Lupi and the others had expressed their stance, he couldn't continue to be arrogant. Since Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others had lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes, what else could he say? Li Wangyou was slightly depressed that he had lost a chance to show off and slap them in the face. He could only immediately arrange for the farmers and the soldiers of the Jinwu guards to harvest the 2 mu of paddy fields. The ears of rice were cut and stacked neatly on the ridge of the field. Then, they were threshed and collected by the threshing machine. Carpenter Lu's family moved quickly. They rushed out 2 threshing machines and moved them to the edge of the field, which sped up the harvesting process. Very quickly, the 2 mu of rice paddies were harvested, and the weight of the rice paddies could be weighed. This time, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others all came over and stared at the farmers weighing the rice. In fact, in the hearts of Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling and the others, they still didn't believe that the yield of these 2 acres of paddy fields would be any surprise. After all, the scene of the seedling being planted was still vivid in everyone's mind. There was a huge difference between the crooked seedlings and the neat seedlings in other paddy fields. Hasn't rice been like this for thousands of years? Horizontal and vertical, orderly spacing, maximizing the use of the land. As for Li Wangyou's 2 mu of paddy fields, the seedlings had no rules to speak of. Although it was said that they were planting with some seedling throwing method, in fact, they were just randomly throwing the seedlings and then straightening them up. It seemed very perfunctory. Even the laziest farmer would not dare to plant rice fields like this. Wasting the land was punishable by being struck by lightning. Because of this seedling throwing method, the old villager almost went to the county government of Hu County to complain. One could imagine how the Tangs viewed this planting method. But when the rice paddies of these 2 mu of paddy fields were weighed, the big shots like Pai Lupi, Du Ruhui, and Fang Xianling, as well as the old villager and farmers of Dingzhou village, were all dumbfounded. 1 stone and 9 bushels per liter, 1 stone and 9 bushels per liter. When these 2 sets of numbers were reported, everyone instantly fell silent. What did it mean to have a yield of nearly 2 stones per mu? The old villager and the farmers regretted it so much that they almost slapped themselves in the face. At that time, Li Wangyou had also persuaded them to change to rice paddies, instead of continuing to plant wheat and sorghum. The farmers, who had done farm work all their lives, naturally didn't take Li Wangyu's words seriously. At that time, they even secretly laughed at Li Wangyu for being young and frivolous, waiting to see Li Wangyu make a fool of himself. When the villagers in the surrounding villages heard that Li Wangyu had ordered people to dig up the paddy fields to such an extent, who among them didn't laugh at him? Some even made a special trip to Dingzhou village to watch the show. But today's harvest of the paddy fields shocked them too much. Not to mention the more than 300 caddies of fish produced in each mu of paddy fields, just the rice yield alone made the old villager and farmers regret it so much that their intestines turned green. The wheat fields they planted could only harvest 1 stone per mu at most. Even compared to ordinary rice fields, it was already a lot worse, not to mention compared to the 2 mu of rice fields planted with the seedling tossing method. The difference was twice as fast. The old villager suddenly gave himself 2 heavy slaps on the face and then knelt down in front of Li Wangyu, which gave Li Wangyu a fright. "Old villager, what are you doing?" Lang Jun, old me, was muddle-headed. "I shouldn't have stopped Lang Jun from planting rice with the seedling throwing method. This is all old me's fault. Please punish me." "Old villager, don't talk nonsense. Get up quickly. This seedling throwing method was just an experiment. Whether it succeeded or not was another matter. What's more, if you didn't arrange for people to take care of these paddy fields every day, how could there be today's harvest? Old villager, this is all thanks to you." Li Wangyu hurriedly stepped forward to help the old man up and comforted him. After being comforted by Li Wangyu, the old man squeezed out an ugly smile. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind that in the future, he would do whatever Li Wangyu said. No matter how ridiculous it seemed, when it came to his lord, it could turn something rotten into something magical. In any case, when spring came next year, the whole village would definitely switch to paddy fields. The old villager was even certain that if news of the paddy fields' yield spread, many people in the surrounding villages would follow suit and switch to paddy fields. Pai Lupi grabbed a handful of rice and allowed the golden rice to flow through the gaps between his fingers. "Zhou, tell Zhen and the other officials. Why is the yield of your paddy fields so astonishing? Even now, Zhen still doesn't understand. Why is it that the seedlings that were carelessly thrown out can increase the yield by 10%? In response to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu scratched his head. He knew that the seedling throwing method could increase the yield by 10%, but how could he understand why? Uncle, the other officials, the yield of my paddy fields is higher, but it's mainly because of the fertility of the land. The fish and ducks that I raise in the paddy fields can all provide fertility for the paddy fields, so it's normal that the yield of my paddy fields is higher. As for the seedling throwing method, well, it's mainly because it doesn't harm the roots of the seedlings and has a high success rate, so the yield is slightly higher." Li Wangyu racked his brains to come up with this explanation, which was filled with guesses and wild guesses. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. After all, although Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others attached great importance to farming, they were not agricultural scholars after all. It was enough for them to know the general idea. "Fang Gonggong, Du Gonggong, Shen wants to order the Agriculture Bureau to come to Dingzhou village and learn from Zhou about the farming method. What do you think? If the fields of the Tang dynasty can be farmed like this, it will be a blessing. Your Majesty's words are reasonable. If the yield of the paddy fields of the Tang dynasty can increase by 10%, it will be amazing." Fang Xianling and the others naturally had no reason to object. Today's trip to Dingzhou village was an eye-opener for them. No one had ever thought that rice could be grown like this. "Uncle, as I said before, let the wheat fields in Guanzhong Road that have severely reduced their yield change to paddy fields. I don't know what you and the other officials think." Li Wangyu also struck while the iron was hot and mentioned this matter again. Chapter 496. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others silent for a long time. If they had not seen the rice yield today, they would have scoffed at Li Wangyu's words and would not have considered it. But with a living example in front of them, how could they treat Li Wangyu's words as a joke? However, it wasn't easy to make the decision to change the wheat fields that had suffered from severe yield reductions to rice. If the rice could not mature in winter, it would be equivalent to no harvest, and the result would be worse than the locust plague. Zio, how sure are you that you can plant a season of rice at this time? You know, this is a serious matter, and you can't joke about it. If there is no harvest at the end of the year, have you thought about the consequences? Pai Lupi pondered for a long time and asked. Li Wangyu did not know how to answer his question. It was hard to say how sure he was. It was his idea to let Guanzhong Dao plant rice. He had no confidence at all, and there was no precedent to follow. Guanzhong Dao had always been short of food because of the concentration of people. Especially since the Tang dynasty was founded, the population began to recuperate, causing the population of Guanzhong Dao to soar. Almost all the prefectures in Guanzhong Dao had doubled in population. In the second year of Xinguan, the population of Chang had reached more than 900,000, and there were tens of thousands of floating people, mainly merchants, tributes, and students from other countries. In history, during the Tianbao period, the population of Chang had soared to 1.96 million, which was a shocking increase of 1 million people. With such a large population, the amount of food and vegetables needed was naturally astronomical. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others attached great importance to farming because of the huge population pressure. Just in Chang'an, there were more than 100,000 families, and the amount of firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea was enormous. Every day, countless merchants shuttled in and out of Chang'an, transporting enough materials for this huge city. The grain yield of Guanzhong Dao would affect the stability of the Tang dynasty, so it could not be careless. At this time, although the wheat fields in Guanzhong circuit were affected by the locust plague and the yield would be severely reduced, it was not to the extent that not a single grain would be harvested. One mu would still yield 3 to 5 bushels of grain. However, it was too risky to uproot all these wheat seedlings and use them to cultivate rice. Pai Lupi couldn't take this risk, and neither could Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu understood this, he also felt that his previous suggestion had been taken for granted. If Pai Lupi did as he said and ordered all the prefectures in the Guanzhong circuit to switch to planting rice and failed, Li Wangyu didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Uncle, I wasn't completely confident in this matter. I didn't think it through. However, I have an idea, and I hope Uncle will allow it. Tell me about it. Li Wangyu silently calculated in his mind, then seriously stared into Pai Lupi's eyes and said, If Uncle allows it, I hope to try planting rice in Hu County. Yes, it can be considered an experimental field. As far as I know, there are more than 27,000 households in Hu County, and more than 108,000 people. If we can't plant rice and the fields don't yield a single grain, I'm willing to use all my wealth to feed these 100,000 people for a year. When Li Wangyu said this, he was also confident. The Tang dynasty practiced an equal field system. Men of middle age and women of middle age were given 100 mu of land. However, in a densely populated area like Guanzhong Dao, the average person was only given about 20 mu of land. Of the 108,000 people, less than half were men of middle age and women of middle age, which was about 50,000 people. In other words, the equal field system of land in Hu County was about 1 million mu of land. Half of it was mulberry fields, and the farmland was no more than 500,000 mu. If 1 mu of wheat harvested 1 dan of grain, that would be 500,000 dan of wheat. Li Wangyu calculated the savings and property in his residence. He estimated that all the gold in his residence, the income from the property, and the profits from the reforging of his private money would be barely enough to fill this hole. However, his ability was only enough to satisfy the needs of this county. If it was the entire Guanzhong Dao, then the money he earned was just a drop in the bucket. Li Wangyou's words shocked Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. They all stared at him, dumbfounded. Zio, what did you just say? You want to feed an entire county of people with your own strength? County count who? Don't be ridiculous. This is 100,000 people. Even if the government provides disaster relief, it will be very difficult. How can you feed so many people with your own strength? No, Your Majesty, you can't do this. Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you can afford to feed the people of this county? If your family's lord was still alive, he would be angered to death by a wastrel like you. Your Majesty, how can the Tang dynasty let a young man like County Count who use up all his wealth to feed the people of the county? You can't do this. In the face of Pai Lupi and the others' persuasion, Li Wangyou stubbornly shook his head. Uncle, everyone, a few months ago, I was just an insignificant commoner. Some of the properties that my lord left behind were forcibly taken away by the clan. When I moved to Dingzhou village, I only had an old servant with me and 7 or 8 strings of copper coins. The reason why I have today's title and wealth is all because of Uncle's love. Now that the people are affected by the locust plague, their lives are difficult. I don't have any other abilities, but I want to try and help the elders of my county. If the rice planting is successful, then everyone will be happy. If not, I am willing to use up all my wealth to make up for my mistakes. Uncle, please help me. Zio, why do you want to do this? Pai Lupi frowned. He didn't think that Li Wangyou would have such an idea. He had never heard of such a thing. Who had ever heard of someone using their own wealth to help the people of a county? Qing Yaojin raised his head and laughed. Your Majesty, I think you should agree. This kid's painstaking effort is very rare. Besides, even if it doesn't work, don't you still have me as your uncles? Can we just watch this kid starve to death? After hearing Li Wangyou's words, Fang Xianling silently nodded. She turned to Pai Lupi and suggested, Your Majesty, county of who is also affected by the locust plague. Why don't we cancel the rent for this year? This way, even if Zio's rice planting is unsuccessful, the pressure will be reduced by a lot. However, if he succeeds, we can fully promote rice planting in Guangzhou next year. Moreover, we can plant 2 crops a year. This is truly a good plan for the country and the people. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyou. Zio, are you really willing to do this? If you make a mistake, then you will have to pay a huge amount of copper coins. Uncle, as the saying goes, I am born with a purpose. Money will come back after being spent. This little nephew doesn't care about worldly possessions. I can't bring them with me when I'm born and can't bring them with me when I die. Good. As expected of my Li family's Qilin son. Since that's the case, I will allow it. I will ask you Zio to take care of the 100,000 people of Hu County. However, I will not let you suffer a loss. If this year, the rice planting in Hu County fails, then the rent for the county will be completely cancelled. However, if there is a harvest at the end of the year, then the rent for this year will all be given to you as a reward for Zio's dedication to the people. Your Majesty is wise. None of the elders objected. Li Wangyou had taken a huge risk and was willing to forcefully push forward with this matter. It was only right that he be rewarded. However, this reward was so great that it made the elders jealous. Your Majesty, please be at ease. This subject will definitely do his best. Li Wangyou hurriedly bowed to accept the decree. However, he was secretly delighted. The rent was 2 dan per man. If this year, the rice planting in Hu County was successful, then wouldn't the rent for 50,000 men be given to him? 100,000 dan of grain, that was another huge sum of money. Seeing that Pai Lupi really agreed to Li Wangyou's seemingly absurd proposal, all of the elders sighed in admiration. Extravagant, this was a truly extravagant move. Compared to the Count of Hu County's so-called prodigal actions, this was truly prodigal. Chapter 497. Because of Li Wangyou's extravagant behavior, Pai Lupi's original plan to stay at his manor for a few days was cancelled. Everyone returned to Li Wangyou's manor. While discussing the various matters of switching to rice in Hu County, they enjoyed a delicious meal of fish slices. After lunch, Pai Lupi led the group of dukes and bigwigs back to Chang'an. When Yang Quan heard about this, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. Feeding all the people in the county with one person's strength. This sounded like a joke. He ran to Li Wangyou's residence and confirmed this matter with Li Wangyou again and again. Only then did he raise his head to the sky and let out a long sigh. Zio, I only knew that you were extraordinary, but I didn't expect you to be able to accomplish such a great feat. Don't worry, even if I have to risk my life, I will help you plant rice and spread it throughout the county. In response, Li Wangyou could only rub his nose and smile without saying anything. His decision naturally frightened the old steward Li Heng. Even the Niu brothers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Only their beautiful boss didn't blame him for acting on his own initiative. She even took the initiative to give him a kiss. This made Li Wangyou laugh foolishly for a long time. He felt more and more that he had made a wise and heroic decision. In short, the matter of changing the tack in Hu County was officially settled. The severely damaged wheat fields were replanted with rice. In a few days, Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict, causing an uproar in the imperial court. In the following few days, Yamen runners from the Hu County Yamen galloped into the various villages under Hu County's jurisdiction. They put up notices and beat gongs to gather the people. The villagers didn't know what was going on. Under the guidance of the village chief, they all gathered around the Yamen runners. Listen well, you have all suffered from the plague of locusts this year. There are less than 20% of the wheat seedlings left in the fields. Therefore, the founding county governor of Hu County, Bo Te, has spoken to the saint on your behalf. He hopes that you can immediately start digging ditches, building water wheels, plowing the fields, and preparing to plant rice. As soon as the Yamen runners finished speaking, the surroundings became noisy. Are you kidding me? At this time, pull out the wheat in the field and plant new rice. Is this county Count Hu crazy? How did he come up with such a rotten idea? He's trying to kill all of us. In another month, at least there will be some harvest in the fields. Now, we can only rely on this insignificant harvest to survive the next year. If you want us to dig up the ground now, aren't you pushing us to our deaths? That's right. We have no enmity with that county Count Hu. Why would he harm us like this? It's almost September, and he's still sowing rice. Is this county earl whose head kicked by a donkey? Our ancestors have been farming wheat in Guanzhong Road for generations. Why are we suddenly switching to rice? Seeing that the villagers around them were in a mess, the more they talked, the more agitated they became. It was as if they were going to fight to the death. The bailiff did not dare to be negligent. He banged the gong in his hand, temporarily suppressing the crowd's voices. Shut up and listen to me. The Yamen runner managed to silence the crowd with great difficulty. He quickly raised his voice and shouted at the crowd, "What are you all arguing about? Can the saint watch you all starve to death?" The saint's edict said that if you dig up the wheat seedlings and don't find anything by the end of the year, County Count Hu will take care of your rations for a year. Furthermore, you will be exempted from a year's rent. Do you all understand? The village chief hurriedly squeezed over and cupped his hands towards the Yamen runner. Brother, is what you said true? Do we really only care about the seeds? If we can't grow them, the rent for this year will be waived. Furthermore, County Count Hu will take care of our rations. Will he only take care of the middle-aged and middle-aged men, or will he take care of the entire family for a year? Will he take care of the new rations next year? The Yamen runner nodded. Of course it's true. The saint's edict is written clearly. How could it lie to you? He will take care of your entire family's rations, no matter how many people there are. However, there is one condition. This rice must be planted seriously. If anyone tries to cheat, don't blame yourself for starving. There will be yamen runners and scribes coming to inspect at any time. Don't try to fool them. These words suppressed the anger of the crowd, and they began to discuss in low voices. If that county count who really took care of their entire family's rations for a year, they would naturally be willing. Because of the locust plague this year, the villagers were all worried. They didn't know how they would survive with the meager harvest in October. Now that someone was willing to take care of their rations, it was only asking them to dig ditches, plow the fields, and plant seedlings. Only a fool wouldn't agree to such a good deal. However, there were still people who voiced their doubts. Does that county count who really have mountains of gold and silver at home? It was written in the notice that the entire county is going to switch to growing rice. If the rice can't be grown, how can county count who take care of the entire county's rations? The yamen runner curled his lips. That's why I say that you farmers are ignorant. Ask around in Chang and city. Who doesn't know that county count who is the reincarnation of the god of fortune? To tell you the truth, county count who has already taken out 30,000 taels of gold and placed it in the Ministry of Civil Affairs account. If the rice can't be grown, the Ministry of Civil Affairs will use the gold to buy food and distribute it to you. Do you understand? 30,000 taels of gold. It's enough to smash you farmers to death. The villagers had never heard of so much gold, and they couldn't even begin to calculate how much money this was. Other than letting out cries of shock, they couldn't say anything else. Actually, 30,000 taels of gold was far from enough. This was just a deposit that Li Wangyu had given to the imperial court. And the source of the gold was naturally from the 3 gambling houses that they had won from selling the rice. The villagers now believed that if the rice couldn't be grown, they would be given rations to survive. However, everyone was still skeptical. No one had ever heard of planting rice in September, so they felt that it wasn't very reliable. Brother Yamen Runner, planting rice seedlings in September, why does this sound so inappropriate? You bunch of farm workers, what the hell do you know? Do you know that a few days ago, the rice fields in county count whose manor have already been harvested? Do you know how much each moo produced? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. 2 stones. 1 moo. What? How is that possible? A harvest of 2 shur per moo. Do you think I'd lie to you? The weight measured in front of the sage was not off in the slightest. So is there anyone in this world who knows more about farming than the county count? Don't look at how you've been farming your entire lives. Compared to the county count, you're nothing. That person is the literary star that descended from the heavens. He knows 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future. He knows the heavens above and the earth below. Do you understand? In short, just follow the county count's orders and do your best. You won't be mistreated, the yamen runner decisively said. Although the yield per moo of Li Wangyu's rice fields was a bit exaggerated, it wasn't too exaggerated. The villagers once again sucked in a breath of cold air, but they finally accepted this fact and began to discuss the matter of switching to planting rice. Such a scene was playing out in all of the villages under Hu County's jurisdiction. With the yamen runners and scribes sent by Yang Quan continuously explaining and persuading, the villagers in these villages finally believed the contents of the imperial edict. As a result, the villages in Hu County, which should have been idle time for farming, began to bustle with activity once more. The original wheat fields were dry fields, so there was no need for ditches to divert water. Naturally, they had to dig up new ones. As for the water wheel to divert water, Yang Quan scribes and craftsmen began to work on it. The sparse wheat seedlings in the fields were burned to the ground, and the villagers were extremely reluctant to part with them. Then, they began to plow the fields again. Just as Yang Quan and the other villagers in Hu County were busy in full swing, Li Wangyu was impeached.